Mm.
FixerBot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Get a little more secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Get a little more secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together
Welcome back. Yeah, didn't get that much sleep because it's so darn warm. It's hot. So outside, my temperature sensor outside the window, it says it's 48 degrees Celsius, and that's not what it'll be on the street and like in the air, but on the black roof, it's 48 degrees. My fans are not on. It's just 29 here. But I have a loft bed, so it's like warmer. Uh, I've woken up so many times, like sprayed water on my body. Oh, yeah. So I know that Sanders, at least it becomes 45 degrees in the night here when it's warm, but it's not been that crazy warm. It was cold during the night. Anyway, so we'll see if I go. 5 broken up hours, my app says. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll probably wake up more. I'm kind of thinking I will start with a bit of relaxed, shaking the news, and let's start llama separately. Yeah, maybe he'll turn the fan on. That's noisy. And I just sneezed, reminding me to allergies. And I have to get water. Didn't even do that. Definitely need water. I didn't pull the curtain up too. So I want to have my phone there. So well, I didn't have to type that. So, how many days of news do we want? Maybe not 7 today. Maybe. So I don't really do breaks, but I try to make it more fun to watch the stream. We're switching things to do, right? So I'm thinking maybe we'll fix the script's functionality in the break. Let's use the new little button from our timer, and let's. Yes, yesterday at the end I set it to 60-20, so we have got to have time to do something at least. And there, my stream control phone disconnected. Well, from Sammy. It will connect again. It didn't actually connect when I started it. It was already connected, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm like still asleep. It's not. I've been awake for a long time. It's just that, yeah, Uh, I need to start the timer, meaning I need to I can't do that, unfortunately. Because I need to interact with the web page and click start on it. So I can't do that automatically with a button on controls. Well, now it's going. Let's start the news so they're on in the background. And then I'm gonna actually pull the curtain up because it's dark. It's black. It's black. I want to see outside with the sunshine. Let's do 2 days. We'll get some of the same news, but hopefully not very much as yesterday. And maybe we will increase this to 500 characters. Increase? Yeah, that's how awake I am. I think I had actually 300 before. Though it's not very good, it's a summarization. Maybe we should change to another model. So there's a baby crying outside my window. Hmm. Must be a real young one. Yeah, so here's llama starting. If it's not started, it's already started now, so it doesn't have to start it. Let's just run it. I don't think we need to change anything else. Yeah, this looked like this yesterday too, before I started. Uh, running script is disabled on the system. Activate. Oh, yeah, so it's managing its environment.
Here are the latest articles from your RSS feeds. Fetched 11 articles from Secure-ng blog.
I actually have to pause that. Look, this is something new. So a lot of people probably have had this problem. Though it's actually still working. I'm curious how code did this, because this is not me, this is code. So it is running activate PS1 here. So I'm assuming it's activating the environment. And usually we have these environment marks, don't we? No, it just starts with and when it runs stuff. So it's just getting the background noise level there, which won't work because I just have a Bluetooth mic. And it's too low volume for it to hear anything. For some reason. So, this must be a change that Microsoft made. Cannot be loaded because running script is disabled on the system. For more information, well, running scripts is disabled. Well, see about execution policies at. So if we copy this bit here, there'll probably be lots of people having this problem. Because I'm assuming Microsoft changed something. Now this is interesting for us, right? We want to run PowerShell stuff. Let's do like code VS Code. Yeah, other people got it, but seems not yesterday. Activate one, PS1 can be loaded. So it's not a new problem. This is 2019. Right click partial for administrator. Run the following command. Set execution policy. Execution policy, remote site, scope, local machine. Terminal integrated shell args is deprecated. This answer. Yeah, I'm assuming I don't have to do anything. I noticed this yesterday too, but I'm curious to see if Microsoft fixes it themselves. That's why I wouldn't do anything, you know. As it still works too. So it runs its own environment there, virtual environment usually, and starts it at the start. Well, let's unpause the script, and I think I'll start sorting some tabs and stuff. Oh, maybe we'll just
fetch 10 articles from Krebs on security.
Do this.
Title: Microsoft Patch Tuesday, August 2025 edition. Published August 12, 2025.
Okay.
Microsoft has released patches to fix over 100 security vulnerabilities in its Windows operating systems and other software, with at least 13 bugs receiving the most dire critical rating. One of the critical flaws is CVE 2025-53786, a vulnerability that allows an attacker to pivot from a compromised Microsoft Exchange server directly into an organization's cloud environment, potentially gaining control over Exchange Online and other connected services. This bug affects Exchange Server 2016 and Exchange Server 2019, as well as the flagship Exchange Server Subscription Edition. Another critical bug is CVE 2025-53779, a weakness in the Windows Kerberos authentication system that allows an unauthenticated attacker to gain domain administrator privileges. Microsoft credits the discovery of this flaw to Akamai researcher Yuval Gordon, who dubbed it bad successor. Microsoft has also addressed several other critical flaws, including remote code execution bugs in the Windows GDI Plus component and CVE 2025-50165, another graphics rendering weakness. Additionally, a vulnerability in Microsoft Word can be exploited without user interaction through the preview pane. Windows 10 users are being urged to upgrade to Windows 11 as the operating system will no longer receive free security updates after October 14, 2025. However, many PCs running Windows 10 do not meet the hardware specifications required to install Windows 11, and upgrading may pose a challenge for some users. In response, Microsoft recommends installing a newbie-friendly version of Linux, such as Linux Mint, which can run on almost any computer produced in the last decade. Linux Mint is likely to be the most intuitive interface for regular Windows users and comes with LibreOffice, an open-source suite of tools that includes applications similar to Microsoft Office. For those interested in trying out Linux, it's possible to download it to a removable USB drive and test it before installing it on a Windows PC. The Live version of Linux allows users to run the operating system from a removable drive without making any changes persist after a reboot.
So, is Microsoft actually telling us to hop to Linux? That's interesting.
Fetched 50 articles from the Hacker News. Title: CISA adds 2 Enable N-Central flaws to known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. Published August 14, 2025. AUG 14, 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan Vulnerability/Network Security. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, on Wednesday added 2 security flaws impacting Enable N-Central to its known exploited vulnerabilities, KEV, catalog, citing evidence of active exploitation. Enable N-Central is a remote monitoring and management, RMM, platform designed for managed service providers, MSPs, allowing customers to efficiently manage and secure their clients' Windows, Apple, and Linux endpoints from a single, unified platform. The vulnerabilities in question are listed below. CVE 2025-8875, CVSS score, N/A, an insecure deserialization vulnerability that could lead to command execution. CVE 2025-8876, CVSS score, N/A, a command injection vulnerability via improper sanitization of user input. Both shortcomings have been addressed in N-Central versions March 1, 2025 and 2024.6 HF2 released on August 13, 2025. N-able is also urging customers to make sure that multi-factor authentication, MFA, is enabled, particularly for admin accounts. These vulnerabilities require authentication to exploit, N-able said in an alert. However, there is a potential risk to the security of your N-Central environment, if unpatched. You must upgrade your on-premises N-Central to 2025.3.1. It's currently not known how the vulnerabilities are being exploited in real-world attacks, in what context, and what is the scale of such efforts. The Hacker News has reached out to N-able for comment, and we will update the story if we hear back. In light of active exploitation, Federal Civilian Executive Branch, FCEB, agencies are recommended to apply the necessary fixes by August 20, 2025, to secure their networks. The development comes a day after CISA placed 2-year-old security flaws affecting Microsoft Internet Explorer and Office in the KEV catalog. CVE 2013-3893, CVSS score, 8.8, a memory corruption vulnerability in Microsoft Internet Explorer that allows for remote code execution. CVE 2007-0671, CVSS score, 8.8, a remote code execution vulnerability in Microsoft Office Excel that can be exploited when a specially crafted Excel file is opened to achieve remote code execution. FCEB agencies have time till September 9, 2025, to update to the latest versions, or discontinue their use if the product has reached end-of-life, EOL, status, as is the case with Internet Explorer. Title: New PS1 BOT malware campaign uses malvertising to deploy multi-stage in-memory attacks. Published, August 13, 2025. Aug 13, 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan malvertising/cryptocurrency. Cybersecurity researchers have discovered a new malvertising campaign that's designed to infect victims with a multi-stage malware framework called PS1 BOT. PS1 BOT features a modular design, with several modules delivered used to perform a variety of malicious activities on infected systems, including information theft, keylogging, reconnaissance, and the establishment of persistent system access, Cisco Talos researchers Edmund Brumigan and Jordan Dunk said. PS1 BOT has been designed with stealth in mind, minimizing persistent artifacts left on infected systems and incorporating in-memory execution techniques to facilitate execution of follow-on modules without requiring them to be written to disk. Campaigns distributing the PowerShell and C# malware have been found to be active since early 2025, leveraging malvertising as a propagation vector, with the infection chains executing modules in memory to minimize forensic trail. PS1 BOT is assessed to share technical overlaps with AHK-Bot, an AutoHot-based malware previously put to use by threat actors Asylum Ambuscade and TA866. Furthermore, the activity cluster has been identified as overlapping with prior ransomware-related campaigns utilizing a malware named SkeetNet, aka BossNet, in order to steal data and establish remote control over compromised hosts. The starting point of the attack is a compressed archive that's delivered to victims via malvertising or search engine optimization, SEO, poisoning. Present within the zip file is a JavaScript payload that serves as a downloader to retrieve a scriptlet from an external server, which then writes a PowerShell script to a file on disk and executes it. The PowerShell script is responsible for contacting a command and control, C2, server and fetching next stage PowerShell commands that allow the operators to augment the malware's functionality in a modular fashion and carry out a wide range of actions on the compromised host. Antivirus detection, which obtains and reports the list of antivirus programs present on the infected system. Screen capture, which captures screenshots on infected systems and transmits the resulting images to the C2 server. Wallet grabber, which steals data from web browsers, and wallet extensions, application data for cryptocurrency wallet applications, and files containing passwords, sensitive strings, or wallet seed phrases. Keylogger, which logs keystrokes and gathers clipboard content. Information collection, which harvests and transmits information about the infected system and environment to the attacker. Persistence, which creates a PowerShell script such that it's automatically launched when the system restarts, incorporating the same logic used to establish the C2 polling process to fetch the modules. The Information Stealer module implementation leverages word lists embedded into the stealer to enumerate files containing passwords and seed phrases that can be used to access cryptocurrency wallets, which the stealer also attempts to exfiltrate from infected systems, Talos noted. The modular nature of the implementation of this malware provides flexibility and enables the rapid deployment of updates or new functionality as needed. The disclosure comes as Google said it's leveraging artificial intelligence, AI, systems powered by large language models, LLMs, to fight invalid traffic, IVT, and more precisely identify ad placements generating invalid behaviors. Our new applications provide faster and stronger protections by analyzing app and web content, ad placements, and user interactions, Google said. For example, they've significantly improved our content review capabilities, leading to a 40% reduction in IVT stemming from deceptive or disruptive ad serving practices. Title: Zoom and Xerox release critical security updates fixing privilege escalation and RCE flaws. Published, August 13, 2025. Aug 13, 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan Vulnerability/Software Security. Zoom and Xerox have addressed critical security flaws in Zoom clients for Windows and Free Flow Core that could allow privilege escalation and remote code execution. The vulnerability impacting Zoom clients for Windows, tracked as CVE 2025-49457, CVSS score 9.6, relates to a case of an untrusted search path that could pave the way for privilege escalation. Untrusted search path in certain Zoom clients for Windows may allow an unauthenticated user to conduct an escalation of privilege via network access, Zoom said in a security bulletin on Tuesday. The issue, reported by its own offensive security team, affects the following products. Zoom Workplace for Windows before version June 3, 10. Zoom Workplace VDI for Windows before version June 3, 10, except June 1, 16 and June 2, 12. Zoom Rooms for Windows before version June 3, 10. Zoom Rooms Controller for Windows before version June 3, 10. Zoom Meeting SDK for Windows before version June 3, 10. The disclosure comes as multiple vulnerabilities have been disclosed in Xerox Free Flow Core, the most severe of which could result in remote code execution. The issues, which have been addressed in version 8.0.4, include CVE 2025-8355, CVSS score 7.5, XML external entity, XXE, injection vulnerability leading to server-side request forgery, SSRF. CVE 2025-8356, CVSS score 9.8, path traversal vulnerability leading to remote code execution. These vulnerabilities are rudimentary to exploit and if exploited, could allow an attacker to execute arbitrary commands on the affected system, steal sensitive data, or attempt to move laterally into a given corporate environment to further their attack, HORIZON3.ai said. Title: Fortinet warns about 40-seam vulnerability, CVE 2025-25256, within the wild exploit code. Published, August 13, 2025. Aug 13, 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan Vulnerability/Network Security. Fortinet is alerting customers of a critical security flaw in 40-seam for which it said there exists an exploit in the wild. The vulnerability, tracked as CVE 2025-25256, carries a CVSS score of 9.8 out of a maximum of 10.0. An improper neutralization of special elements used in an OS command injection, vulnerability CWE78 in 40-seam may allow an unauthenticated attacker to execute unauthorized code or commands via crafted CLI requests, the company said in a Tuesday advisory. The following versions are impacted by the flaw. 40-seam 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, migrate to a fixed release. 40-seam 6.7.0 through 6.7.9, upgrade to June 7, 10 or above. 40-seam 7.0.0 through 7.0.3, upgrade to 7.0.4 or above. 40-seam 7.1.0 through 7.1.7, upgrade to 7.1.8 or above. 40-seam 7.2.0 through 7.2.5, upgrade to 7.2.6 or above. 40-seam 7.3.0 through 7.3.1, upgrade to 7.3.2 or above. 40-seam 7.4, not affected. Fortinet acknowledged in its advisory that a practical exploit code for this vulnerability was found in the wild, but did not share any additional specifics about the nature of the exploit and where it was found. It also noted that the exploitation code does not appear to produce distinctive indicators of compromise, IOCs. As workarounds, the network security company is recommending that organizations limit access to the PH monitor port, 7900. The disclosure comes a day after Greynoise warned of a significant spike in brute force traffic aimed at Fortinet SSL VPN devices, with dozens of IP addresses from the United States, Canada, Russia, and the Netherlands probing devices located across the world. Title: AISOC 101, Key Capabilities Security Leaders Need to Know. Published, August 13, 2025. The Security Operations Center, SOC, has long been a high-stakes, time-consuming, and reactive environment for analysts, with the threat landscape constantly evolving. However, recent advancements in artificial intelligence, AI, are changing the game by bringing efficiency, adaptability, and context-aware decision-making into SOC capabilities. Gartner's Hype Cycle for Security Operations 2025 recognizes AI-powered SOC agents as an innovation trigger, reflecting a shift away from static playbooks and manual investigation workflows. SOC teams report that their most pressing challenges are inefficient investigations, siloed tools, and a lack of effective automation. These issues slow response and increase risk. AI-powered SOC capabilities address these gaps by bringing reasoning, adaptability, and context-aware decision-making into the mix. Key wins for AI in the SOC include faster triage, deeper investigations, detection engineering insights, and enabling more threat hunting. However, it's essential to separate hype from reality. While AI can automate large portions of investigations and support Tier 3 work, it is not a replacement for experienced analysts. Complex cases still require human judgment, contextual understanding, and decision-making. When assessing AI-powered SOC solutions, it's crucial to focus on principles such as transparency and explainability, data privacy and security, integration depth, adaptability and learning, accuracy and trust, and time to value. The most effective SOCs combine the speed and scale of AI with the contextual understanding and judgment of human analysts. This hybrid model gives people the capacity to focus on the work that matters most. Profit Security's agentic AI SOC platform automates triage, accelerates investigations, and ensures every alert gets attention. By integrating across the existing stack, Profit AI improves analyst efficiency, reduces incident dwell time, and delivers more consistent security outcomes. As the threat landscape continues to evolve, SOCs must adapt to stay ahead of emerging threats. AI-powered SOC capabilities are making a difference by bringing efficiency, adaptability, and context-aware decision-making into the mix, freeing analysts to focus on higher-impact activities like advanced threat hunting, tuning detections, and investigating sophisticated threats. Title: Webinar: What the next wave of AI cyber attacks will look like and how to survive. Published, August 13, 2025. Aug 13, 2025. The Hacker News: Artificial Intelligence/Identity Security. The AI revolution isn't coming. It's already here. From copilots that write our emails to autonomous agents that can take action without us lifting a finger, AI is transforming how we work. But here's the uncomfortable truth: attackers are evolving just as fast. Every leap forward in AI gives bad actors new tools, deep fake scams so real they trick your CFO, bots that can bypass human review, and synthetic identities that slip quietly into your systems. The fight is no longer at your network's edge. It's at your login screen. And that's why identity has become the last line of defense. Why this matters now? Legacy security can't keep up. Traditional models were built for slower threats and predictable patterns. AI doesn't play by those rules. Today's attackers scale at machine speed. Use deep fakes to impersonate trusted people. Exploit APIs through autonomous agents. Create fake non-human identities that look perfectly legitimate. The only security control that can adapt and scale as fast as AI? Identity. If you can't verify who or what is accessing your systems, you've already lost. In AI's new attack surface, why identity is the last line of defense, Okta's Carl Henrik Smith will show you. Where AI is creating hidden vulnerabilities and how to find them before attackers do. How synthetic identities work, and why they're scarier than you think. The blueprint for an identity security fabric that protects humans and non-human actors. How to build secure by design AI apps without slowing innovation. Whether you're a developer, security architect, or tech leader, you'll leave with a clear, practical plan for staying ahead of AI-powered threats. Watch this webinar now. The next wave of cyber attacks won't be about if someone can get past your defenses, it'll be about how fast they can. Put identity where it belongs, at the center of your security strategy. Reserve your spot now. Found this article interesting? This article is a contributed piece from one of our valued partners. Follow us on Google News, Twitter and LinkedIn to read more exclusive content we post. Title: Microsoft August 2025 Patch Tuesday fixes Kerberos 0-day among 111 total new flaws. Published, August 13, 2025. Microsoft has released patches for a massive set of 111 security flaws across its software portfolio. The vulnerabilities include privilege escalation, remote code execution, information disclosure, spoofing, and denial of service defects. Of the 111 vulnerabilities, 16 are rated critical, 92 are rated important, 2 are rated moderate, and 1 is rated low in severity. The patches include a publicly disclosed zero-day vulnerability, KVET 2025-53779, which was discovered by Akamai researcher Yuval Gordon and has been given the code name Bad Successor. The bug allows an attacker to compromise an Active Directory domain by misusing delegated managed service account objects. While the immediate impact of Bad Successor is limited, as only 0.7% of Active Directory domains had met the prerequisite at the time of disclosure, its potential for abuse is significant. Other notable vulnerabilities include a privilege escalation vulnerability in Azure OpenAI, CVE 2025-53767, and a remote code execution vulnerability in GDI+, CVE 2025-53766. Microsoft has also released patches for several cloud service vulnerabilities, including those impacting Azure OpenAI, Azure Portal, and Microsoft 365 Copilot BizChat. The vulnerability disclosure highlights the importance of continuous vigilance and proactive patching to maintain system integrity in a complex software environment. As Checkpoint noted, attackers could exploit this flaw to simultaneously crash numerous computers across an enterprise, resulting in widespread disruption and costly downtime. In addition to Microsoft, security updates have been released by other vendors over the past several weeks to rectify several vulnerabilities. These include patches from 7-Zip, Adobe, Amazon Web Services, AMD, and many others. The patch cycle demonstrates the ongoing effort to address security vulnerabilities and ensure that software is up to date and secure. As new vulnerabilities are discovered, it is essential for organizations to stay informed and apply patches promptly to protect themselves against potential threats. Overall, the release of these patches highlights the importance of ongoing security monitoring and proactive patching to maintain system integrity in a complex software environment. Title: Karen ransomware hits Middle East sectors using app-level evasion tactics. Published August 13, 2025. A new campaign of ransomware attacks has been discovered by cybersecurity researchers, utilizing a previously undocumented ransomware family called Karen to target public sector and aviation industry organizations in the Middle East. The attackers employed tactics similar to those used by advanced persistent threat (APT) groups, including DLL sideloading, process injection, and evasion of endpoint detection and response software. The attack chain leveraged a legitimate browser-related file to sideload a malicious driver, which deployed the Karen ransomware payload. Like other ransomware binaries, Karen is capable of disrupting security services and deleting backups, making recovery more difficult. The malware also uses multithreading and partial encryption techniques to increase its efficiency. A notable aspect of the Karen ransomware is its use of a driver compiled from the Dark-Kill project to disable endpoint detection and response solutions through a Bring Your Own Vulnerable Driver (BOVD) attack. However, this feature was not triggered during execution, suggesting it may be under development. The campaign appears to have been targeted rather than opportunistic, as evidenced by customized ransom notes that specifically mention the victim organization's name. This tactic is not commonly observed in traditional ransomware attacks. The attribution of the attack is currently unknown, with researchers speculating that it could be directly attributed to Earthbaxia, or alternatively, a false flag operation designed to imitate their tactics. The discovery highlights the ongoing trend of ransomware operators adopting sophisticated methods for malware deployment and defense evasion, blurring the lines between cybercrime and nation-state activity. The attackers' use of app-style tactics poses an elevated risk to organizations, combining sophisticated evasion techniques with immediate business impact. Recent statistics show that 57% of organizations experienced a successful ransomware attack in the last 12 months, with 32% paying a ransom but only 41% recovering their data. This underscores the evolving nature of ransomware threats and the need for organizations to implement robust security measures to protect themselves against these attacks. Title: Researchers spot XZ-Utils backdoor in dozens of Docker Hub images, fueling supply chain risks. Published August 12, 2025. Aug 12. 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan malware/container security. New research has uncovered Docker images on Docker Hub that contain the infamous XZ-Utils backdoor, more than a year after the discovery of the incident. More troubling is the fact that other images have been built on top of these infected base images, effectively propagating the infection further in a transitive manner, Binarly Research said in a report shared with the Hacker News. The firmware security company said it discovered a total of 35 images that ship with the backdoor. The incident once again highlights the risks faced by the software supply chain. Binarly's Alex Matrasov told the publication that the investigation was prompted after it detected malicious code in one of their customers' environments, ultimately finding that the images had been pulled from Docker Hub. The XZ-Utils supply chain event, CVE 2024-3094, CVSS score, 10.0, came to light in late March 2024, when Andres Freund sounded the alarm on a backdoor embedded within XZ-Utils versions 5.6.0 and 5.6.1. Further analysis of the malicious code and the broader compromise led to several startling discoveries. The the first and foremost being that the backdoor could lead to unauthorized remote access and enable the execution of arbitrary payloads through SSH. Specifically, the backdoor placed in the libelzma.so library and used by the OpenSSH server was designed such that it triggered when a client interacts with the infected SSH server. By hijacking the RSA_public_decrypt function using the glibxfunc mechanism, the malicious code allowed an attacker possessing a specific private key to bypass authentication and execute root commands remotely, Binarly explained. The second finding was that the changes were pushed by a developer named Jiatan, JIAT75, who spent almost 2 years contributing to the open source project to build trust until they were given maintainer responsibilities, signaling the meticulous nature of the attack. This is clearly a very complex state-sponsored operation with impressive sophistication and multi-year planning, Binarly noted at the time. Such a complex and professionally designed comprehensive implantation framework is not developed for a one-shot operation. The latest research from the company shows that the impact of the incident continues to send aftershocks through the open source ecosystem even after all these months. This includes the discovery of 12 Debian Docker images that contain one of the xzutils backdoor, and another set of second-order images that include the compromised Debian images. Binarly said it reported the base images to the Debian maintainers, who said they have made an intentional choice to leave these artifacts available as a historical curiosity, especially given the following extremely unlikely, in containers/container image use cases, factors required for exploitation. However, the company pointed out that leaving publicly available Docker images that contain a potential network-reachable backdoor carries a significant security risk, despite the criteria required for successful exploitation: the need for network access to the infected device with the SSH service running. The xzutils backdoor incident demonstrates that even short-lived malicious code can remain unnoticed in official container images for a long time, and that can propagate in the Docker ecosystem, it added. The delay underscores how these artifacts may silently persist and propagate through CI pipelines and container ecosystems, reinforcing the critical need for continuous binary-level monitoring beyond simple version tracking. Title: Fortinet SSL VPNs hit by global brute force wave before attackers shift to FortiManager. Published, August 12, 2025. Aug 12, 2025. Ravi Lakshmanan. Threat Intelligence/Enterprise Security. Cybersecurity researchers are warning of a significant spike in brute force traffic aimed at Fortinet SSL VPN devices. The coordinated activity, per threat intelligence firm Greynoise, was observed on August 3, 2025, with over 780 unique IP addresses participating in the effort. As many as 56 unique IP addresses have been detected over the past 24 hours. All the IP addresses have been classified as malicious, with the IPs originating from the United States, Canada, Russia, and the Netherlands. Targets of the brute force activity include the United States, Hong Kong, Brazil, Spain, and Japan. Critically, the observed traffic was also targeting our FortiOS profile, suggesting deliberate and precise targeting of Fortinet's SSL VPNs, Greynoise said. This was not opportunistic, it was focused activity. The company also pointed out that it identified 2 distinct assault waves spotted before and after August 5. 1. A long-running, brute force activity tied to a single TCP signature that remained relatively steady over time, and 2, which involved a sudden and concentrated burst of traffic with a different TCP signature. While the August 3 traffic has targeted the FortiOS profile, traffic fingerprinted with TCP and client signatures, a meta-signature from August 5 onward, was not hitting FortiOS, the company noted. Instead, it was consistently targeting our FortiManager. This indicated a shift in attacker behavior, potentially the same infrastructure or toolset pivoting to a new Fortinet-facing service. On top of that, a deeper examination of the historical data associated with the post-August 5 TCP fingerprint has uncovered an earlier spike in June featuring a unique client signature that resolved to a FortiGate device in a residential ISP block managed by Pilot Fiber Inc. This has raised the possibility that the brute force tooling was either initially tested or launched from a home network. An alternative hypothesis is the use of a residential proxy. The development comes against the backdrop of findings that spikes in malicious activity are often followed by the disclosure of a nuke affecting the same technology within 6 weeks. These patterns were exclusive to enterprise edge technologies like VPNs, firewalls, and remote access tools, the same kinds of systems increasingly targeted by advanced threat actors, the company noted in its early warning signals report published late last month. The Hacker News has reached out to Fortinet for further comment, and we will update if we hear back. Title: Cybercrime Group's Shiny Hunters, Scattered Spider join forces in extortion attacks on businesses. Published, August 12, 2025. A growing concern in the cybersecurity world is the ongoing data extortion campaign targeting Salesforce customers, which may soon shift its attention to financial services and technology service providers. Researchers have identified shiny hunters and scattered spider working hand in hand, mirroring tactics similar to those of scattered spider, such as highly targeted phishing and social engineering attacks. The threat actors are leveraging apps that masquerade as legitimate tools, employing Okta-themed phishing pages, and using VPN obfuscation for data exfiltration. Shiny Hunters, a financially motivated threat group, has orchestrated several data breaches targeting major corporations and monetized them on cybercrime forums like raid forums and breach forums. The Shiny Hunters persona has been involved in these platforms as both a contributor and administrator. Recently, the group partnered with Baphomet to relaunch the second instance of breach forums, V2, in June 2023. The threat actors' tactics have shifted dramatically, moving beyond credential theft and database exploitation. The coordinated set of ticket-themed phishing domains and Salesforce credential harvesting pages indicate that these attacks are aimed at high-profile companies across various industry verticals. Researchers have also identified a significant increase in domain registrations targeting financial companies and a decrease in those targeting technology firms. The connection between Shiny Hunters and Scattered Spider is supported by the fact that they targeted the same sectors, i.e., retail, insurance, and aviation, around the same time. The synchronized timing of their previous attacks strongly suggests coordinated efforts between the two groups. Furthermore, an analysis of breach forums user accounts reveals overlapping patterns, including a past Shiny Hunters breach linked to a user with the alias SP1D3R Hunters. The recent arrest of 4 individuals suspected of running breach forums has raised questions about the true extent of Shiny Hunters' involvement. The Threat Actor Collective claims that breach forums has been commandeered by international law enforcement agencies, turned into a honeypot, and warns that any reappearance of the site should be regarded as a law enforcement trap. The emergence of Scattered Lapsus Dollar Hunters, a Telegram channel conflating Shiny Hunters, Scattered Spider, and Lapsus Dollar, suggests a new phase in cyber extortion where clout and chaos are as much objectives as money. This collective appears to be rebranding and coalescing existing threat actors responding to recent law enforcement heat. As the situation evolves, cybersecurity experts will closely monitor these developments to prevent further attacks and protect high-profile companies from data breaches and ransom demands. Title: New Curly Comrades app using NGENCOM hijacking in Georgia, Moldova attacks. Published, August 12, 2025. A new threat actor dubbed Curly Comrades has been identified as being behind a series of cyber espionage attacks targeting entities in Georgia and Moldova. The campaign, which began in mid-2024 but is believed to have started earlier, involves the use of various tools and techniques to extract sensitive information from targeted networks. The attackers primarily focus on judicial and government bodies in Georgia, as well as an energy distribution company in Moldova. They attempt to extract the NTDS database from domain controllers, which contains user password hashes and authentication data. Additionally, they try to dump SAS memory from specific systems to recover active user credentials. Curly Comrades are believed to be operating with goals aligned with Russia's geopolitical strategy, using a combination of standard attack techniques and tailored implementations to maintain a low-noise foothold across multiple systems. The group uses legitimate tools like Resox, SSH, and Stunnel to create conduits into internal networks and remotely execute commands using stolen credentials. A notable aspect of the attacks is the use of a bespoke backdoor called Muker Agent, which hijacks class identifiers, CLSIDs, to target native image generator, engine. This allows the attackers to execute malicious commands under the highly privileged system account. The design of Muker Agent suggests that it was intended to function as a backdoor capable of executing payloads on a periodic basis. The attackers also utilize other tools, such as curlcat, rurat, mimikatz, and PowerShell scripts, to facilitate bidirectional data transfer, persistent access, and credential theft. They rely heavily on publicly available tools, open-source projects, and LOL bins to maintain stealth and minimize detection. Bitdefender's analysis of the campaign reveals a highly persistent and adaptable threat actor that employs a wide range of known and customized techniques to establish and maintain long-term access within targeted environments. The group's technical prowess is evident in their ability to abuse legitimate components like Engine to execute malicious commands under the system account. The Curly Comrades' threat actors' use of stealthy tactics, combined with their reliance on publicly available tools, makes them a sophisticated and adaptable adversary. As such, organizations in Georgia and Moldova should remain vigilant and take proactive measures to detect and prevent similar attacks in the future. Title: The Ultimate Battle, Enterprise Browsers vs. Secure Browser Extensions. Published, August 12, 2025. The article discusses the growing importance of browser security in enterprise environments, particularly as the browser has become the primary workspace for users. The current security tools often fail to provide visibility into what happens inside the browser, leaving a significant gap that needs to be addressed. This has led security leaders to consider two approaches: deploying a dedicated enterprise browser or adding an enterprise-grade control layer to existing browsers. The ultimate battle, enterprise browsers versus enterprise browser extensions, compares these two models across 9 rounds, examining their adoption, data protection, BIOD, productivity, management overhead, remote access, zero trust alignment, supply chain security, and future readiness. The guide uses practical scenarios to demonstrate the strengths and weaknesses of each approach. One area where both approaches excel is in Gen AI usage, which has introduced high-impact, in-session risks for browser security. Both enterprise browsers and secure browser extensions have their advantages, but they also come with trade-offs. Enterprise browsers offer strong control inside their environment but require users to switch to the dedicated browser, while secure browser extensions provide coverage across managed, unmanaged, and contractor devices without disrupting user workflows. The comparison highlights differences in coverage, control and enforcement, integration and operations, and adoption patterns between the two approaches. The guide emphasizes that neither enterprise browsers nor secure browser extensions replace the rest of the security stack but instead address the in-session gap in different ways. Ultimately, the choice between an enterprise browser and a secure browser extension depends on balancing depth of control with breadth of coverage while factoring in adoption patterns and long-term manageability. The guide provides a structured, scenario-driven format to help security teams make an informed decision based on their specific environment and risk profile. The article suggests that readers should consider the trade-offs between these two approaches, including adoption. Enterprise browsers may require more user effort to switch, while secure browser extensions can integrate with existing workflows. Data protection. Both approaches offer strong controls but differ in how they apply them. BIOD and remote access. Enterprise browsers provide better control for managed devices, while secure browser extensions cover unmanaged and contractor devices without disruption. Productivity and management overhead. The two approaches have different operational requirements. By understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each approach, security teams can make an informed decision that fits their organization's needs and risk profile. Title: Dutch NCSC confirms active exploitation of Citrix Netscaler CVE 2025-6543 in critical sectors. Published, August 12, 2025. Aug 12, 2025. Ravi Lakshmanan. Vulnerability/threat intelligence. The Dutch National Cybersecurity Center, NCSCNL, has warned of cyber attacks exploiting a recently disclosed critical security flaw impacting Citrix Netscaler ADC products to breach organizations in the country. The NCSCNL said it discovered the exploitation of CVE 2025-6543 targeting several critical organizations within the Netherlands, and that investigations are ongoing to determine the extent of the impact. CVE 2025-6543, CVSS score, 9.2, is a critical security vulnerability in Netscaler ADC that results in unintended control flow and denial of service, DOS, when the devices are configured as a gateway, VPN virtual server, ICA proxy, CVPN, RDP proxy, or AAA virtual server. The vulnerability was first disclosed in late June 2025, with patches released in the following versions: Netscaler ADC and Netscaler Gateway 14.1 prior to 14.1 to 47.46. Netscaler ADC and Netscaler Gateway 13.1 prior to 13.1 to 59.19. Netscaler ADC 13.1 FIPS and NDCPP prior to 13.1 37.2 36 FIPS and NDCPP. As of June 30, 2025, CVE 2025-6543 has been added to the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency's CISA Known Exploited Vulnerabilities catalog. Another flaw in the same product, CVE 2025-5777, CVSS score, 9.3, was also placed on the list last month. NCSCNL described the activity as likely the work of a sophisticated threat actor, adding the vulnerability has been exploited as a zero-day since early May 2025, almost 2 months before it was publicly disclosed, and the attackers took steps to erase traces in an effort to conceal the compromise. The exploitation was discovered on July 16, 2025. During the investigation, malicious web shells were found on Citrix devices, the agency said. A web shell is a piece of rogue code that gives an attacker remote access to the system. The attacker can place a web shell by abusing a vulnerability. To mitigate the risk arising from CVE 2025-6543, organizations are advised to apply the latest updates, and terminate permanent and active sessions by running the following commands: kill ICA connection all, kill POIP connection all, kill AAA session all, kill RDP connection all, clear LB persistent sessions. Organizations can also run a shell script made available by NCSCNL to hunt for indicators of compromise associated with the exploitation of CVE 2025-6543. Files with a different .php extension in Citrix Netscaler system folders may be an indication of abuse, NCSCNL said. Check for newly created accounts on the Netscaler, and specifically for accounts with increased rights. Title: New Tetra Radio Encryption Flaws Expose Law Enforcement Communications. Published, August 11, 2025. A recent discovery by cybersecurity researchers has highlighted significant security vulnerabilities in the terrestrial trunked radio, TETRA, protocol, which is widely used by law enforcement, military, transportation, utilities, and critical infrastructure operators. The issues, dubbed 2 TETRA 2 burst, were presented at the Black Hat USA Security Conference and include weaknesses in the proprietary end-to-end encryption mechanism that expose the system to replay and brute force attacks. The vulnerabilities affect the TETRA standards 4 encryption algorithms, TEA1, TEA2, TEA3, and TEA4. The identified issues are: CVE 2025-52940, TETRA end-to-end encrypted voice streams are vulnerable to replay attacks, allowing attackers to inject arbitrary voice streams that can be played back indistinguishably from authentic traffic. CVE 2025-52941, an intentionally weakened EAS-128 implementation renders the algorithm vulnerable to brute force attacks. CVE 2025-52942, end-to-end encrypted TETRA SDS messages feature no replay protection, allowing for arbitrary replay of messages towards humans or machines. CVE 2025-52943, TETRA networks that support multiple air interface encryption algorithms are vulnerable to key recovery attacks due to the identical SCK/CCK network key for all supported algorithms. CVE 2025-52944, the TETRA protocol lacks message authentication, allowing for the injection of arbitrary messages such as voice and data. These vulnerabilities can have significant impacts on TETRA networks, particularly those that use the standard in a data carrying capacity. Midnight Blue researchers warn that voice replay or injection scenarios can cause confusion among legitimate users, which can be used as an amplifying factor in larger scale attacks. In response to these findings, ETSI has stated that the end-to-end encryption mechanism used in TETRA-based radios is not part of the ETSI standard and that purchasers of TETRA-based radios are free to deploy other solutions for E2E on their radios. However, this may not be sufficient to address the security risks associated with these vulnerabilities. To mitigate the impacts of these vulnerabilities, Midnight Blue recommends the following. CVE 2025-52940, migrate to scrutinized, secure E2E solution. CVE 2025-52941, migrate to non-weakened E2E variant. CVE 2025-52943, disable TEA1 support and rotate all AIE keys. CVE 2025-52944, when using TETRA in a data carrying capacity, add TLS/VPN layer on top of TETRA. There are currently no patches available for the vulnerabilities, but ETSI is expected to provide updates in the third quarter of 2025. In the meantime, users are advised to implement enhanced TETRA key management policies. Additionally, there have been recent discoveries of 3 flaws in the Sepura SC20 series of mobile TETRA radios that allow attackers with physical access to the device to achieve unauthorized code execution. Patches for these vulnerabilities are expected to be made available in the third quarter of 2025. Title: Researchers spot surge in Erlang/OTP SSH/RCE exploits, 70% target OT firewalls. Published, August 11, 2025. AUG 11, 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan Vulnerability/Network Security. Malicious actors have been observed exploiting a now patched critical security flaw impacting Erlang/Open Telecom Platform, OTP, SSH as early as beginning of May 2025, with about 70% of detections originating from firewalls protecting operational technology, OT, networks. The vulnerability in question is CVE 2025-32433, CVSS score, 10.0, a missing authentication issue that could be abused by an attacker with network access to an Erlang/OTP SSH server to execute arbitrary code. It was patched in April 2025 with versions OTP 27.3.3, OTP 26.2.5.11, and OTP 25.3.2.20. Then in June 2025, the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, added the flaw to its known exploited vulnerabilities, catalog, based on evidence of active exploitation. At the heart of Erlang/OTP's secure communication capabilities lies its native SSH implementation responsible for encrypted connections, file transfers, and most importantly, command execution. Palo Alto Networks Unit 42 researchers Adam Robbie, Yahanan, Malav Vyas, Cecilia Hu, Matthew Tennis, and Zanhao Chen said. A flaw in this implementation would allow an attacker with network access to execute arbitrary code on vulnerable systems without requiring credentials, presenting a direct and severe risk to exposed assets. The cybersecurity company's analysis of telemetry data has revealed that over 85% of exploit attempts have primarily singled out healthcare, agriculture, media, and entertainment, and high technology sectors in the US, Canada, Brazil, India, and Australia, among others. In the attacks observed, the successful exploitation of CVE 2025-32433 is followed by the threat actors using reverse shells to gain unauthorized remote access to target networks. It's currently not known who is behind the efforts. This widespread exposure on industrial-specific ports indicates a significant global attack surface across OT networks, Unit 42 said. Analysis of affected industries demonstrates variance in the attacks. Attackers are attempting to exploit the vulnerability in short, high-intensity bursts. These are disproportionately targeting OT networks and attempting to access exposed services over both IT and industrial ports.
A music and science lover has revealed that some birds can store and retrieve digital data. Specifically, he converted a PNG sketch of a bird into an audio waveform, then tried to embed it in the song memory of a young starling, ready for later retrieval as an image. Ben Jordan made a video of this feat, sharing it on YouTube, and according to his calculations, the bird-based data transfer system could be capable of around 2 MB/s data speeds. Excuse Jordan, and us, as we are new to bird-based data transfer performance, but there are definitely a few caveats behind that speed claim. I saved a PNG image to a bird, YouTube. I saved a PNG image to a bird, YouTube. Watch on. The segment of the video with the playback and recording of the bird drawing data begins around 17 minutes into the video. During the introductory segment of the video, we learn about some of the background considerations of this experiment. For example, Jordan outlines why he didn't use the well-known mimicry skills of a parrot for this PNG data storage and retrieval test. You may like burning imagery onto a CD and hashtag 039 S data surface. New tool burns images onto compact disks recording area using ones and zeros. Data center close up. New single molecule magnet tech could unlock hard drives with 100x more capacity. Rubin Observatory Telescope. Rubin telescope to collect up to 500,000 TB of data from 3,200 megapixel camera over 10 years. To cut a long story short, songbirds have some of the best developed vocal abilities in the animal world, so they were the best choice. A particular feature among songbirds is the syrinx, located at the junction of the trachea and bronchi. This can be tuned by independently controlled muscle groups to control pitch and speed for extraordinary vocal gymnastics. Due to the bilateral structure of the syrinx, even phase and wave interference effects are possible. A special starling. Last but not least, as far as the backstory goes, is the tale of the special starling you will see in the video and the images here. This bird left the nest early and was found on the roadside as a baby. Its abandoned situation was thought to be due to the stress of its home being next to a busy train track. Young songbirds learn their calls by imitation, so could potentially be viewed as blank canvases for archiving sounds. This special starling, reared by humans, has been even more receptive to reproducing alien audio waveforms, like camera shutters and distant human speech with reverb effects. Uploading to the bird. Around 17 minutes in, Jordan begins the attempt to store a drawing of a bird in the starling song memory. From the video, it seems like he created a simple PNG image of a bird, a basic line drawing. Jordan then put the shape into a spectral synthesizer, turning it into a waveform. As such, he could audibly play an image to the starling. Stay on the cutting edge, get the Tom's Hardware newsletter. Get Tom's Hardware's best news and in-depth reviews, straight to. Jordan spent the recording session playing the sound to the starling, seemingly without noticing that he'd achieved his goal. When he got home and rummaged through many gigabytes of audio from the session, something caught his eye. There was a small waveform that caught his attention, and zooming in, he discovered it was the bird image, but visible much later into the session time than when he was replaying the spectrogram sample from his smartphone to the starling. Which could only mean one thing. It was a bird image produced by the bird itself. A starling can be used to save a PNG image. Original image, above, starling vocal waveform, below, image credit, Ben Jordan. Now, Jordan goes into some technical details about the audio and image data files, and follows up with some back of the napkin math that would only interest the most data-absorbed audio files. This little bird successfully learned and emulated the sound in the exact same frequency range that he heard it, effectively transferring about 176 kilobytes of uncompressed information, mused the music and science enthusiast. Hypothetically, if this were an audible file transfer protocol that used a 10:1 data compression ratio, that's nearly 2 megabytes of information per second. While there are a lot of caveats and limitations there, the fact that you could set up a speaker in your yard and conceivably store any amount of data in songbirds is crazy. It is indeed crazy that you can effectively scan an image then reproduce it using birdsong, but it seems to have just happened. No doubt, an ostrich that can run Doom is just around the corner. Follow Tom's Hardware on Google News to get our up-to-date news, analysis, and reviews in your feeds. Make sure to click the follow button.
Title, High Voltage Sine Weekly Recap, Bad Chem Attack, WinRAR 0 Day, EDR Killer, NVIDIA Flaws, Ransomware Attacks and more. Published, August 11, 2025. This is a cybersecurity newsletter that provides an update on various security-related topics. Here's a summary of the key points. New security threats. Asterisk AI-powered shadow agents are becoming a serious security threat, with potential access to sensitive data. Asterisk AI-fueled attacks are targeting identity security, making traditional defenses obsolete. Asterisk Python security is critical in 2025, with threats like repojacking, typo squatting, and known vulnerabilities in core Python infrastructure. New tools. Asterisk Doom Arena is a modular, plug-in framework for testing AI agents against evolving security threats. Asterisk Yamato Security has released a suite of open-source tools aimed at strengthening digital forensics and threat hunting, including Hayabusa, Takajo, Suzaku, Wella, and Sigma Optimizer UI. Cybersecurity tips. Asterisk Boost your threat detection with easy, free tools like Uptime Robot, Qualys Community Edition, OSEC, and Alien Vault Open Threat Exchange, OTX. Asterisk regular updates, timely patches, and continuous monitoring are essential for staying ahead of attackers. Asterisk building a culture of security is crucial, and always being ready to adapt to the changing landscape is key. Conclusion. Staying informed is the best defense against cyber threats. By using the right tools, staying up to date with security best practices, and building a culture of security, organizations can stay ahead of attackers and protect their systems and data. The newsletter concludes by encouraging readers to keep their systems secure, stay vigilant, and adapt to the changing landscape of cybersecurity threats. Title: 6 Lessons Learned, Focusing Security Where Business Value Lives. Published, August 11, 2025. The evolution of exposure management, a proven methodology for security teams. Security teams have traditionally focused on protecting critical assets in their environment, but determining which ones are truly business critical can be a challenging task. To address this issue, security teams need a structured approach that aligns exposure management with business priorities. An updated 4-step approach has emerged as a proven methodology for mapping and securing business critical assets. The new framework focuses on identifying critical business processes, mapping them to technology, prioritizing based on business risk, and acting where it matters most. By following these steps, security teams can identify which vulnerabilities pose the greatest threat to business operations and remediate them efficiently. One of the key takeaways from the updated approach is that not all assets are created equal. Security teams need to focus their resources on systems that, if compromised, would create actual business disruption rather than just technical issues. Organizations that implemented this targeted approach have reported significant efficiency gains, with some reducing remediation efforts by up to 96%. Another crucial aspect of the new framework is integrating business context into security prioritization. Without business context, vulnerability signals lack meaning. By knowing which systems support core business functions, security teams can make decisions based on actual impact rather than technical severity alone. The updated approach has also revealed that CFOs are becoming increasingly involved in cybersecurity decisions. Financial leaders want to know how security risks are assessed from a business perspective, and framing security in terms of business risk management is essential for promoting initiatives and securing necessary budgets. Ultimately, the key to effective exposure management is clarity. Security teams don't need more information, they need better context to make sense of what they already have. When connected to business outcomes, conversations with leadership change fundamentally. It's no longer about technical metrics but about business protection and continuity. The updated four-step approach has proven effectiveness across diverse industries, with organizations reporting dramatic efficiency improvements and some reducing remediation efforts by up to 96%. By focusing on assets that drive the business forward, security teams can achieve better security outcomes with fewer resources and demonstrate clear value to the organization.
Leandro0z2 says. Best viewers on stream.com, remove the space, at KM Peaks Snaps.
Trust underscore Thenic underscore process says hi Sophia, 2 weeks ago I sent you a message on LinkedIn inviting you to join my network, but I haven't received any response yet.
Fetched 13 articles from Bleeping Computer. Title, Microsoft fixes Windows 11 24H2 updates failing with 0x80240069 error. Published, August 14, 2025. Microsoft has resolved a known issue preventing the August 2025 Windows 11 24H2 cumulative update from being delivered via Windows Server Update Services, WSUS. Introduced almost 20 years ago, WSUS helps IT administrators defer, approve, and schedule updates for Microsoft products on enterprise networks from a single local update server, rather than having each endpoint update from Redmond's servers. Microsoft
I was
confirmed the
muted,
known
I'm
issue
so
yesterday
sorry.
evening, one day after
So I
widespread
was
reports
saying
from
that,
Windows administrators
let's
regarding
pause this again. Was I
0x80240069
muted the
errors
whole
when installing the Windows
time?
11 24H2 KB50638878 update. Those
So I will
affected
read
also
this as I
reported
was
finding new
paused.
entries in the
So
Windows
I
event log,
said I'm
which included
sorry.
service while server
I have
unexpectedly
had
stopped
like
and the Windows
30,
Update service
and I did
terminated
3
unexpectedly
yesterday.
messages.
And
The
I
August
don't want to
12,
just accept.
2025 Windows Security
I
Update
want
for Windows
to
11, version
click into it
24H2,
and read who I'm connecting to now.
KB50638878, might fail to install with error
So
code
that's why I don't just
0x80240069 when
accept them
installed via
quickly.
Windows Server Update Services,
Um,
WSUS, the company said in a Wednesday Windows Release
so
Health Update.
2
Home
weeks ago,
users are unlikely to
if you tell
experience
me
this
your
issue,
name,
as
I can find it
WSUS is designed for
once,
use across business and enterprise
or
environments. Fix
your,
pushed via known issue rollback.
yeah, like
While a fix for this update issue is
anything
not
that
yet
will
being
make
shipped to
me
all customers through
recognize
Windows
it. Like,
Update,
what color shirt
Microsoft
you
has
have,
started rolling one out
which,
automatically through known issue rollback, KIR, to all enterprise managed devices. To
or
address the
first
bug,
name,
Windows
title,
administrators must
whatever.
install the known
And
issue
I'll find
rollback
it
group
and I can do
policy
it
on
at
impacted
once.
enterprise managed
But
devices
I'm
running
going through
Windows
all of
11
them now.
24H2. To deploy this policy, admins must use the group policy editor to select the Windows version they want to target in the local computer policy or the domain policy on the domain controller, and then restart the affected devices to apply the group policy setting. You can find additional guidance on deploying and configuring KIR group policies on Microsoft's documentation website. As a workaround for those who prefer to wait for the fix to be included in a future Windows update, Microsoft said that affected customers can also manually install the KB50638878 cumulative update via Windows Update or the Microsoft Update catalog. This isn't the first time admins have experienced problems delivering a Windows 11 update via WSUS Indiana recent months. In April, Microsoft confirmed an identical issue after enterprise customers reported being plagued by the same Windows Update service errors when trying to update Windows 11 22H2/23H2 systems. The company addressed the issue in May by rolling out a fix through known issue rollback, KIR, to all enterprise managed devices. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025.
Yeah, so that's how. I thought I didn't know I was muted. So I was actually not in the meeting or anything. I thought I was talking to you guys. Sorry. So this is one of the reasons that I want to check in who this person just sent a connect, and they made it like their own lightweight Python. So, you just want to see what people are doing, right? So just want to don't want to just click accept and then don't know who I connect with. So see what people are doing, learn from each other. And I started with the oldest one now because I don't know who. It said 2 weeks though. I had, let's see here, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. That one is an invitation too. So 3 of them were that, and these I want to open. So now I have skipped to the middle here. Are you Swedish? Because both these persons, they're both guys are Swedish here. In Stockholm. that happen to have the approximate time. Someone is writing, I'm now preparing for this with the exam at the beginning of 2020. Yeah, so they didn't update their LinkedIn for 5 years. Guess they didn't have to. Should we start the news again? Let's do that. So you
Title:
can listen to
Google
the
Gemini's
news.
deep research is finally coming to API. Published, August 13, 2025. Google Gemini's one of the most powerful features is deep research, but up until now, it has been strictly limited to the Gemini interface. This could change soon. With deep research in Gemini, you can search about pretty much anything, including scholars, existing research papers, and more. Google describes deep research as an agentic research assistant that can browse up to hundreds of websites on your behalf, think through its findings, and create insightful multi-page reports in minutes. With the Gemini 2.5 model, deep research is even better at all stages of research, from planning to delivering even more insightful and detailed reports, Google noted in a document. Right now, Gemini 2.5 Pro's deep research does not work outside gemini.google.com, but Google's Logan Kilpatrick has confirmed that deep research is coming to API. There can be hundreds of use cases of deep research in API. For example, you can integrate it into your IDE, and then use deep research to prepare a report for your next vibe-coded project. Deep research is not just about writing long papers, but also about transforming a prompt into a personalized multi-point research plan. Last but not least, deep research autonomously searches and deeply browses the web to find relevant, up-to-date information. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025. Title: OpenAI relaxes GPT-5 rate limit, promises to improve the personality. Published, August 13, 2025. OpenAI is slowly addressing all concerns around GPT-5, including rate limits and now its personality, which has been criticized for being less affirmative. In a support document, OpenAI confirmed it has restored the older models for paid
Less
customers,
affirmative.
so you can now use
I think people
GPT-4o,
don't like when
GPT-03,
it's
and
just
more.
like,
You just need
oh,
to use the
you're
model
right,
selector and
you're
choose one of the models
right.
under legacy models. In addition, GPT-5 automatically switches between fast and thinking, and you can also choose additional GPT-5 options directly from the top of the model picker. For example, we now have GPT-5 Fast, which offers instant answers. Model selector. Source, bleeping computer. Then, there's Thinking, which offers deeper reasoning. GPT-5 Thinking Mini offers faster reasoning, and there's also Pro, which OpenAI says is research-grade intelligence. GPT-5 Thinking limit has been increased to 3,000 per week for GPT Plus subscribers, but that's not all. In a post on X, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman confirmed it's working on an update to GPT-5's personality. Once the update is rolled out, GPT-5 will feel warmer than the current version, but don't expect it to be as affirmative as GPT-4o. OpenAI is also exploring per-user customization of model personality. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the PICUS Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025.
So now I only have 13
Title:
left.
Fortinet warns of 40 seam pre-auth RCE flaw with exploit in the wild.
says,
Published,
Yo,
August
I just
13,
saw you accepted my
2025.
invite on LinkedIn and you are live as well.
Yeah, I'm just doing it. I have 13 left to go. Was it long ago? I'm sorry for the delay. I'm so sorry. So I don't know which one. I accept several. I did look at everybody, like check stuff out. And so yeah, send me a message with your name, right? Then I can connect. It's always nice to have a face on who you're chatting with. It's great. So I'm gonna go from the oldest. I still have 5 that's 1 month old. Let's connect with everybody. I feel bad not answering. But I just don't wanna click accept without knowing who I'm connecting to, right? You wanna know. Hmm. Quite a few
So,
sweetie.
what are we doing right now? I was doing my office work, took some break XD.
Yeah. So I'm going to. I applied to 2 jobs yesterday, so I'm going to apply for a few more. So the consulting gig that I had ended last week, so it's like instead of just streaming, co-work streaming, and in the breaks we're going to uh, finish this. Let's see here, this one. So we're gonna finish administrator in the break. So work is applying for jobs, and I have to do the LinkedIn connections first, right? And I just moved a virtual machine, installed the new Kali a bit ago, because my Proxmox server hardware died when I was on vacation. So we're gonna open it and tell it that it
Yeah,
is
I had done
new.
administrator when it was an active machine if I remember correctly.
Ah, yeah, I don't think it was that old. Yeah. So don't think we have that much left. We have like 7 users now. It's like, okay, another user, another user, another user. Oh, now I've got 3 at once. Oh, which one of those are the most interesting? Oh, right, one of them is the one we saw the user directory. Yeah, so we'll see how much it is left on it. But then you already did it. So let's see. That one, that one. Yeah, I didn't even say move. Maybe it just when I started. Yeah, so I moved it. I'm thinking that's for like not having duplicate MAC addresses and stuff, right? So it's definitely stop water going this way. Yeah. Why? I did wash it. Might just be water still there. Probably. Yeah, so I of course I don't want to do them. I want to do them when I can stream them, right? So let's see if I don't get. Yeah, I think it was just water there. So my VMware has been messy. I'm like spoiled with having Proxmox now, and it's much worse to be streaming on the same computer where you're running Olama summarizing RSS feed news, and also running that Python script and running VMware. Yeah, and streaming. Yeah. So my processor was like max yesterday. So this is a co-working stream. But now I'm just, if people chat, I chat. That's what you would do. That's co-working, You go over to your colleague and you talk a bit. Some people do very focused and not talking on their co-working. That's not how I work usually, right? I chat with people when I work too. So, now this is started, I'm just gonna start the VPN too, so we're ready for when the break happens in 35 minutes, so we can continue. I mistyped, but I fixed it. There. So, as it took a long time to start Bloodhound yesterday, I'll just start it in the background now. Actually, we had to uninstall and reinstall it, and restart the VM to get it working. Yeah. I think it's quick now. Let's start some news.
Fortinet is warning about a remote unauthenticated command injection flaw in FortiSeam that has in the wild exploit code, making it critical for admins to apply the latest security updates. FortiSeam is a central security monitoring and analytics system used for logging, network telemetry, and security incident alerts, serving as an integral part of security operation centers, where it's an essential tool in the hands of IT ops teams and analysts. The product is generally used by governments, large enterprises, financial institutions, healthcare providers, and managed security service providers, MSSPs. The flaw, tracked as CVET 2025-25256 and rated critical, CVSS 9.8, impacts multiple branches of SEAM, from 5.4 up to 7.3. An improper neutralization of special elements used in an OS command injection, vulnerability CWE78 and FortiSeam may allow an unauthenticated attacker to execute unauthorized code or commands via crafted CLI requests, describes Fortinet. While Fortinet does not outright state that the flaw was exploited as a zero-day, they did confirm that functional exploit code exists for the flaw. Practical exploit code for this vulnerability was found in the wild, noted the vendor. Fortinet says exploitation of this flaw does not produce distinctive IOCs to determine if a device has been compromised. This disclosure comes a day after Greynoise warned of a massive spike in brute force attacks targeting Fortinet SSL VPNs earlier this month, followed by a switch to FortiManager. The network threat intelligence company warned that spikes of malicious traffic often precede the disclosure of a new vulnerability. It is unclear if Fortinet's disclosure of CVET 2025-25256 is related to Greynoise's report. Given the availability of an exploit proof of concept, POC, organizations must apply the latest security updates for CVET 2025-25256 as soon as possible by upgrading to one of the following FortiSeam versions. FortiSeam 7.3.2. FortiSeam 7.2.6.
FortiSeam today.
FortiSeam 7.1.8.
Actually, I use Grok
FortiSeam
tasks for latest
7.0.4.
cybersecurity news.
FortiSeam June
Grok
7th,
to give me
10.
top 5 latest
FortiSeam versions
cybersec news daily
5.4
at
to
9 a.m.
6.6 are also vulnerable in all versions, but they are no
yeah.
longer supported and will not receive a patch for the flaw.
That's one way.
Administrators managing older
So
FortiSeam
this
versions
is
are
RSS
advised to
feeds,
migrate to a newer,
actually.
actively supported
So
release.
it's like a bit
Fortinet also
outdated.
included a
So
workaround of limiting access to the pH monitor on port
if you
7900,
have any tips for
indicating that this is
feeds,
the
I have
entry
a
point for
list
malicious
here, and this is a
exploitation.
GitHub too.
It's important to
So
note
you
that
can
such
just add stuff.
workarounds reduce exposure and buy time until an upgrade can be performed.
I think I have the
However, they
format
do
at the
not fix
top.
the underlying vulnerability.
I didn't even
46%
care
of environments had
to
passwords
put
cracked,
everything in there.
nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025.
We're just doing 2 days now, but I can set it to just do 1 day too. But we're doing 2 days, and I lowered the TTS speed for stream.
A mediocre dev says, I have come to lurk while I work, hope your hacking is going well and that you're kicking nostrils.
Thank you, and welcome in. Yeah, we're going to continue this box when I have like a break. I'm gonna work a bit now, but I had to explain what we hear, right? This is just a Python script that it gets RSS feeds and it if there's a better article on the link, it will get that one. If it needs to, it will use Playwright. And if the size is over something that I set in the settings.
I felt so cybersec the other day when I hardened the VPS where some of our applications live.
Ah, nice. Yeah. So most IT work is cyber too right now because we have to be secure or stuff happens. Yeah. So if you have any great RSS feeds, please tell me. Send me the links, or just tell me about the site, so I can add it, because this is quite nice actually. But I don't hear it all the time. Depends on how much I'm focusing on what I'm doing. But I'm kind of thinking maybe this is a good way of doing it. If the news are annoying, just tell me and we can just pause it like that. Yeah. So today I set it to summarize to 500 words. So it's shorter. Yesterday we had 700. And before that I had it just at 300. So, but I'm thinking if it's going to last the whole stream, then I better do more words. But we don't, maybe. Yeah, and also it doesn't summarize the ones that are shorter. So this is not summarized. It wouldn't look like this then probably. Yeah, I'll continue for another 30 minutes, then we'll hopefully finish the administrator box.
Title: Windows 11 24H2 updates failing again with 0x80240069 errors. Published, August 13, 2025. The KB5063878 Windows 11 24H2 cumulative update, released earlier this week, fails to install on some systems
Able
according to widespread reports
443
from
says,
Windows administrators.
I don't know
As many
about
admins have
Playwright,
reported
I
on
just
social
saw that
media
in
and
your
Bleeping
code.
Computer,
Isn't this
this
like the
issue
Quest
affects Windows
module?
Server Update Services,
It's actually a
WSUS, users,
Microsoft
who are
thing
experiencing
to
0x80240069 errors when installing the August 2025 security
pretend
updates.
we're actually
On
a
impacted
normal
devices,
browser with a
users
user
will
in
also
it.
see
You
service
can
while
even
servers
move the mouse
unexpectedly
on the
stopped
page
and
and
the Windows
stuff.
Update
It's,
service terminated
well,
unexpectedly
Microsoft made
messages in the event
this
log.
hacking
I'm in
tool
WSUS environment, the update
or
is approved but
squeaking
all of
tool.
the existing 24H2 client
Yeah,
failed to install, with error
because
code,
the pages
download
have
error,
protections against.
0x80240069.
This is an
Tried to
automated
decline in
script, even though I'm
WSUS and approve
actively
again, still no
listening to
luck.
it. It's
Someone
not
said,
me clicking the
same
pages,
here.
right?
I've got 100 failures Viaduct SCCM with that error code.
Yeah.
2 successful, which likely didn't get it from SCCM, another one replied. Since this issue appears to affect only systems receiving updates through WSUS, home users are unlikely to experience these
Okay,
update
got it.
problems,
Yeah,
Thanks.
since
I
this
can show
network
you
service is
too.
typically used only
It's
in
just
enterprise
annoying that it
environments.
keeps talking.
A
Since
Microsoft spokesperson was unable
I
to provide a
tell the
statement immediately when
TTS
contacted by Bleeping
to
Computer
do the
earlier
whole
today.
text at once, I
While
can't pause
Microsoft
it
has
in the
yet to
middle.
confirm these
I
update
might
problems and
actually
an
split it
official
up
fix
so
is
I
not
can
yet
pause
available,
it
some
if
admins
I
have
do
shared a
keep
temporary
doing this.
workaround requiring those impacted to import the
So
update
here we
into
have used
WSUS
Playwright. It
manually
doesn't
using the
work well
following
on
IDs.
Linux.
WSUS sync,
Anyway,
update
automatic
ID
install
8018AB0724249328
automatic installation of
EF2 of
Playwright on Linux doesn't work
DA366F6B3F6.
very well.
Update catalog import.
So
Update ID 9206137AB93-4659-72A0372250372225E6BB0F. This isn't the first Windows update
check
that
for
can't be delivered
playwright.
via
Yeah, this is just a
WSUS in recent
start.
months. Microsoft confirmed an identical issue in April, when enterprise customers were also plagued by Windows
Here's
Update service
downloading the
errors with
article book playwright.
0x80240069
So we
codes
give
when
it
trying to
like
update
user
Windows
agents and stuff.
1122H2/23H2 systems. The company addressed the issue in May by rolling out a fix through Known Issue Rollback, KIR, to all enterprise-managed devices. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025.
And then it stops just when I'm about to continue doing stuff. Should I keep it off? What do you think? It's nice to get some news though, but when I'm like talking over it, we already heard about the failing updates. Yeah. So of course, both Bleeping Computer and the Hacker News thing has the same
Did
thing.
you know about the SharePoint vuln?
Yeah. But that's like last week, right? At least. But maybe there's new ones. Also, I'm listening to. I'm listening to the Security Now podcast. So I'm like, I think he's doing that too. Again. So I probably didn't hear all of that because I was falling asleep when I listened to it. So I'm gonna start from the top again. So should I start? I started and I will stop it in a bit.
Title: New downgrade attack can bypass FIDO auth in Microsoft Entra ID. Published August 13, 2025. A new FIDO downgrade attack has been discovered by security researchers, which tricks users into authenticating with weaker login methods, making them susceptible to phishing and session hijacking. This attack exploits a gap in Microsoft Entra ID's compatibility with certain browser user agents that support FIDO-based authentication. The attack uses an adversary in the middle, AITM, tool called EvilJunks to spoof a browser user agent that lacks FIDO support, specifically Safari on Windows. This causes the user to be forced to authenticate through a less secure method, which can be intercepted by the attacker. When the target clicks on a phishing link, they are directed to a phishing site running the custom phishlet, which spoofs an unsupported browser user agent and triggers FIDO authentication to fail. The error message then prompts the user to choose an alternate verification fallback method, such as the Microsoft Authenticator app or SMS code. If the user uses one of these alternative methods, the AITM proxy intercepts both their account credentials and MFA token or session cookie, allowing the attacker to hijack the account. While this attack does not directly exploit a vulnerability in FIDO itself, it shows that the system can be bypassed, which is a significant weakness. The discovery of this attack highlights the importance of security measures to prevent phishing and session hijacking. To mitigate risks, organizations can consider turning off fallback authentication methods for their accounts or activating additional checks and confirmations when such processes are triggered. If a login process suddenly asks for a different method instead of a registered passkey, it's a red flag, and users should abort and verify via official, trusted channels. The attack is especially concerning in critical environments where FIDO-based authentication is widely adopted due to its reputation as phishing resistant. However, the fact that this attack has not been seen in the wild yet does not diminish the risk, as threat actors still focus on easier targets such as accounts lacking MFA protection. Title: Spike in Fortinet VPN brute force attacks raises zero-day concerns. Published August 13, 2025.
I should start reading the content
A massive spike in brute force attacks targeted Fortinet SSL VPNs earlier this month, followed by a switch to FortiManager, marked a deliberate shift in targeting that has historically preceded new vulnerability disclosures. The campaign, detected by threat monitoring platform Greynoise, manifested in two waves, on August 3 and August 5, with the second wave pivoting to FortiManager targeting with a different TCP signature. As Greynoise previously reported, such
so it
spikes in
doesn't do
deliberate
this
scanning
anymore.
and
So
brute
it
forcing
stops
precede the
after a
disclosure of
set
new security
number
vulnerabilities 80% of the
old
time.
ones, so it doesn't
Often,
pause.
such scans aim at enumerating exposed endpoints,
For
evaluating their
old ones.
significance, and estimating their exploitation potential, with actual attack waves following shortly after. New research shows spikes like this often precede the disclosure of new vulnerabilities affecting the same vendor, most within 6 weeks, warned Greynoise. In fact, Greynoise found that spikes in activity triggering this exact tag are significantly correlated with future disclosed vulnerabilities in Fortinet products. Due to this, defenders shouldn't dismiss those spikes in activity as failed attempts to exploit old, patched flaws, but rather treat them as potential precursors to zero-day disclosure and strengthen security measures to block them. The Fortinet brute force attacks. On August 3, 2025, Greynoise recorded a spike in brute forcing attempts targeting Fortinet SSL VPN as part of a steady activity it has been monitoring since earlier. JA4 Plus fingerprint analysis, a network fingerprinting method for identifying and classifying encrypted traffic, linked the spike to
This
June
is a
activity
fantastic
originating from a
project.
FortiGate device on a
I assume
residential
that
IP
it's
address
available on
associated
your
with
GitHub.
Pilot Fiber Inc.
Yeah.
This overlap doesn't confirm
I can just
attribution,
GitHub.
but it
And thank
suggests
you very
possible
much.
reuse of tooling or network environments,
So there you
commented
have the
Greynoise in
GitHub.
its bulletin. Activity spike on August 3, 2025 source,
And there's
Greynoise.
also for Linux,
2
but I
days
haven't
later,
finished the
on
TTS
August 5th,
bit.
a new
So
brute force campaign
we
from the
might do
same
that
attacker
tomorrow.
emerged, which switched targeting from
Thanks.
FortiOS SSL VPN endpoints to FortiManager's FGFM service. While the August 3 traffic has targeted the FortiOS profile, traffic fingerprinted with TCP and
We did it on
client
stream
signatures and
too.
meta-signature from August
Built
5th
it on
onward was
stream.
not hitting FortiOS, explained Greynoise. Instead, it was consistently targeting our FortiManager, FGFM profile, albeit still triggering our
Typing
Fortinet
messages.
SSL VPN brute forcer tag. This shift suggested that either the same attackers or the same toolset/infrastructure moved from trying to brute force VPN logins to trying to brute force FortiManager access. The IP addresses associated with this activity, and which should be placed on block lists, are 31.206.51.194, 23.120.100.230, 96.67.212.83, 104.129.137.162, 118.97.151.34, 180.254.147.16, 20.207.197.237, 180.254.155.227, 185.77.225.174, 45.227.254.113.
This one was not
Greynoise notes that
summarized.
the tracked malicious activity is evolving with time and is associated with a specific origin cluster that most likely performs adaptive testing.
We could send all
In
of them.
general, this activity is unlikely to be researcher scans, which are typically broader in scope and limited in
And it
rate,
also
and wouldn't
starts
involve credential brute
Llama if it's not
forcing, which is seen
started.
as an apparent intrusion
Installs
attempt.
it doesn't do
Hence,
it, actually
defenders should
tells you how
block the
to do
listed
it.
IPS,
Speaking of
increase
Linux,
login protection
last
on
week I
Fortinet
switched from
devices,
Windows to
and harden
Kali as
external
my
access
host
where
OS.
possible,
I'm just
restricting
so
access
tired of
only to trusted
Windows,
IP ranges and
primarily due to
VPNs.
glitches and lags.
46% of environments had
Yeah.
passwords cracked,
So a lot of
nearly
people
doubling
say
from
Kali is not a
25% last
good
year. Get the
main
Pickus Blue
OS, but I
Report
disagree.
2025 now for a comprehensive
It
look at more
has
findings on
crashed for me
prevention,
twice on a
detection, and data
laptop,
exfiltration trends.
but
Get the Blue Report 2025.
otherwise it's been perfect. So you can do anything, you can run code, you can run, whatever you want to. I've played Minecraft with my kids on an old computer that will never do Windows and Minecraft. So it's great. Good luck to you. I might do Linux on this computer as it's Windows 10, and it's too old for the. It doesn't have the TPM2. So we'll see. Maybe I'll try Windows 11, but I kind of hate it. So we'll see if we can get around the no updates with their we'll give you updates
It
anyway
works
thing.
great for me, no issues so far, only challenges installing VMware host modules and keeping it updated.
Okay. Yeah, so the updating, Kelly, or is it just VMware, keeping VMware updated? For Kelly, it's nice. So my problem is this. OBS, right? So OBS is not fun in Kali or in any
Keeping
Linux.
VMware updated.
Yeah, VMware. Yeah. I noticed a bit ago, by the way, that we had on an old Kali VM, I had 13 versions of Burp because it never uninstalls Burp. So you have to keep track of some things. They didn't answer to my LinkedIn post on that, but maybe I should make an issue or something. or request in their system. But it's kind of nice if they upgrade a tool that they remove the old versions too. That's the only flaw, and maybe that it updates tools quicker. Some of them are quite old. So I'm actually going to have to go. Oh, oh, it's so warm in here. It's actually cooler on the outside of the door. Now it's just 31 outside on the roof, so it's more shadow on the side. So hopefully it'll get cooler outside than inside. So, ah, yeah. And did you send me a message on LinkedIn so I can see, I can connect people with? I guess I should make a translation list for myself to everybody. You know, the names. So yeah, finish with that message. Oh, I should have unposted probably. Let's do that.
Title: Pennsylvania Attorney General's email, site down after cyber attack. Published, August 13, 2025.
Oh, thank you.
The Office of the Pennsylvania Attorney General has announced
Yeah, I
that a
should have
recent cyber
connected that
attack has taken
myself,
down its
right?
systems,
You had an
including
easy one.
landline phone lines and email accounts. As Attorney General Dave Sunday revealed on social media on Monday, the office staff is currently working to restore affected services and investigate the incident with the help of law enforcement authorities. The network that hosts the Office of Attorney General's systems is currently down, meaning the office's website is offline, as are office email accounts and land phone lines, Sunday said. We are taking steps to determine the cause of the cyber incident, and working to restore services on all avenues. Office of Attorney General staff are continuing to advocate on behalf of the Commonwealth and are working with supervisors to minimize any interruptions.
Now I have your face.
Pennsylvania's Attorney General has
Nice.
yet to attribute the attack to a specific group officially.
Hello.
However, the incident's widespread and crippling impact bears all the signs of a
Alright,
ransomware
I
attack,
will see you
even though no
later.
ransomware
Have to
operation
go
has
back to
claimed
work.
responsibility to
Yeah.
date.
Good
While
luck with
incident
work.
responders continue to work on restoring impacted systems, the website of
So,
Pennsylvania's Attorney
let's-
General was still offline at the time this article was published. Office of
We'll
Pennsylvania's
do a
Attorney
few
General
more of
website,
these, and then
Bleeping
we
Computer.
finish
Although the attack
the
vector is still
box.
unknown, cybersecurity expert Kevin Beaumont had found, 1 month prior, that several public-facing Citrix NetScaler appliances on the Pennsylvania AG's network were vulnerable to ongoing attacks exploiting a critical vulnerability tracked as CVE 2025-5777, also known as Citrix Bleed 2. According to Shodan scans shared by Beaumont, one of the two devices has been offline since July 29, while the other was taken down on August 7. On Monday, the internet security nonprofit Shadow Server Foundation reported that over 3,300 Citrix NetScaler appliances were still vulnerable to CVE 2025-5777 attacks. The same day, the Netherlands National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, warned that attackers have exploited the flaw as a zero-day since at least early May to breach multiple critical organizations in the country. The Openbaar Ministry, the Netherlands Public Prosecution Service, which only recently restored its email servers, also disclosed a breach on July 18 that led to significant operational disruptions. CISA has added the CVE 2025-5777 Citrix vulnerability to its known exploited vulnerabilities catalog, ordering federal agencies to patch their systems against active exploitation within a day. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025. Title: Microsoft removes PowerShell 2.0 from Windows 11, Windows Server. Published, August 13, 2025.
Might be connected to the
Microsoft will
lounge
remove
thing.
PowerShell 2.0 from Windows starting in August, 8 years after announcing its deprecation and keeping it around as an optional feature. The 14-year-old command processor introduced with Windows 7 was already removed for Windows Insiders as of July 2025, with the release of Windows
Is it
11
Windows
Insider
7
Preview Build
already? That is
27891 to the Canary channel.
old.
As detailed in a support document published on Monday, Microsoft will permanently remove PowerShell 2.0 from Windows 11 version 24H2, starting in August, and from Windows Server 2025 in September. For most users and organizations, this change will be uneventful. Newer versions of PowerShell such as PowerShell 5.1 and PowerShell 7.x continue to be available and supported. However, if you have legacy scripts or software that explicitly depends on PowerShell 2.0, you will need to take action and update them or use a workaround to prevent any disruptions, Microsoft said. PowerShell 2.0 will be removed in a later release starting in August 2025 for Windows 11 version 24H2 and a September 2025 release for Windows Server
This one
2025.
seems to be a
All later
recorder.
releases for Windows 11 and Windows Server 2025 will not include PowerShell 2.0. This move is part of a broader effort to remove legacy code, reducing system complexity, and improving Windows security, according to Microsoft. Removal affects customers using legacy scripts and software. Microsoft customers who use legacy applications, including older Microsoft Server products such as Exchange, SharePoint, and SQL Server, that rely on PowerShell 2.0 scripting, will be directly impacted by this change. Although legacy scripts attempting to launch PowerShell 2.0 will automatically default to PowerShell 5.1, which is backward compatible for most commands and modules, those using such tools are advised to update their systems to prevent disruptions. The company added that customers should migrate their scripts and tools to PowerShell 5.1 or PowerShell 7 and replace outdated software that cannot function without PowerShell 2.0
That one
support,
didn't have to be
since
that
some older
long,
third-party
right?
installers may fail on newer Windows versions when attempting to enable PowerShell 2.0 during setup. By using the newer and supported PowerShell 7 or
This
PowerShell
was a nice
5.1,
layout
you
of
can help
the
ensure that scripts
LinkedIn
run
page.
safer,
Maybe I
Microsoft
should
added in a
tweet
new
this.
message center post. If you have legacy scripts or software that explicitly depend on PowerShell 2.0, you will need to either update them or use a workaround to prevent disruptions. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on
40
prevention,
plus.
detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025. Title: Microsoft asks users to ignore certificate enrollment errors. Published, August 13, 2025. Microsoft has asked customers this week to disregard incorrect Certificate Services Client, CERT Enroll, errors that appear after installing the July 2025 preview update and subsequent Windows 11 24H2 updates. In recent months, Microsoft has addressed multiple similar issues affecting various Windows features that triggered erroneous warnings with no actual impact. For instance, last month, Redmond advised users to turn a blind eye to Windows Firewall configuration errors that occurred after rebooting their computers following the installation of the June 2025 preview update. In April, the company confirmed and fixed a known issue that caused invalid 0x80070643 failure errors after installing the April 2025 Windows Recovery Environment, WinRE, updates. The same month, it also fixed a bug that was triggering incorrect BitLocker drive encryption errors on Windows 10 and Windows 11 devices due to a reporting issue. When it acknowledged the issue in October, Microsoft stated that it only impacted managed Windows environments where drive encryption was enforced for the operating system and fixed drives. More errors added to the ignore list. On Monday, the company updated the Windows Release Health dashboard once again to ask users to ignore another error event caused by recent updates, logged in Event Viewer with error ID 57 and a message warning that the Microsoft Pluton cryptographic provider was not loaded because initialization failed. Following installation of the July 2025 Windows Non-Security Preview Update, KB50626660, and later updates including the August 2025 Windows Security Update, Event Viewer may display an error related to Certificate Services Client, CERT Enroll, which can be safely ignored, the company said. Please note that although this event is logged in Event Viewer every time the device is restarted, it does not reflect an issue with any active Windows component. Microsoft stated that this known issue is caused by a feature that's still under development and hasn't yet been fully integrated into the operating system. Just as it did when confirming other similar errors over the last few months, the company once again added that these errors have no impact on Windows processes and that users don't need to take any action to prevent or resolve this issue. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025. Title: OpenAI adds new GPT-5 models, restores o3, o4 mini and it's a mess all over again. Published, August 13, 2025. One of the few things many disliked about ChatGPT was the confusing number of models. OpenAI claimed GPT-5 would fix this, but it seems to have made it worse. A new update is rolling out to ChatGPT. It doesn't upgrade GPT-5, but instead adds more options that some of you would love. Previously, GPT-5 had two variants: GPT, auto-rotates between reasoning and non-reasoning, and GPT Thinking, reasoning. GPT-5 Model Selector. Source: Leaping
So we
Computer.
get repeating
Today's
news,
update
of course,
populates the
right? Since it's different
ChatGPT-5 model selection
sources.
menu with several options. Under GPT-5, you can choose Auto, decides how long to think, Fast, instant answers, Thinking Mini, thinks quickly, Thinking, takes longer for better answers, and Pro,
So
research
I'm
grade
down to
intelligence,
9.
requires upgrade. You can choose the model that best suits your requirements, but if you select GPT-5, which is the default state, OpenAI will
Meaning I won't
automatically
do
pick the
it
best model depending on the
all the
query.
time.
There's also a legacy models section, which includes GPT-4o, GPT 4.1, o3, and o4 mini. If you don't see the legacy section, open your Profile tab, then select Settings and turn on Legacy Models. This works only on ChatGPT Plus and Pro accounts. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025. Title: Claude gets 1M tokens support via API to take on Gemini 2.5 Pro. Published, August 12, 2025. Claude Sonnet 4 has been upgraded, and it can now remember up to 1 million tokens of context, but only when it's used via API. This could change in the future. This is 5x more than the previous limit. It also means that Claude now supports remembering over 75,000 lines of code, or even hundreds of documents in a single session. Previously, you were required to submit details to Claude in small chunks, but that also meant Claude would forget the context as it hit the limit. With up to a 1 million context limit, you can build better apps, and Claude can remember more of your code than ever. It is worth noting that the 1 million context limit is limited to Sonnet 4. Opus 4.1 still has the old limitations because it's an expensive model. Only API gets 1 million tokens context limit. The new context limit is rolling out via the Anthropic API for customers with Tier 4 and custom rate limits, with broader availability rolling out over the coming weeks. Long context is also available in Amazon Bedrock and is coming soon to Google Cloud's Vertex AI, Anthropic noted. With 1M tokens you can load entire code bases with all dependencies, analyze hundreds of documents at once, and build agents that maintain context across hundreds of tool calls. Pricing adjusts for prompts over 200K tokens, but prompt caching can reduce costs and latency. Claude's mobile and web apps will be getting the 1 million token context limit at some point in the future. 46% of environments had passwords cracked, nearly doubling from 25% last year. Get the Picus Blue Report 2025 now for a comprehensive look at more findings on prevention, detection, and data exfiltration trends. Get the Blue Report 2025. Title: Hackers leak aliens' life data stolen in Salesforce attacks. Published, August 12, 2025. A recent data breach has exposed approximately 2.8 million records of U.S. insurance giant Allianz Life, including sensitive information on business partners and customers. The breach occurred when a third-party cloud-based CRM system was compromised, with personal data stolen from July 16. Allianz Life initially disclosed the incident last month, attributing it to a social engineering attack carried out by the Shiny Hunters extortion group, who targeted Salesforce instances. Shiny Hunters and another group, Scattered Spider, have been linked to various high-profile breaches, including Internet Archive, Pearson, and Coinbase. The groups have created a Telegram channel to taunt cybersecurity researchers, law enforcement, and journalists while taking credit for their attacks. The attackers claim to be part of a collective known as Scattered Lapse USB1D3R Hunters, which may include members from another hacking group called Lapsus. The leaked Salesforce data includes personal information such as names, addresses, phone numbers, dates of birth, and tax identification numbers, as well as professional details like licenses, firm affiliations, product approvals, and marketing classifications. Bleeping Computer has confirmed the accuracy of their data in the leaked files, including phone numbers, email addresses, tax IDs, and other information. Experts believe that the Salesforce data theft attacks began at the start of the year, with threat actors conducting social engineering attacks to trick employees into linking malicious OAuth apps with company Salesforce instances. The attackers then used this connection to download and steal databases, which were later used for extortion via email. Shiny Hunters has denied being solely responsible for the initial attack but claims they are now working together. The incidents highlight the ongoing threat of data breaches and the increasing sophistication of social engineering attacks. As law enforcement and cybersecurity researchers work to identify and track down those responsible, companies like Allianz Life must take proactive measures to protect their sensitive data and prevent similar breaches in the future. Fetched 10 articles from Cyberscoop. Title: Russia restricts WhatsApp, Telegram calls, alleging criminal, terrorist activity. Published, August 13, 2025.
Alright.
Russia is restricting calls on the WhatsApp and Telegram messaging apps in what it says is a bid to counter criminal activity, but that WhatsApp contends is a response to its defiance of government efforts to violate user communication rights. According to law enforcement agencies' information and numerous reports from citizens, the foreign messengers Telegram and WhatsApp have become the main voice services used for deceit and extortion and involvement of Russian citizens in sabotage and terrorist activities, Russian telecommunications agency Roskomentzor said Wednesday, according to the Russian news outlet Interfax. The repeated demands for countermeasures to be taken have been ignored by the owners of the messengers. WhatsApp and Telegram responded separately. WhatsApp is private, end-to-end encrypted, and defies government attempts to violate people's right to secure communication, which is why Russia is trying to block it from over 100 million Russian people, a spokesperson said in a statement to Cyberscoop. WhatsApp said it intends to keep doing what it can to make end-to-end encrypted communications available everywhere, including Russia, and would continue to add layers of protection against scams. Telegram's press team offered a statement to Cyberscoop via its app. Telegram actively combats harmful use of its platform including calls for sabotage or violence and fraud, the statement reads. Moderators empowered with custom AI and machine learning tools proactively monitor public parts of the platform and accept reports in order to remove millions of pieces of harmful content each day. As well, Telegram pioneered granular privacy settings for calls, so every Telegram user can define who to accept calls from or to switch off calls completely, the statement concludes. The Roskomentzor statement follows days of reports of problems making calls via the two apps, and as Russia seeks to introduce its own national messaging app, Max, raising surveillance concerns. A top Russian lawmaker recently urged WhatsApp to get out of the Russian market to make way for Max. Facebook and Instagram, which share the parent company Meta with WhatsApp, have been banned in Russia since 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine. WhatsApp recently announced that it had taken down 6.8 million accounts in the first half of 2025 as part of a crackdown on scams. Telegram has long garnered attention as a hub for criminals and extremists. Written by Tim Starks. Tim Starks is senior reporter at Cyberscoop. His previous stops include working at The Washington Post, Politico, and Congressional Quarterly. An Evansville, IND native, he's covered cybersecurity since 2003. Email Tim here, tim.starks@cyberscoop.com.
There. Now we can start. So, just sent a message. So, I'm gonna open this guy's posts. There. Let's log in. And let's start the timer again, I guess. Blip, blip, blip. Now I have to check. So, break time equals hacking time, right? So we're gonna check what we got on this one in in Bloodhound. It keeps blipping in my LinkedIn. Blip blip. Ah. Oh, I sent messages to people when I. Let's see here. So, first of all, I want to know the last user we got, Ethan, right? Ah, that's that. Yeah, we marked him. Mm. And I didn't realize before that this is actually saved in the files, not just in the database. I thought it was just in the database. But when I removed all data and loaded the files back, my changes were still there. So that's interesting. Yeah, let's run all the things we do. So we can start with yeah, right. We just added stuff. Let's just test some of the ones I don't usually run. No results. Yeah. Can it find like so it says nothing? Right, because our data is old. So if it had our latest, if we run it again, get new data with our changes, then it probably would appear. We can try that too later. Oh, shortest path remote. Let's see if we get anything more pretty then. So the new thing here now is Ethan. And in this image, it doesn't look like much, but there must be a reason why we should get him, right? Why Emily have this generic right here. Ooh, we found it. We found it. So there's usually nothing here, right? So this is interesting. Hmm. So it keeps blipping, but you can hear it too, right? Yeah, I think it's all my LinkedIn tabs when I play. I guess we screenshot this first. Ah, that's good enough. Yeah, but that is not nice. Come on, little thingy. That this win hops up without me having to click anything. I don't like it. So, probably that's it, right? Uh, this is how we got this one. I want to try this one too, probably. But as we just over 20 minutes, let's make a 13. Ethan. So what give us Ethan? We looked at him and bloodhound. So let's make a little. Oh, I didn't even start sharing. Looked. Now we can inform. I'm just gonna grab a little image here. So 3D images. I guess this sounds better, right? Or general. The user Ethan has the DS replication get changes all permission on the domain administrator HTTP. This has to log out individually, but yeah, made DC sync. So let's do a DC sync search then, because that's so easy fix. I'm just putting that in notes. So we have a quick, let's, instead of, oh my god, I was gonna click there. So we have DC sync somewhere. Who has DC sync privileges? So not this user as such. Let's go back there. And I did the shortest path. We got the pretty image back. Well, it's not as pretty. When I drag them around, it got prettier. And then we have the up and W control. And the reason I clicked here too is to compare, right? So Emily here, she has this on Ethan, right? And then Ethan has this. So it's all been like, it's really a very bloodhound box, I guess. But let's find out what other ways we could have got this information, because GUI is GUI. It is slow. It's messy, right? If we can, maybe we'll make scripts that just check all these things. For, oh, we got this user, let's do these checks, and then we have something, you know. So the outbound object control of any user is interesting. So let's click all these separately, and that one doesn't say much. That one has what we already saw, and that one is probably similar. So let's compare. And this replication get changes all. Also, it should have the full name here, I think. I understand why they don't, but DS replication in front of this makes it like, ooh, right? So what's the name of this, really? There, we can't even see the full name of it because there's no So now I have to. I can't right click here. It's annoying. The principal is allowed to synchronize this sync for filtered attribute set files, which is attribute not replicated or OSDCs. So this information is not in my Bloodhound. Why? So now I want to make my own non-GUI version of minimal on one user Bloodhound check, right? Uh, Combined with get changes, which we also have, Bloodhound will create the abusable edge sync LDAP password. We don't have this one. Sync loves password. So we don't have this one on here. But we have both of those. So that might be because we have a older version. As it says that those are the two requirements, right? So that's one reason. 7 minutes. Let's just try a normal sync and see what happens. Let's try to. Oh gosh. And I think I put it in here already. Maybe not. We'll see. Here. Impacted secret stump. We're gonna copy this here. Just 1029. 114.23. Adjust DC. And we're on administrator and .html. It's Ethan. And the password was something funny. Let's see. Something typable, but maybe I don't want to write. So I did start the VPN, yeah. Bloop. So there. And we have all the users that we already have, of course, right? But now we're interested in administrator. So let's just copy the line with administrator. Is there anything else? We already have all these. It's a bit funny that we have all of them, right? And it's not just two. Yeah, not too warm to sleep tonight. Too warm to sleep. Um. So, oh gosh. So I might not have actually. Let's search. And I even updated my web yesterday, so my notes on the web are updated. Fix it 42. Notes. And evil winner. I'm thinking one of these I used to hash, right? Yeah. So it's just H and no colon or anything. And she really put this line in the other part of the notes. So isn't this nice? The search is much better than Obsidian's own. Another reason for I actually started using my online notes myself. Yeah, so oopsie. There's negatives too to pasting from there. So why no even new line there? I don't know. This looks like squished together. Oh well. It's the same box. So let's do 10.10.10. I'm gonna just, I guess, already have it probably in copy, but still. Let's make it here so I can sheet for the IP easier. There, you winner am I, administrator. And of course, so I'm pausing and we're gonna finish anyway because it's not that long. And just a little bit left. Hello there. CD / desktop ls 5 root.txt. And we are administrator, so we don't need to do anything else. Really, right? So I did learn some things. So I'm thinking it still wasn't anything difficult in this box. It's just several steps making me like, okay, as I said yesterday, first we unzip it like a CTF simple thing. First we unzip one thing and then we unzip another and unzip another and unzip another. Just using different compression tools or something. That's what this felt like, this box. We just look in Bloodhound what the next user has permissions. We just look for the next thing in Bloodhound. But let's make an actual. This inspired me to make a script for this, right? So we're going to have to find out how to do that and do it and fix this little quote again there. And of course we have to get the little flag thingy. Yeah. So I'm like, not too easy because I learned one thing. Yeah. It would have been too easy if I knew all the things. So actually, we might share this one and say, it hops again. I'm thinking, some doing is what? It totally scrolled. Oh gosh. Let's just click again. Okay, share LinkedIn. So, what's the buggiest thing here? So, okay, share LinkedIn. Now, let's not touch anything until I see it. So, I don't think it will hop anymore. Doing some lagging during the breaks of today's Cowork-ng stream. And let's do the, come on, little thingy. No, it ended up being LinkedIn related, meaning actually works. Maybe I should unpause it. OBS. So that's applying for jobs related, so it's work. Fun work. All work's fun, always, right? As long as you have to use your brain. And you can always do, right? Because if it's too boring, you'll just do something else at the same time. if you don't use your break. Now I know where I was going. I'm gonna copy this. Twitch. YouTube. Have to open the channel to be able to copy the link. So why did this one pop up over the other one? So let's cut that. There's no image anymore or any link. Yeah, this seems quite buggy. I think I will do this. Let's paste it in a temporary place. And this probably don't work again, so we have to do that. And I'm gonna actually open this in the browser this time. URL achievement machine. Yeah, there's that's supposed to be the main link. Loading preview. So if I paste the text here, I'm actually going to copy this too before in case it's something just messes up. And if I paste this as a lump, yeah, it still replaces that. So let's undo that, which makes it nothing. So we just run this again. Choo choo. And we're gonna make this thing the link. I guess. And URL code. And we kind of put this in there first, so it actually remembers instead of replacing. So now, if I paste this after, it still replaces it. Why? Well, now we can just make our own. Draft. Oh, I want that draft. I just don't finish it now. Okay, so we go. This is annoying. View profile. And then we go create a post. And then we go pasty. And it should do the first link. No? Okay. Why? It's odd. Very odd. Yeah. I'm just curious here. Yeah. So we can make it work. We just have to mess with it. It's just so very odd, right? You shouldn't have to do that. So I'll probably not share again. So closing the temporary thing. Hmm. There. Let's see if it still looks with the has the right link. Right? Does it still have the right link? Yeah, it should have opened. Yeah, the right link. I didn't ever click one of these, I think. Okay, so it's the number is it's the name, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So uh, so we messed with it so it worked, but it didn't work. That's odd. It even replaced the URL when I put it first in a new post and then put another one. So the Twitch one got like sent to the top. Hmm. So let's see. Um, I have to work for a bit, and when it's time for the next break, we're going to see if we can do what Bloodhound did manually. That's a task for next break. So I'm gonna use ChatGPT probably to ask it. And even Bloodhound didn't do it perfectly then because where is it? Um, it didn't show us a Synclabs password, which it said it would if it had get changes in filtered set and get changes, which it had. It did not do this, create this edge there. Hmm. So, how would I find? I'm gonna send the question and then we hop over to work. Uh, uh, and other, hopping over to the Bloodhound quickly. So I'm here, it's still tabbing in there. And other, open object control. Oh, my phone's not working yet. Outbound object control permissions. Okay, user. And I'm not gonna look because then I won't be able to stop. Right? Too interesting. So let's let's llama not the script. Let's restart the news, and I'm gonna see what Java can find to point it.
Title: Fortinet SIEM issue coincides with spike in brute force traffic against companies' SSL VPNs. Published August 13, 2025. Fortinet warned customers in an advisory Tuesday of a critical vulnerability in FortiSIEM, its security information and event management software, adding that practical exploit code for the defect exists in the wild. The OS command injection vulnerability, CVE 2025-25256, has an initial CVSS score of 9.8 and could allow unauthenticated attackers to escalate privileges and execute code or commands. Active exploitation hasn't been observed. Fortinet encouraged customers on affected versions of FortiSIEM to upgrade to the latest version available, and advised customers to limit access to the PH monitor port, 7900, as a workaround. The CVE designation and disclosure arrived on the heels of a gray noise threat report alerting defenders to a significant spike in brute force traffic targeting Fortinet hardware, particularly its Secure Sockets Layer, SSL. VPN's gray noise said it observed more than 780 unique IPS attempting to brute force credentials against Fortinet SSL VPNs earlier this month. Gray noise research shows notable spikes in attacker activity against edge technologies often precede the disclosure of a new CVE in the targeted technology within 6 weeks. The pattern occurred across 4 in 5 cases analyzed by Gray noise overall. The threat intel company has specifically documented instances where spikes in malicious activity against Fortinet products correlate soon after with CVE disclosures affecting the same product. Gray noise cannot confirm a direct causal link between the brute force activity against Fortinet SSL VPNs and the disclosure of CVE 2025-25256 affecting FortiSIEM. Noah Stone, head of content at Gray Noise Intelligence, told Cyberscoop. While the close timing between this spike and the CVE 2025-25256 disclosure is notable, it does not prove the two events are related. During the period of heightened activity earlier this month, the observed traffic was also targeting our FortiOS profile, suggesting deliberate and precise targeting of Fortinet's SSL VPNs, Stone said in a blog post. This was not opportunistic, it was focused activity. Gray Noise has observed 55 malicious IPS targeting Fortinet SSL VPNs in the past day. While researchers aren't currently aware of exploitation, the presence of exploit code suggests that could change soon. The public release of practical exploit code typically accelerates exploitation in the wild, as it lowers the barrier for less sophisticated attackers, Stone said. Fortinet did not provide any details about the nature of the exploit code, or when and how it became aware of the vulnerability. Yet, in its advisory, the security vendor noted, the exploitation code does not appear to produce distinctive indicators of compromise. Defects in Fortinet products pose a persistent risk for defenders and a recurring pathway for attackers to break into victim networks. The cybersecurity vendor did not respond to a request for comment. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency's known exploited vulnerabilities catalog contains 20 Fortinet defects dating back to 2021, including 5 so far this year. The majority of those flaws, including 3 added this year, have been used in ransomware attacks, according to CISA. Edge technologies, including VPNs, firewalls, and routers, harbored the 4 most frequently exploited vulnerabilities in 2024, according to Mandiant's M-Trends report released earlier this year. One of those defects, a SQL injection vulnerability in Fortinet's FortiClient Endpoint Management Server CVE 2023-48788 was the 4th most frequently exploited vulnerability across all of Mandiant's incident response engagements last year. Researchers at Darktrace said another Fortinet vulnerability CVE 2024-47575, a defect affecting Fortinet's network management tool, was among the 6 most commonly exploited vulnerabilities it observed last year. Title: The overlooked changes that 2 Trump executive orders could bring to cybersecurity. Published August 13, 2025. The article discusses the changes made by the Trump administration to its cybersecurity policy, specifically through 2 executive orders, one in June and another in January that was rolled back by the new administration. Key changes *. 1 January executive order * rolled back some of the Biden-era protections, including * requirements for federal agency email encryption, * post-quantum cryptography, * federal systems must deploy phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication, erased requirement. 2 June executive order * introduced new changes, including Asterisk loosening the strictness with which agencies must carry out cybersecurity directives. Asterisk giving the National Cyber Director a more prominent role in coordination. Asterisk creating new jobs for CISA. Asterisk emphasizing investment and prioritization of network visibility and security controls to reduce cyber risks. Perplexing changes asterisk. 1. Specifying cyber sanctions asterisk the executive
New
order
job.
limits cyber sanctions to foreign malicious actors, preventing misuse against domestic political opponents. 2. Removing NIST guidance on minimum cybersecurity practices asterisk this move has raised questions about the administration's approach to deregulation and standardization.
So it
Contrasting
actually
views
says
asterisk.
applied on
Analysts have differing
Sophia
opinions
says.
on the
applied to
changes.
yesterday.
Hey
Asterisk
Sophia.
California Representative Eric Swalwell, D., says that while President
Okay.
Trump talks tough on cybersecurity, his actions don't match
How
his
are
words,
you?
citing a lack of resources for CISA. Asterisk Marcy McCarthy, Director of Public Affairs for
So I'm going
CISA,
to
says
apply
the
to a
agency has
job on the
taken
other
decisive
screen
action to
here.
bolster America's
And then when
cybersecurity.
it's break, we can do
Insight
some,
asterisk. The article highlights the
well,
complexities
actually
and
coding,
contradictions in the new administration's
probably.
approach to cybersecurity. While some changes seem aimed at
Making,
deregulation and private sector
how can
growth,
we do
others
blood on
appear to roll
nuts
back key
in one
protections
thing?
introduced by the Biden administration. As analyst Alexei
Automating
Gulazal noted,
stuff.
it is unclear who wrote the June order and whom they consulted with in doing so, adding to the uncertainty surrounding these
So I have some
changes.
cyber news. This is
Title:
my
Patch the
Python script that
vulnerability,
gets,
confirms Sean
it
Planky
grabs
as
RSS
CISA Director.
feeds
Published,
and
August
it
13,
checks
2025.
the links to the sites, grabs that. If it's too long, it uses AI to summarize. That's why it's pausing.
Which room is?
Yeah, we did.
The
We
current
just
vacancy at the
finished
head of the Cybersecurity and
administrator.
Infrastructure Security Agency,
This one.
CISA, poses a significant national
So we
cybersecurity
finished
risk,
this.
according to
But I'm not
Patrick D.
stopping
Gall,
it because we're
Executive
gonna play
Director
with
of the National
this
Technology
more.
Security Coalition. As CISOs face
Um,
unresolved vulnerabilities that can become entry points for threats, the
so
lack of
this is what
leadership at
we're gonna
CISA is
do
particularly concerning.
later.
Gall emphasizes the
We're gonna
importance of
see if we
public-private
can. This is a
collaboration in addressing
question.
complex and evolving cyber threats,
How can I find
highlighting
get
the need for a
changes in
strong leader
folder
to navigate this
sets
landscape.
and other outbound
Sean
audit
Planky,
control
a seasoned
permissions for
cybersecurity
user?
professional with
And
extensive
I'm not
experience,
gonna read
is the
this.
ideal
I'm not
candidate to fill this
looking.
role. As Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Department of Energy's Office of
So I
Cybersecurity,
can
Energy
pause it.
Security, and
Let's
Emergency
see.
Response,
It
Planky
always
demonstrated his
finishes
ability to manage
reading.
risk at the intersection of digital and
Maybe
physical
we should
security.
split it up.
Planky's background includes serving as Director for Maritime and Pacific Cybersecurity Policy at the National Security
I
Council,
don't think it
where
will
he
be so
co-authored the
as
National
smooth
Maritime
if you send
Cybersecurity
it just a
Plan.
few lines
His experience
at
with
a
offensive
time.
cyber operations during his deployment to Afghanistan provided him with a unique understanding of the tactical realities of modern warfare.
So
Gall argues that Planky's qualifications are
let's see.
extensive,
Found a
but it
new
is his
job
ability to
here.
navigate government agencies and work with the private sector that
Okay.
makes him an ideal candidate for CISA.
I'm gonna
He
work a little
understands how
bit
to
and then
operate
we'll do
across
that.
organizations and industries, which is essential in addressing the rapidly evolving threat landscape. The cybersecurity community cannot afford delays in
Welcome
confirming
to
a leader at
just
CISA, especially given the increasing geopolitical instability, rapid growth of digital infrastructure, and expanding use of artificial intelligence by both defenders and attackers. Planky has earned the trust and respect of both the public and private sectors, making him prepared to lead from day
Let's
one.
see what they say.
Gall concludes that the Senate must act quickly to confirm Planky as the new director of CISA, filling a critical leadership void and strengthening America's digital defenses. With the threat landscape becoming increasingly complex, it is essential to have a leader who can work with industry, state, and local partners, as well as international allies, to strengthen defenses and respond to emerging threats. The absence of a strong leader at CISA would be like leaving a ship adrift in stormy seas, according to Gall. The cybersecurity community needs someone who can provide clarity, coordination, and expertise at the highest level to address this pressing national security issue. With Planky's qualifications and experience, he is well equipped to lead from day one and fill the critical leadership void at CISA.
Yeah, I posted. So it always reads to the end. I'll just start it again, and when in 40 minutes, let's chat more.
Title: Microsoft Patch Tuesday follows SharePoint attacks, Exchange server warnings. Published, August 12, 2025. Microsoft's monthly batch of patches includes a vulnerability affecting on-premises Microsoft Exchange servers that the company and federal authorities warned about in a series of alerts last week. In its latest security update Tuesday, Microsoft maintained the flaw hasn't been exploited in the wild and designated the exploitability of the defect VET 2025-53786 as more likely.
We don't have
Organizations have not applied the previously issued patch for the high-severity vulnerability en masse, despite the serious alarm raised by officials. More than 28,000 accessible Microsoft Exchange servers remained unpatched as of Monday, according to Shadow Server Scans. The
I'm gonna let my
Cybersecurity and
kids ask
Infrastructure
very
Security
well.
Agency's deadline for all federal agencies to update eligible servers with a previously issued hotfix and disconnect outdated Exchange servers passed on Monday. Microsoft addressed 111 vulnerabilities affecting its various enterprise products, cloud services, and foundational Windows systems in this month's security update. The set of disclosures includes 4 additional defects affecting Microsoft Exchange Server. The security update also comes on the heels of an attack spree targeting zero-day vulnerabilities in on-premises Microsoft SharePoint servers. More than 400 organizations were actively compromised by those attacks, including the Departments of Energy, Homeland Security, and Health and Human Services. Those 0 days CVE 2025-53770 and CVE 2025-53771 are variants of previously disclosed vulnerabilities CVE 2025-49706 and CVE 2025-49704 that Microsoft addressed in its security update last month. Microsoft said none of the vulnerabilities in this month's update are actively exploited. Yet, researchers described CVE 2025-53779, an elevation of privilege vulnerability affecting Windows Kerberos, as a zero-day because functional exploit code exists. While Microsoft rates this flaw as exploitation less likely with moderate severity, the combination of a path traversal issue in a core authentication component like Kerberos and its potential high impact is concerning, Mike Walters, president and co-founder of Action One, said in an email. The need for high privileges may create a false sense of security, as accounts with these rights are common in decentralized IT environments. Once compromised, they can quickly lead to full domain takeover. The most critical vulnerability CVE 2025-53767 is a maximum severity defect affecting Azure OpenAI, a cloud-based platform that provides access to OpenAI's large language models. Additionally, a pair of critical, remote code execution vulnerabilities with CVSS scores of 9.8 CVE 2025-53766 and CVE 2025-50165 affect Windows GDI Plus and the Microsoft Graphics Component, respectively. The vulnerability in Microsoft Graphics Component could attract threat groups due to its high rating and ubiquitous use across environments. The attack vector is incredibly broad, as the vulnerability is triggered when the operating system processes a specially crafted JPEG image, Ben McCarthy, lead cybersecurity engineer at Immersive Labs, said in an email. This means any application that renders images from email clients generating previews and instant messaging apps displaying photos, to Office documents with embedded pictures can become an in for the attack, McCarthy added. The remaining critical vulnerabilities in this month's security update include CVE 2025-53792, which affects Azure Portal,
Well,
and
this is
CVE
a bit of a
2025-50171,
no one
which
will
affects remote
be an
desktop server.
expert in
Nearly 2 in 5 CVEs
AWS,
Microsoft
sure,
patched this
and
month are elevation
other
of privilege
cloud stuff,
vulnerabilities,
at the
reflecting an
same
upward
time
trend
as
in
they're
post-compromise
expert
vulnerabilities over
on
code execution
ICS,
bugs,
SCADA,
Satnam
mainframes,
Nirang,
containers,
senior staff research engineer at Tenable, said in an email.
firewalls,
Microsoft's monthly
proxies. I mean,
security
you
fix
can be an
includes
expert
17
in all of
vulnerabilities
these at
that
the
affect
same time.
Microsoft Office and standalone Office products. The full list of vulnerabilities addressed this
In a
month is
sense,
available in
also 1
Microsoft's
year
Security Response
experience.
Center. Title: Guess what else GPT-5 is bad at? Security. Published,
Possible?
August 12, 2025.
Yeah, of course, programming too, and more stuff.
OpenAI's latest large language model, GPT-5, has faced an
We also
overwhelmingly
mentioned
negative response from users and
certifications. The other
security
ones I
researchers
looked
since its
at, they're
release
like,
on August 7.
yeah,
Despite
certifications
being built
are.
as faster,
They haven't
smarter,
even
and more
mentioned them,
capable
or
than
like
previous
those
models,
would be good,
GPT-5
maybe,
has
you
been
know.
found to be lacking in
So
performance
this
and
is
reasoning
probably a more
skills,
formal
with many of
company,
its
probably not
capabilities falling
Swedish.
behind those of older models. Security researchers have identified
Doesn't mean that
vulnerabilities and
you
weaknesses in
want to
GPT-5
try,
that
but
were previously patched in older
let's
models.
see.
AI red teaming company SPLX subjected GPT-5 to over 1,000 different attack scenarios, including prompt injection, data and context poisoning, jailbreaking, and data exfiltration, finding the default version of the model nearly unusable for enterprises out of the box. GPT-5 scored poorly on security, safety, and business alignment metrics, with SPLX reporting a score of 2.4% on security, 13.6% on safety, and 1.7% on business alignment. In contrast, Microsoft claimed that internal red team testing on GPT-5 was done with rigorous security protocols and concluded it had one of the strongest AI safety profiles among prior OpenAI models. However, security researcher Antti Gajasilik from SPLX pointed out that Microsoft's claims were likely based on a specific set of tests that may not be industry relevant. Gajasilik suggested that developers at OpenAI and Microsoft probably did a very specific set of tests which are not industry relevant to claim security and safety features were up to snuff. Other cybersecurity researchers have also identified significant vulnerabilities in GPT-5, including a way to jailbreak the base model through context poisoning. Researchers at Neural Trust found that using an attack technique called echo chamber can lead to harmful outputs from GPT-5 without issuing explicitly malicious prompts. The study of agentic AI use in organizations by RSAC Labs and George Mason University concluded that AI-driven automation comes with a profound security cost. The researchers demonstrated that adversaries can manipulate system telemetry to mislead AI ops agents into taking actions that compromise the integrity of the infrastructure they manage. In response to these criticisms, OpenAI's spokesperson stated that GPT-5 was tested using Strong Reject, an academic benchmark developed last year by researchers at University of California, Berkeley. However, this has not seemed to address the concerns raised by security researchers. The debacle surrounding GPT-5 highlights the need for greater scrutiny and testing of large language models before they are released to the public. It also underscores the importance of prioritizing security and safety in the development of AI systems. Title: SonicWall pins firewall attack spree on year-old vulnerability. Published, August 11, 2025. A recent series of ransomware attacks targeting SonicWall's Gen 7 firewalls has sparked debate among security experts over its potential root cause. Initially, some researchers suggested a zero-day vulnerability in the Secure Sockets Layer (SSL) VPN protocol as the initial attack vector, but SonicWall disputes this claim. Instead, the company attributes the attacks to a critical defect, CVE 2024-40766, that it previously disclosed and patched last summer. SonicWall states that fewer than 40 organizations have been impacted by the attacks, which started in mid-July and increased in pace over the next couple of weeks. Many of the affected customers recently migrated from Gen 6 to Gen 7 firewalls without resetting passwords, according to SonicWall. The company did not specify how many impacted customers were running firewalls with the previously issued patch for CVE 2024-40766. The vulnerability has a CVSS score of 9.8 and was added to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency's CISA known exploited vulnerabilities catalog in September. Researchers, including those from Huntress and GuidePoint Research, have attributed the recent attacks to Akira ransomware affiliates, who typically steal data and encrypt systems before attempting to extort victims. Security experts have expressed uncertainty about the root cause of the attacks, with Jamie Levy from Huntress stating that it's unclear if CVE 2024-40766 is the actual underlying issue in all cases. Some impacted customers migrated to Gen 7 with older configurations, while others had new Gen 7 installs without issues. The vast majority of affected organizations have already applied the patch for CVE 2024-40766. SonicWall has updated its guidance advising customers to change credentials and upgrade to Sonic OS 7.3.0, which includes additional multi-factor authentication controls. The company also pulled previous guidance encouraging customers to disable SSL VPN on Gen 7 firewalls. With this latest series of attacks, SonicWall's vulnerabilities catalog has appeared 14 times since late 2021. The incident highlights the challenges faced by security experts in identifying and remediating defects under attack in the wild. As researchers continue to investigate the root cause of the attacks, it remains unclear whether CVE 2024-40766 is indeed the primary issue or if other vulnerabilities or misconfigurations are at play. Title: Why Cyber Modernization Requires Partners with Technical Plus Acquisition Expertise. Published, August 11, 2025. The federal government's digital landscape is rapidly evolving, with adversaries leveraging advanced technologies like artificial intelligence to devise more sophisticated attacks. To keep pace, government leaders must modernize systems and fortify security measures, but traditional procurement processes often hinder the adoption of commercially available solutions. In response, government leaders should adopt a fundamental shift in approach, asking critical questions about the problem they're trying to solve, their trusted partners, and existing solutions that can accelerate objectives. This involves exploring commercial products, open-source tools, and marketplace offerings, as well as leveraging the expertise of partners with proven cybersecurity experience in the government market. To achieve higher impact outcomes with greater speed, agencies must deploy modern capabilities within weeks, not months. Experienced partners who understand the government's needs, acquisition rules, and commercial innovation landscape become invaluable in navigating procurement processes for modern solutions. Additionally, agencies need to make informed decisions about AI-driven cyber capabilities, integrating expertise where cyber and AI proficiency are developed in tandem. Firms like Booz Allen Hamilton, with nearly 10,000 cyber professionals and decades of frontline experience combating real-world adversaries, can accelerate agency cybersecurity by leveraging their deep bench of talent, extensive strategic partnerships, and robust cloud platforms. For example, the collaboration between Booz Allen and Amazon Web Services, AWS, provides an easy button for government agencies, offering access to expert solutions, significant time and cost savings, and FedRAMP-approved GovCloud security controls. The pace of technological change will only continue to accelerate, and government leaders must embrace strategic alliances to stay ahead and do so securely. By partnering with firms that bring specialized cybersecurity expertise, a forward-leaning approach to innovation, and an understanding of powerful cloud platforms like AWS, agencies can build a more resilient and secure future. Ultimately, the contract constructs in the federal space must evolve to readily accommodate commercially available solutions and products, requiring a fundamental shift in approach from government leaders. By adopting this mindset and leveraging the expertise of partners with proven cybersecurity experience, agencies can accelerate their IT and cybersecurity objectives faster and more efficiently, deploying cutting-edge defenses and capabilities that drive meaningful outcomes. Title: Researchers determine old vulnerabilities pose real-world threat to sensitive data in public clouds. Published, August 11, 2025. Using a 7-year-old vulnerability, researchers said they were able to realistically leak private data from public clouds, suggesting that a lack of concern about such supposedly impractical attacks is misguided, according to a presentation delivered Monday. The anonymous researchers presented their findings at a hacker conference, WHY 2025, in the Netherlands, and they leaned on the kind of transient execution vulnerabilities that attracted attention in 2018 with high-profile Intel chip flaw revelations, one of which was known as Spectre. Given that today's clouds have large fleets of older CPUs that lack comprehensive, in-silicon fixes to a variety of transient execution vulnerabilities, the question arises whether sufficient software-based defenses have been deployed to stop realistic attacks, especially those using older, supposedly mitigated vulnerabilities, they wrote. The answer to that question is no, they concluded. We show that the practice of mitigating vulnerabilities in isolation, without removing the root cause, leaves systems vulnerable. The findings demonstrate that, more than a theoretical possibility, this is a real-world threat in popular clouds, they explained, unlike the Spectre vulnerability that hasn't had much real-world applicability. For regular users, these CPU vulnerabilities are likely not that much of a threat, the researchers said. However, that is not the case for public cloud providers. Their business model is to provide remote code execution as a service, emphasis theirs, and to rent out shared hardware resources as efficiently as possible. The researchers said they worked within dedicated host systems of Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services to avoid any actual harm. AWS was able to restrict leakage to non-sensitive host data. Google paid a more than $150,000 bounty, the highest its cloud vulnerability reward program has ever doled out. Both companies have patched the exploit and plan future security steps. Our conclusion is not that AWS's and Google's security was lacking, but that they are actively stimulating security improvements, the researchers said. The researchers dubbed the attack L1TF Reloaded, after another 2018 Intel chip data stealing vulnerability. In a blog post, Amazon, which noted that it sponsored a portion of the work, said the research was impressive but that the L1TF Reloaded vulnerability does not impact the guest data of AWS customers running on the AWS Nitro system or Nitro hypervisor. A Google spokesperson pointed to a security bulletin the company issued. When this
So I'm
vulnerability was
thinking,
initially discovered,
do
Google
people think
immediately
the
implemented
news
mitigations to address the known
annoying or
risks.
good?
Since then, we have collaborated with
Because
security
I'm kind of
researchers from
thinking
academia
maybe
to assess
they're
the current state
bad.
of CPU security mitigations and new attack techniques, the spokesperson said. We applied new fixes to the
I mean,
affected
I don't
assets,
really listen to
including
them
Google
when they
Cloud,
do
to
stuff.
mitigate the issue. While such vulnerabilities have previously caused
So
little
I
concern,
think we
the
will
researchers wrote that we question this
also
lack of concern and show not only that
see if
practical attacks on
someone
modern clouds
says
are
they want
possible,
them,
but that they
right?
are possible with vulnerabilities we considered mitigated 7 years ago. Written by Tim Starks. Tim Starks is senior reporter at Cyberscoop. His previous stops include working at The Washington Post, Politico, and Congressional Quarterly. An Evansville, IND native, he's covered cybersecurity since
Fix it
2003.
says.
Email Tim here,
Fix it
News
42 Liv
tim.starks
says
at
news or no news?
cyberscoop.com.
Both at the same time. Both CTSs. Well, we'll see. So the alternative is this. In one way, I think this is much better because this is what I'm actually doing. Mm. Also, this is a big company compared to the ones I apply to that are not. I kind of like small companies. Mhm. Ah, that's annoying. Mhm. Let's just click on. Hmm. This is the one to apply to. Well, first, I'm not going to apply to 3 jobs in total. This was a very non-official. I think when this break, I'll have to go check if my kids want food first. So I'm gonna pause the timer because they'll probably be hungry. Then we'll do the making bear than bloodhound thing. What goes here? Yeah, like they're both the company text. Boldly because curious, open, quirky, and optimistic. People will know what's their full potential. Do. And then it, yeah, doesn't seem like a very formal place. And like a live place. Not rigid, big, usually. Very rigid, structured company where just one in a million. Yeah. So that sounds nice. So this we'll try. I hadn't heard of this until now. Other, yeah. Uh, you can just do one thing. Yeah. So I think it's quite easy to see what jobs I'm applying to if you want to. Yeah. Yeah, it's in English, it's in Swedish, mixed. En sak funkar inte. Någonting didn't work to translate. So, blup blup, blup blup. So, LinkedIn has a problem. So, people get several chats. So, this person, stuff is missing. So, here is the same person. And other messages. Uh, which one was this? I said, oh, late reply, I was on vacation, and he says the same thing. Uh, Yeah, and I sent my general message there. Where I sent my CV though? I think I didn't email it. Maybe it's in the other one for the same person. So LinkedIn messaging is not what it was. I don't know what happened, but I noticed some people had 3 just next to each other. Well, some were 2, and when I answered one of them, they hopped to different places too. So yeah, that's that one. But are there more of the same person? More than 2? Because on that one I did not send the CV or anything. Here's 2 of the same, just next to each other. Yeah, I don't think I should have that long ago. So we have 4 minutes. Um, going to sleep tonight. Some bits. Yeah, so I did turn off the news because it felt like people don't like it. Keep being like 2 people in here. No, there's 5. No, just tell me if you want the news back. Uh, so there was a recruiter that answered about a specific job that he asked me about, and generally. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna just pause it. Just a blip that time. It didn't ring. Interesting. Yeah, so let's split and blur. This is not a secret. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a script or something to find these things. And I'm gonna read this. But first, so like partial, yeah, so I'm thinking Python. But all things are interesting to learn. I'm gonna go check my kids. So I'm gonna leave this here. And I'm going to probably make lunch. But we'll see. Bring some plates and stuff. So fun stuff soon. time. So, time to start. Let's go. Meatball on my fingers. So I took just a little meat here because I made it for my kids. This is I don't eat 20 of these. Hmm. To find good changes in the filter set and similar output or permissions for a user. We take a little look at ACs. On directory partitions, usually the domain NC head object. Let's ground them. Here's the process. These permissions are not on the user object itself. They're usually assigned on the domain root object, possibly configuration NC or schema NC for force-wide roles. Outbound replication rights are get changes role, get changes in filter set are most relevant to this thing. And these are the three we had on this account in administrator. And I found all the things in this box were really, yeah, all the things except one were Bloodhound, right? So imagine we don't have to do Bloodhound, which is slow, right? We want to just check what's fun about Ethan, right? What's fun about let's do the one that gives us all the things again. So yeah, I was already far down. Shortest path from owned objects. And we have Olivia with permissions on Michael, with permissions on Benjamin, with access to the FTP, where we found 3 other sets of creds, where we found Emily, and then Emily has generic right. So we have done generic all, force change password, and generic right. So all of these, we want to be able to find what's fun about this user. That's what we want to make a script for, right? So it's all in the outbound object control here. That's annoying. So I shouldn't click it then. So I just run it again. Let's click Michael. Oh gosh, I did not scroll. I scrolled here. So again, oh gosh. Waiting. Now I dare to click this. And this time it's a group permission, so those are also interesting. But we want member of and the outbound object control. And when we just look at all the data about the user, we can't see this. So that's why we're looking at this now. And I'm just gonna take a bite. Hmm. So to be able to do that, we need to understand how it works, right? And now we know a little bit more. So they're not on the user, they're on the domain root object. Configuration as your schema, see? Yeah. Let's say we're also interested in other permissions easily seen in Bloodhound, but not while when, for example, running LDAP search to get info on a user. Let's see if we have more to add after reading all of it. So Power View, Firesploit. I don't want to use things that are not built in, but I think this might be, yeah, it's built in now, right? It just keeps saying that. Let's actually connect, or we're already connected as administrator. That'll do. As we just finish it. So yeah, it doesn't have find object ACL, so it's not there. But we want to 80 module. Yeah, that's better. GUID. Did you get that from my data? No, I didn't send any data. So this is a GUID for get changes in filtered set. So we learned something more. This shouldn't be called GUID. It should be get changes in filtered set GUID, right? But that would be long, so it doesn't do it. Root, yeah. Get ACL 80 colon root distinguished name. Okay, so we're getting, yeah, so that's why we make it a variable. Okay. Let's try to run this one. We have AD stuff as it's a DC. I'll wait this time. Yeah. So, experimenting. We need somewhere to write. So, and it's this box. So, administrator. HTTP. That kind of works better, right? Get ACL. Yeah, that's a new line. That's a new line. Because it uses, these are just the variables. That's actual code. In this case, I guess this is okay. I'm not gonna mess with it. So Ethan extended right. So if this was a script, we could replace that. So enterprise domain controllers, administrators, and Ethan has this, right? So it worked. We have a start. And I think I will finish this, even if the break runs out. So I'm gonna send this back here. This worked. And yeah, get changes. Like here we have all of them. Where? That's important stuff. Bloodhound. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to use Bloodhound, that's the point. If you want, I can give you a full one-liner of 603. I want to make a nice Python script, though. What can we use? Unpack it. Hmm. Yes, impact is good. We wanted Python script to do the same SEL information about FCs, but then gets most of its special permissions by enumerating NT security descriptor attributes over LDAP and decoding the security descriptor, exactly what impact can do. So, the key points for Python script: use impact at LDAP LDAP, impact at LDAP LDAP types. So was there any information in this? I guess this will pop up later. It will have an example, right? Yeah, it's here too. So these two. Or, okay. LDAP types as our security descriptor. Yeah, so probably there's already constants for these. It would be odd if not. With steps, connect to LDAP as your user, query the object you care about, the main. Once you head with attributes. So these are the includes. This is nowhere of the code. So I guess we do this. And the security descriptor control LDAP SD flag request control, so you get the decals. Parse each AC in the decal and compare the object type GUID. Like Bloodhound's extended rights JSON. So we're gonna search that. Yeah, this is not a 20 minutes project. I'm like looking for GitHub, but Blood on Legacy, PS1. It's not on this page. No matches. So let's ignore that. It's not always right, you know. Generical known. Generic rights don't have an object type. GUID. Add more from. So we asked it. We didn't ask to be sent on to something else. So we import the data types. LDAP, LDA, ASN1. LDAP connection, login, and search. And it got this from our example. Res LDAP search, speech object class attributes. Search controls. DACL only. For the N actors. So res has these bits, meaning the result. If not actors, on, continue. We want to see all the data ourselves. What input is best here? So it just took what I said and didn't suggest anything else, which it's okay, but we wanted to be creative. If you want, you can let us style the rights mapping file. Please give me a list. Incomplete list. Also some links to resources on the top, please. Interesting rights. This blood-bound detects ambiguities and meaning, if applicable. Yeah, I kind of thought that might be the case. It didn't actually do anything. Good resources for learning how to enumerate and interpret these. Yeah. Please change the header GUID to oh gosh, what was I doing? To something like way to get the data, and please fill in all required details to get the data. Known varies and similar non-informative answers are not okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we get some some keywords, but these are what we want to write, and I told it. And generic container. If we just need a name, it still has to say why and how and what and whatever. And basically, what about interesting rights table, but with explicit actionable how to get the data column instead of vague. Yes. Here is a cleaned up list. Standard access mask. Okay. Please give Python examples for all types of what did we call it? How to get the data. How to get the data. Thank you. Let's say grade 2. We're happy. If it works, we don't know yet. So type 1, type 2, type 3. So it's said it's 3 types. Yeah, so we can build stuff from this. I'm not gonna ask it for something complete because it can't really do stuff that advanced because it always bugs out and you spend more time debugging. But simple questions, it can do. It can do that. Then we have these. Active Directory security descriptor reference. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens, right? So it got this from some old site or whatever. It was just guessing. Win32. Let's see if this one works. Just for fun. Yes, so it's just the first one. Hopefully. Yeah, for not found. So it sends us to stuff that it doesn't know if it works or not. Meaning these are not the sources. Oh, that's also Bloodhound. An AC to sleep. Gosh. Can't I just middle mouse click it? And that one I should have. Oh, it opened menu anyway. So from structure port template packet structure no. Let's keep that up. The types. The bloodhound, the python, ingester, sharphound, pie, in older bloodhound. Will this link work? Yes? No. But that's not hard to find. Ghost pack. Partial example for parsing rights. Yeah, but I want to do this from Linux. I don't want to do it from Windows, so we want Python. I'm not gonna run PowerShell in Linux. I mean, we don't have to. So this might be interesting still to check out. We can just Google to, run the fixed list. Please go through your last two answers and make sure all information is there and nothing is excluded, and that it is correct. Please. Well, please. Final merged and corrected because there was nothing to correct, but it's still corrected. Okay, so it added a column. Oh, it separated one column into two. No? Yeah, because I asked later for it to give examples, and then there was 3 types, and that's why it added that. Nice. Where and how to pull this data? Always required and security descriptor with SD flag, request control for DECL only, or this mask for full. Search space to check. Domain is head. OUs for admin, delegated admin rights, GPOs for script and policy control rights. Yeah, so policy control rights and script control rights. I don't think that will be our top thing, right? And delegated admin rights too. We kind of want to be a domain admin, right? But this might be interesting. Let's say that the user we want to become is in another OU and we actually have permissions to change things there. So we would have to check it too. We'll see what happens. So I've already spent almost 10 minutes into work time here. But I was eating too, so. Python example for all retrieval type. So we have great data to get started with, and it's actually included all the things here now for us. So I just asked for an example for all of them. we'll see if it works later because I need to do some other stuff. And it's 14:15. I think that me and my kid will go shopping at like 15, and then I will do a break, and then after that we will continue with this. So possibly it's not until 16 or something that I continue with this. I'm going to go work mode, but I'm gonna check on my. So we have something set with my kid because I have calories and stuff. All the food. No, we're not gonna do a big shopping. It's just a tiny one, so it'll be quick. Lillgubben, ska vi åka klockan 15? Ska vi bestämma det? Ska vi åka klockan 15? Då gör vi det. Yes. Vi höll på att sticka köttbullar. Så säg. Yes. Det står redan på listan. Är det något annat? Okej, då lägger jag det på listan också. Mm. De flesta sakerna kom ju i beställningen. Mm. Start, yes, jättebra, det ska jag sätta på listan. Start och macka glass. Super. Good. Jag ska bara gå ner med mina grejer här. Va? Nej, för det måste vi också köpa, men det står redan på listan. So when we ordered groceries, there was a lot of stuff that didn't arrive. Among others, food. So, but it was also let's see, I don't remember. We have a list. I put it on the list. Då kommer jag ner lite efter 15 så kör vi iväg, gubben. Ines. Då kommer jag ner lite efter 15 så kör vi iväg. Super. So we're going to do the recycling too. So we're gonna add cereal. Those things. There. Knowles. Yeah. Ranch. That was one of my kids. He likes eating pizza, but he can't eat it well. He makes them himself. But not without the ranch. That is like, nah. Yeah. And we kind of need some. I already finished the iceberg salad. So it arrived, but also it was a bit bad, so I had to clean it all. That's why you shouldn't order home groceries if you can go to the store. There. Done. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 10 things. So it'll be quick shopping and then we'll be back. So I guess I'll put on like the pause sign or something. Yeah, so I'm going to blur and work. So this looks odd. Supposed to be an image there, I think.
Quelt Halis says hi.
Hi, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're having a great day.
Quelt Halis says great, what about you?
Yeah, I'm great. Applying to some jobs here, and I find more and more of them. So apparently, people are needed. So hopefully, I'll find someone. And so all applications are in the same site format. So obviously, it's someone who sells this thing.
Quelt Halis says it's all blurry, ha.
Yeah, I know it's because I'm applying to jobs. So it's I might pop up LinkedIn private messages, and right now I'm typing in an application, so it's a bit personal. And also, right now it's in Swedish. But when we get to the breaks, we'll do some. We'll actually do some hacking dev, I guess we'd call it. Yeah, that's one message from LinkedIn opening it in a million tabs. So let's see who sent me a message. As I said, private LinkedIn messages. Um, let's see if it does the mega blip in all the windows again. Should I make it not say? Yeah, I kind of want to see the messages, right? There. Hi Panda, welcome back. How are you today?
Pandatong says.
Win Rothch.
Translated from Slovenian.
Yeah, I got those nice ones too. Thank you very much for gifting me a sub. Let's see.
Fixit says. Winrot pom pom.
So let's do. Uh, so let's shout out both of you guys,
Pandatong
right?
says.
My
And
power went out again
Panda
yesterday afternoon
streams.
for a couple hours. It's been crazy.
Oh, we'll do you, then we'll do Johannes too. So Panda does music streams, but a lot of chatting and eating insects, right? It's a lot a social thing. It's not just music. Hmm? And you have to admit I haven't been there once. Sorry. I know you've been there
Terrible
much
singing
more.
and playing.
Well, you should be happy I'm not playing it. I did actually look within arm's reach. I have a little guitar here. So, yeah. So you should be happy I'm not singing. And then everybody would flee. And I realized as soon as I put the news on, people were leaving. So I'm leaving it off until someone says, "Bring me the news," right? So if people want to co-work and they can't do it when the news are constantly going, you can just go to GitHub and grab the
Coco
script,
Coco Bob.
right? So how long do you have to wait for the shoutouts? Do you know?
Right.
Well, let's see if it's long enough. Yeah, I have to wait 2 more seconds. I mean, couldn't it like round it up a little bit? 2 seconds? I have to wait 2 seconds more. Yeah, have to join us with winner of music. Yeah. I thought I was gonna raid him, but he stopped streaming before me. I have to be a little bit efficient because when it beeps next time, I'm gonna go grocery shopping for between 30 and 60 minutes. I don't think we'll be that long though. But my kid's ready. So you can't send messages in LinkedIn with enter, which is annoying because I keep pressing it and breaking my message in the middle. Ah, right. Here's the application. Let's do this now. Hmm. It's a very informal cover letter. We did also in this in the form. So I don't think I have any connections on this company. I just heard about it too, so no one's told me, oh, I work here and here, you know. Let's learn some more. They have one person in some very spread locations, which looks like it's people working from home, not offices. I'm thinking it looks like there's one office with about 60 people. This is a IT security specialist student. Mm. Can't like connect to everybody. Mm. Why can't it just scroll? They should add, so if you scroll down, they just add stuff. I wonder who wrote those messages. Gosh. Oh, it was like I didn't hear of this cyber company, but it's not in Sweden. Hmm, interesting. Electronics. Some people's LinkedIn's are like empty. Yeah. April 15th. Kinda paused. Oh, June. It's so past, but not as long ago. Whatever the other date was. They had a conference in June. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Already knew that. I don't think this guy is very active on LinkedIn. One job, 14 years. One job, 13 years. This job, 5 years. No posts or comments or anything. I don't think it's useful to connect. Yeah, this is not a technical person. Maybe I'm wrong. We are high. So it seems I always have like between, this was a low end, just 7 connections in common. And someone had like 28. Yeah, this is security, dude. Hmm. I wonder if I should have music instead of music. What do you think? For me, music is more So news being read, that's more like a background thing. Music affects my body. I can't ignore music. I don't think my body can do that. It's a physical thing. Yeah, so Fortinet topped up in LinkedIn. I had to like check if they have some like no, news here on their LinkedIn. Yeah, I'm not gonna derail myself. But let's. I don't follow that. Hmm. Someone is actually third. There's also a client security OS, meaning a connection to the clients. Um, yeah, that would be fun too, but let's go hardcore tech, right? Well, not hardcore, because if I don't have social connections, I'll die. I don't remember her name. I'm assuming she'll be reading what I'm just writing. So 8 minutes. Let's finish this one. That also means young person. So She'll know what stuff is. Not be annoyed at smiles. No, yeah, I read the texts. Yeah, this is better at the start. So, do young people understand this? This is related to phones. Oh, there was even a song forever ago. Oh, well, maybe not that long ago. So what's this? This is a news song. Hmm. I'm going to read this once more. I'm going to send it. Then it's shopping for a little bit, and then we're going to go Python 80 tool developing. Submitting application. And I'm gonna click here and say, did you apply? Yes. Now I done the third time in forever. 3 times. The third time. And I learned that to click show jobs. Doesn't show the jobs I have applied to, which was what I assumed, as that was the header, but actually similar jobs. And there we pause because it's time to go shopping. Let's see what we do. So I'm thinking unblur, it may be the pause, but as people won't want to hear this song for 30 to 60 minutes, I'm gonna stop it. And let's change that short meeting to quick girls. Python 80 hacking dev after. And I'm gonna just cut that because it will be too long. And then we will, I guess I copy and paste duplicate. And here I will put the other text. Oh gosh, that's the wrong one. Well, oh, they all have the same name. This one is called charging pause. Charging pause. Well, it's the text that matters. I was like, that's a bit big. And I will be as quick as I can. Yeah. So I'm gonna run down to my kid. The question is, should I Yeah, I'll put the mic here, and there shouldn't be any audio chat. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm back. It's so warm. I'll just have to pack some stuff into the freezer. Ska du ha en glass innan den har smält? Eller innan den är kall? Eller innan den är varm? Eller innan den är frusen? Should have had less clothes. It's crazy warm. Vad säger du? Jag pratar med internet. Ska du ha? Jag tog en båtglass och den är alldeles varm. Men kom ner då, för jag måste ju packa in det här lite snabbt innan det smälter ännu mer. Nu vet jag. Frozen things. Lägger alla frozen things här, gubben. Vill du hjälpa till? Här är massor. De är också smälta, tror jag. Vill du ha en?
Answer any questions.
Jag tror du kan äta.
I think that's fine.
Jag tror det.
Do you have any more shots?
Jag vet inte, skulle jag köpa det också?
No, I don't think any. What's in there?
Aha.
What's in there?
Pajer. Men det är andra saker också, grönsaker och sånt. Vi lägger in de här glasslådorna. Kolla, jordgubb med lemon curd.
There's green things in there? Yeah, I see some green.
Yes. Men det är vegetables, det är grönsaker.
Well, that's what that is. Grönsaker, saying the same thing without reading them.
Grönsaker är gröna saker.
Yeah, it's a vegetable.
Det är faktiskt broccoli.
Not a bag.
Påsen är inte av broccoli, tror jag. Jag vet aldrig. Så jag tror att det var det värsta. Det här också. Sen den här påsen är inget som...
You can't hear anything. You can't talk to me and do stuff at the same time.
Men det måste jag kunna, gubben. Jag kan inte stå stilla och göra det här. Lägg det, gubben. It's so crazy warm. I'm so sweaty. So let's see if I can wake my brain up. Actually, I got a headache as soon as I went outside. So that's bottled water. So now we have the ranch. Lots of pepper. So, and gosh, I need more arms. Almost done. These cold energy rates look very handy now. Where? What else? Yeah, I have some let's do that. So and here's more. Oh, Right. There. Hold on. So I think it took longer than I expected. But I need to sit down for a second. This is cold. Let's drink some. I'm bringing one of my lunch boxes. I made a little salad. So now, let's take a long break. Meaning, let's do some coding. Let's. So I look totally crazy here. My hair is wet. Fan. It's warm. It's time. I'm not gonna start the timer, I think. Let's go off timer for this because I'll do a bit of more work later, meaning applying for one more job today. So 2 a day, that's, you know, so where are all our things here? Extended rights. So the first thing really to do is to make sure there's not already a in-packet script for this. So these are not as crunchy as when I sliced them yesterday, but almost. We did a test with PowerShell here. I'm trying to scroll, it's just waking up. Maybe we should turn off. So Ulama is still running here in the background. Let's give the computer some more power. It usually removes the memory, but it takes a long time. I guess it won't be using the processor much when it's not actually doing anything right. So then we have it's got moisture from the dried ham. Has got moisture from the salad, so it's no longer dry. Come on, little thing. I pressed arrow up. And I've also been scrolling. Will this move? No. It didn't die. I miss This is my proxy. VMware now, it's horrible. It's not the same anymore. Enter. Of course, nothing will happen, right? Menu pops up though. That's nice, I guess. But VM's own. Can we alt tab? Let's set stuff up in Windows. So I did have this running. Let's actually stop this because we're gonna do other Python stuff. We're gonna make like a new project, I guess. We'll see what we do with it later. Strawberry. So, I want to make a folder, but I think we can do open folder. And we're in my Obsidian. That's where I have like stuff I don't want to be. So if I git clone something, it will also end up here because I don't want stuff to be deleted by, you know, my brain is fried. It will wake up. Water. Yeah, as soon as I stepped outside, and I was thinking that this temperature outside, that we will be colder on the ground level. It was probably in the morning because it was 45-ish here, right? Outside on the roof. But one floor down, it's about 29. It's 29.3 outside the window here. It's 30 inside. It was much warmer outside. This also I have a fan here. Yeah, I'm not complaining. It's nice with nice weather. Just I bought ice cream and I took one out of the. We went out of the store, you know. Ice cream was among the last things we got, and it was still melted when I got it. Oh, too warm. Well, I prefer being too warm to too cold. So. I'll change that before I. This will just be for testing stuff. And then we're gonna close the other one. Did it? Oh, it. I don't really like when it does that. Whatever. So. Task.py. So we have extended rights. And the reason is I don't want to use Bloodhound every time and go and look and try and find stuff. I just want to find everything for. We got this user account now. What can we do? Right? That's what you want to know. You don't want to go run lots of pre-built rules that might not actually find. You don't know exactly what they do. I need to learn that better too, but let's make something that I can make do what I want.
It's okay for not bringing me groceries. Mine got dropped off 30 minutes ago.
Mmm. So this is quite nice too. This I made this yesterday, right? Or was it the day before? Hmm.
I need to send you one of these frozen pizzas.
To prove how good they are or how bad they are. So all the dried ham is non-dried.
How good?
Nice. I guess it won't stay frozen though. Maybe we have the same here. Probably not. So we passed by that that American lane in the store again, and my kid was like, "Oh, I thought these were like Pringles," and it was soda cans that were like this. Like never saw that before.
LOL.
Some so he did last time he looked at them. He said, "Oh, look, mom." I was like, "Yeah, oh gosh, I never saw that before." And now he was again like, "Oh." So he didn't actually double O on the same thing.
You should see how large the cups are at fast food places here.
Yeah, I've kind of heard about it. I've heard it's a whole reason why Americans tend to go like that sometimes. So you get a small drink here. What is it, like this? Well, the big one is this size ish on McDonald's, for example. That's good actually. It's very cold. That's what I'm after right now. Yeah, I got rid of the headache as soon as I got inside. Kind of. Yeah, it's
Around
just a warm.
1,000 milliliters.
So you don't need any food to. That's enough to get full. Hmm? So let's try and manage to eat this. Definitely mostly finger food this. Or look, cut smaller pieces. Hmm. So this is PowerShell. PowerShell. Working example. Then we have a longer list now, but these are also to remind us get changes all, and get changes filter set. And this one is the most specific. So if we search for this one in here, it's not found. So I wasn't just missing it when I was scrolling. ChatGPT gave us a lot of links, and most of them are 404s. This one also worked. So I asked for actual places with, yeah, little headaches though. Here we have it, at least. The list I made it make. Asked it. So let's do the most basic example, and I'm thinking its example from before. Let's copy this. So I think I gave it this. It should be smarter. If it has a search space here, it should be able to understand what this should be. So, did I copy it? Let's see if this runs at all. Nah. Let's actually do this. A tiny first example to test the functionality, the connection to LDAP and the basic functionality of impact, please. Because I just want a tiny little thing. It doesn't have to be these things. So let's try this one first. Much quicker than Googling. It's my new Google for something. So let's just F5 to get out the command line. Is that lazy? Yes. But now it's up. Now I can install. Come on. I know. Where's the prompt? We have to stop it. I moved them so I couldn't find them. So we're on Windows, so pip, not pip3. Back it. All right. Yeah. So let's do this. At the start of stream, when I started the other script, I noticed that it wasn't opening the environment. So it's not doing virtual environments in Python. And OS error, invalid argument. That's an old error. I think it might have to do with that. I need a lot of water. I didn't plan to get a headache. I never get a headache. Unless I lift it too heavily. I don't think I did. I did lift stuff though. In that case, if that's the reason, that's stupid of me. As I had my kid along to lift stuff. Yeah, so he's 15, but he's big. Hmm. Oh, cottage cheese and mixed with a baby well. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. I'm sorry. I promise more speed than this, right? Maybe I should just take a headache pill to see if that helps. Why wait, you know? Let's see if I can find something. You're stupid if you can get rid of it and don't, right? So, if it's my stupid back pain, this isn't really helping very much, but I can try. So allergy mixed with headache. I'm not sick. I'm not going to be sick. Hmm. So it found something. See details, please. Guess what the virus is and why this doesn't work. So, impact, it is a virus. I could have guessed, right? But I didn't see any warnings then, though. On the second try, I saw it blip up. It's a severe problem. Impact. So, uh, so where did it go? History then? It's quick. Again. Yeah, so I have to do actions here. Restart. And I did 2 tries. So this will be the same. Pip, unpack, impact it. So, whatever. This one is checked. So we should have. What happens if we do it again now? Will it understand that this is the same file? No, we got a third one. Threats found. Stupid. Stupid thing. So we're actually in a directory which is excluded, right? But as we're installing stuff here, Python, and it's using a temporary directory. So it's even calling it impact here. So let's click that thing too. Allow. Yes. I want to allow it still. This time too. So third time. So two different severe things happened. We had to approve both of them. The file and the actual thing. We got the third one. We got another one. Now the ones I set that they're not a problem, they are set to low, and we got a new high one. Impacted MSR. Threaten the device. Examples. Oh, we will go all the examples. Well, at least we have the path to the examples now. Let's take the opportunity to copy that, because why not? These are the scripts we usually use in Kali. So we have it saved over there. So this one is just high. Just. So fourth try. Well, fifth, but the first two were no difference. I didn't see the warning. Failed to build. Oh, I'm so surprised by now. Another high. Yes, I want to see. So I thought so. So that was l.shell, and now it's ms SQL shell. Hi. So we'll have to do this for all the files. We can't do it for all of them at once. Yeah, sorry guys. I don't know how to bypass this. What? Yeah, we want this window to be there, thanks. And this is what I want to move. No, that's not what I want to move. This is what I want to move. It's too dark and I have an open window. The blue sky. I'll just go do it quickly now. So it's just allow. We could do this directory. Let's see if it is the same directory for both. No, it's a new number. I don't want to make all of temp app data local temp excluded. That wouldn't be smart. Well, it's not like I don't have others. We could do it temporary. So the stupid thing is if I click the thing, I go here. You could do this too to get the new one. And allow this. So user Sophia app data local temp will have to be, because the next level is changing every time. Yeah, this is a random number. Well, random characters. better allow it just to have it done in case this doesn't work. So these are actually even the same, and still it's asking again. So Obsidian, and also my web page, because it's also got all the things. Folder, that, select. Let's hope that works now. Using cached impact at least. Gene is good. I guess we should be happy Defender finds those things. So get details. Another severe one. So quarantine allow. Let's not click that. Let's just be as quick as possible. 18 of 19. What was the pop, by the way? Let's check the history here. So now it's in Python. It's putting it in the place where it's supposed to be, probably. Dump ntlm info py. So we might need to add this one. Scripts. I'll just copy this in case. Fingers crossed. I'm just guessing it'll just stop again. So this time it didn't actually do anything. Because it was all successfully already installed. So does this exist? Let's it was gonna open it in there, wasn't it? I was gonna actually remove the file name, right? And this was too quick. the main dome. I don't know if it still has all the things. The script, yeah. So it is there. I wish you could see all the things without doing properties on it. So it seems to be there. Was that the last file? It wasn't. It was 18 of 19, right? So what did I miss? Why don't I have? Is that the case? Let's just paste it here. So dump and TLM. There. Let's open it in code then. So what we're looking for could also exist in NetExec, LDAP, or be added, of course, if it's not there. So I don't feel like reinventing the wheel if it already exists, you know? So let's just continue, because the reason we do this, you know, why is it? It says deleted. So 3 minutes ago we deleted the file again. Yeah, I almost say bad words, okay? I just approved it. Just the line, the one before here. Yeah? Dump and LM info. Dump and LM info. What about the path? It should be the same. Yeah. Right, I had roast beef in this one too. And now it's got good cheese on the side. Mm. Mm. So what do you call it when it's not brunch, but lunch and dinner? I guess I ate brunch before, and now I eat dinner. Nah. So this one still says severe. It's because I haven't gone back and gone in there. Because then it will say, no, still severe? The other one changed. So now this one should... Gosh, I can't see the tabs. Yeah, so now it's not red anymore. It's a deleted. Installing collected packages. So I'm thinking of uninstalling and installing it again. Let's just do it. But first, let's make an exclusion for the directory that it had problems with too. Why not have exclusions like a thing you would usually use, right? Everybody misuses this. Now we remove it. No, I didn't actually type it. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just set this for 20 minutes because, yeah, uninstall. Yeah, couldn't they all use the same words? And it is in Python 3.13 lib actually. Let's change the directory. So that actual files are included in the section. Not just scripts. Because we're gonna make some scripts that it won't like. Anyway, right? So I don't think I got this problem before. So the dependencies, I'm sure they're all there as it should, because they're not viruses. Let's just assume it's there. I'm starting to get full. Can't eat more. I have more than half left. This is what we want to run. And we're gonna actually make this the reason to install it here, even though we can't do this, we can start a VM with an 80 server, and we do have one, but it would be better with my Proxmoid server, which is dead. So that needs to be on the to-do list. I do have a computer on the floor. I wonder if it has 16 gigs or like 14 or something. So blue has 14. And it has a 500 gig hard drive in there already. So we just need to add like a 2 tera drive. Or we move this hard drive to this computer, because this is the one with hardware problems. And we can also take the RAM from this one in case that's the problem. So it's approximately the same, but this is an i5. Meaning we have half the processors. And that's not nice when you do virtual machines. I guess it will have to work if we can't get this one started. So when you give the motherboard power, it just blips. The fan turns a little bit and then it stops. And I haven't looked at it. It's on the shelf in the wardrobe. So let's just have Impact installed just to be able to see this better for now. It had uppercase though. Mm, 10.129. That turned not right. We got a new one. Blip blip. Let's see what I'm getting messages. What kind of messages? Hmm? One, two, three. How slow is it? Yeah, let's just ignore it. Oh, so this is awake again. I'm like, didn't I disable it? See if this one woke up. I should be able to select text. So we'll have to restart this Kali VM if it doesn't wake up. I'm just going to move it to the screen where I have OBS usually, so I can see if something happens. So what happened here is I just clicked this, and it actually responds to this, right? But it's only shrinking it. There's nothing on the other side. Yeah, I'm thinking it's dead. So let's give it some time. Hmm. What I wanted to scroll up to now was the IP address, but it's in the notes. So let's just go back there. 114. Hmm. Yeah. So it's very nice to have the fan on. 23. And the user. Uh, oh, I have caps. Right, this is a user we're running it with. And we want to get information about Ethan because we have his information, right? So let's run it with the user we want information about. That's just logical. So we can run it every time we get a new user to find a nice list of their stuff without having to run Bloodhound. I mean, gather the data, open it, wait for Neo4j and Bloodhound to start, go to the browser, make a search. If we can just, oh, there it is. That's what I want. And if I was focused, this would be much quicker, but it's lunch or whatever, and headache. So the password, which I'm looking for, mm, I didn't put the administrator hash in here. This is and administrator colon. But first, there, create connection, LDAP connection. Yeah, and it uses a variable domain. Yeah, I kind of would prefer to have it here if it's not used several times, because I want it as readable and simple as possible but it is used several times. There's still duplicates here, right? Why does it say HTTP here? So possibly administrator.htb. Yeah, I think it had other errors too, right? But let's just run it first. And for that, we need this working, so we're going to have to kill it. Yeah. We had to push the button. And it was just running a few hours before it crashed, so that's not normal. I blame VMware, not Kelly. Sorry. Too much food stuff on the way to type the password. And every time I log in, I think, right, I need to change the image because that's horrible. And this time I'm just gonna do it because I don't want to do that anymore. I updated Kelly and it's changed back. And it should be in my new web page. Don't I have it back? Oh, did I close my notes? So, config login background. Change the login background. I even have two here. So, funny that we get Llama server background. Sorry. Yeah. This is my old one I made, and this is a new one, and they're almost in the same place. But I didn't find this one last time I did it, so I made a new one. So let's compare. The negative of not being in the notes is that I can't actually paste here. So we can compare it like this. Sudo ln as, well, this is F for force 2, image path, and here I have different, I've tested with user share, desktop base, Kali theme, login background. So it is the same, it's just that I tested different ones. And I broke it. We don't need to check another VM because it hopped back when I... So Linux Kali, or just Linux. Love Linux. The search here is much messier. There's the one that's not finished. We don't need two. So where is the other one? Login background. Let's pull it up to Kali. So I have two. One is more, but this one has an image path there. And this one is like specific. I want it to be the desktop PG, right? If you use a GUI, it will never hop back, right? Let me just delete. And let's see, it's alternatives desktop background. Use our share backgrounds color. This is a specific image. This is a setting of the image. This is a link itself. And I think it didn't work very well. This might be, this is not what we want. This is a specific default image. So this one is not the right one really. It's just what I happen to want there. Here we have USR share images desktop base desktop background. So meaning it's the same place as this login background is, but it's just the desktop background. Let's try this one first. So I tried so many things, so it all got a mess. Came all of a mess. Yeah, something is wrong there. Why so big and blurry? So good thing we just need to log out anyway. Let's see. Ah, but this is not the one we want, right? I have the purple set in mind, meaning this is not the right command. No, not Kelly. So I'm sorry for not doing what I was supposed to. I just wanted to. I've seen it so many times, and now we're fixing the nose at the same time. So I'm gonna run the first one. And I'm also curious about the resolution. What happened? So let's open one of these. Things are much bigger, right? So let's not use that. Yeah, it's just that. I don't usually have it clicked. So it didn't reset the resolution to what we actually have because it stayed on the boot one, I guess. Or the opposite. That it didn't free stretch and we enabled free stretch. And there's something set to use the lower resolution. That's actually interesting. Because then we can get the start image not to be this ugly. I'm allowing myself to go a little bit off here. So, removable devices should also be like the screen, right? Isn't the screen a device? Is it one of the things we have settings for? We have the sound card here, so display. There's no default resolution. Use host setting for monitors. Specify monitors. Yeah, be flexible. Then you should really use what I have and not something else. But I get when I'm both, I don't have that high resolution either. I'm tired. Why am I tired? I'm not supposed to be tired yet. It's just been 8 hours. And I had a long movement break there with shopping. Let's just do stuff. Right, I need to check first. Another logout. And now we use the top alternative, and we have the blue one still. So then we do the middle one. Still to solve. So I'm just typing here sets the Kali sets it to the Kali default right now. It's the blue one, that's the default, right? The blue 3D one, right? Cube 3D one. Should even call that cubes. And then we do question mark, because next time I do this will reset again. So I'm gonna do one more.
Quelt Halis says hello again.
Hello. Welcome back. So I'm just messing with the login screen of Kali quickly because it's been annoying me since I updated it and it put it back to the ugly default one. So let's log out to see what image we have. So last time I was in looking in all the directories, changing the links and stuff. So do we have the purple or the blue? The blue still. Yes, I think it's broken for this time, and I'll have to try next time with one of the others. So this is good enough for now. Or we can always try the GUI way too. So I'm happy with this one, but
Clonoping
it would be
Commander
nicer to
says,
have the
what's
real
your
one.
day job?
I'm actually co-working, applying for jobs now because the consulting gig I had stopped last week. So that's what when I'm working, that's what I'm doing. So, but I've worked in IT as an IT specialist and programmer for over 20 years, and then I've been doing a lot of different jobs because I've had kids with special needs that need me home, and I still need to help them quite a bit, but I think I can do 100% hybrid now, so that's what I'm hoping for, or 100% remote, but that's not as fun.
Cool.
So, welcome in, by the way. So what we're actually doing right now are we're testing, see if we can make, instead of loading, getting all the bloodhound data and then starting bloodhound, it's starting neo4j slowly, loading bloodhound. It takes time getting up the browser. If we can just run the command line script like this and get all the information about a certain user that we just got credentials for, right? That's what you want to know. What can this one do? Oh, they have DC sync. Ah, great, thank you. Or oh, they can set the permission, the password for this user. We just did administrator. We had a lot of these things, and it was annoying. So, so let's move this over to this. We'll need the VPN. I have a fork on my keyboard. There. And let's actually mousepad that. I haven't used this since we got this reinstalled. I had a Proxmox VM before, but the Proxmox server kind of died during vacation, so that's why I have this now temporarily. I need to check the hardware for that one. Maybe we'll do it later. Preferences. Yeah, 10. Like we want 10. Let's try 14. And let's save this as Control Shift F. That's okay. We probably could have just Control S. Let's do Pi tools and AD test. I already have a test Pi. So AD tests. Fine. So we get the pretty colors. Good. And okay. We didn't have any. Let's just open one of the others. Open. What could we find to open? We have subdomain and number and stuff. What does that do? Oh, right, of course. So we have in packet, so it's not complaining about that. But ChatGPT's syntax was off, it seems. Or invalid credentials. Error in bind, invalid credentials. So maybe it is just a typo. Let's actually remove this because that wasn't right. Yes. Okay, this is before. Yeah, can't coerce domain into integer. Object class domain. So where does it want an integer? Scope. So line 19, res equals, that's a response. Response equals LDAP connection search. Search base. So this is why I wanted an easy, simple first test example. Let's actually full screen this and make the text even bigger so it's not confusing to look. So what should we do? Let's try 18. It's a tiny script. We can do 18, right? I prefer if people who's on their phones even can see. We can also try administrator.htb/ just to have tried that too. Invalid credentials. Yeah, so I think it wants actually just a username because we didn't get that kind of error then. Then we got an error instead on the query here. So let's build this out as without variables so we can actually see. And so search space is this, right? So what does it say for search space? Because we know what it's supposed to be. So let's print search space. And I would so love to tab there, but you can't do that. So let's copy it instead. This is why I had the code open, but not here. So this one will of course fail too because it's the same line, but we will get a print first of what it made. So this is what it made. And this looks okay, but I haven't used uppercase. Yeah, so this trace is also quite long. So we will know what the number is for if we look at all of it. But let's just try and see what's logical, right? So let's grab this value here, because that's why I did that, right? Really? Well, we can keep printing it. And we put this here as search base as a string instead. There. And maybe we should even lowercase it. So if I were to use LDAP search, this is what we would do, right? We can actually just run a simple one. So hopping up over to my notes, and it's getting too long. So here's the one for getting naming constants. So we want to get the base, and that's what we want to use, right? So let's make another one for tests. Oh, obviously that's not the IP address. 10, 129, 114, 23. Yeah. So naming, this is what it says. It says lowercase, right? It doesn't say uppercase. So let's copy that and use that in the script. Then we're sure we're not off. And it shouldn't change. It should be the same. Then object class domain, attributes, distinguish name. So let's just comment everything for now. We want to make sure that everything else works. It can have a close here. Let's comment all the things. I mean all the things. So just open and close the connection. LDAP-TCP, comma domain. If this errors, then we know, right? Oh gosh. Let's actually run the script, not the command again. No errors. So we did connect, no problems, right? Then let's do l.com login. So we're going to use the username and the password to log in. And if we hop over to Windows, we will be able to mouse over this thing here. Literal, yeah. Let's actually change these so they're the same. So we finished the machine. We're just using it to do this. Variable. Here we have the method login. I want to zoom this. Let's make the text bigger. font size. 20 maybe, at least. Controls the font size in pixels. Font. I just want it a little bit bigger there. Yeah, we don't have to go crazy. Let's see, a little bigger. Let's close this thing. Just take space. I don't think I will ever use it again. For 3 days, it was messing with my code, and I was like, okay, I found a use for it. It can make comments for the code. But otherwise, it's better to just either use an AI in the browser for a specific thing. But it was great for making comments, really. Yeah. So I was like, enter after something, and it was like, poof, comment. So let's now with bigger text. Hopefully it's easier for everybody to read now. So we have def login, user, password, domain, lm hash, anti-hash. Okay. Authentication choice. And the default here is silly. Negotiate. Silly. So it doesn't say anything about domain being included there, especially since the domain is a special one, right? But we're connecting to a domain controller, so we don't really have to say that, do we? And we can also use a hash instead, which is nice. Now we have authentication choice, type of authentication protocol. I would like to know what those were, but anyway, right, we also set already here URL based DN. And it wants this format, it seems. And then the search base, we saw the format, right? It splits it, it adds DC equals before both, and the comma in between. And I can't imagine that line ever having a problem. Let's run this now. Now when we know more about the function. So we're gonna run it. I commented everything else. Let's see if we get any errors. We did it first when we had the bad format, right? So we can also log in. Then we can do that. And we can also print that. I was like, oh yeah, let's look at it. We get output now. Oh yeah, no, because it didn't change it. Let's also change this one to lowercase. Admin is trader.htb. So now we have an IP or FQDN. Username and password. Change these. Yeah, so if you need another port, I'm assuming that there's a, oh, sorry, I'm trying to tab to this. So we could say the port, I'm sure. If not, raises an error. Yeah. So we have no error handling, so we will see all errors. Then this line, which it has errored on. So I guess we use this. It was just me trying to be explicit there, making sure there's no errors. Let's use the one. Come on. I could tab, I couldn't arrow up. So this is a long error. This is what we have ChatGPT for. Let the computer read the long file. It wouldn't take me much more time, right? There. Yeah, we saw the. But you accidentally give it a string. I have. This is ChatGPT script from here, right? So we accidentally gave it that. I mean, I accidentally gave it that. Scope must be or not a string. So where is the? It's in the rest line. Yeah, here, scope. No, I prefer editing it myself. It's not much. So, search base, search filter. Yeah, let's expand it and name the arguments. Yeah, we can do that. We'll see. So what ChatGPT didn't think of is how this function works, or didn't know. So if we actually look at this, which I should have done myself, we can see that search base is the first one. Then we have scope, deriv aliases, and that's why that one is called attributes, because it will be far down here. But this one is, the second one is not named, and it is not scope. So we just need to name it search filter, and it will work. And that's not what it said. Let's see if I was right. So, yeah, let's undo the splitting. We don't need to add stuff more. Search filter. We can use search base too, because it's always nice to know what we're actually entering, right? We need to change it to base. Search base, search filter, and attributes. And if we need scope, it will tell us, but it just added it because it was mentioned in scope in the error message. And that was not the error, right? So we don't have an error anymore. meaning we can the only thing I did change is that let's do its automatic, use its automatic one rather, and then we uncomment that. And for DN attributes, let's call this let's keep it for now. We'll make prettier scripts. Attrs items, yeah. So str object, we get a string. Yeah, so let's cheat by looking at what actually this is, which is not really cheating. Yeah, but the formatter of the result, meaning this function's result, will contain what? A list. I want to see this list specified, thank you. It can't, because it's not. We might have to Google. Yeah, list. So let's change the code. Let's do it in Kali because I don't want to move stuff over all the time. First of all, let's comment all of it again. And just print the list. Print rest. So we know what we have. It will be messy. So we can see here we have sorted our enter value object. So res I don't want to delete this, but we have it already, so we can delete it. For each attribute. Yeah, I see it's for each thing and the rest. Print thing. Right, so we get a little bit prettier thing than the thing. And I'm just print because that's the easiest way to make a new line afterwards. So this is what we have in this way. Obviously much less data than this. So we have dropped data. Let's add a thing too, because that was kind of what it was doing before, right? Thing in the previous one we had dn comma attributes. So the dn and the attributes for it, I'm assuming. But let's call it a very logical thing one, thing two, because we don't know what it is yet. We need to find out what it is. Thing one and thing two. So thing one and thing two. Not enough values to unpick, yeah? So all of them don't have two things. So Let's look at the data again. So this first one, let's actually put a dot in this one so we can see which lines come from this print statement. And we're gonna comment that. No. Because, yeah, let's just do that. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. So now you can see that there are empty lines here that are part of this lump of data. So obviously this is search result reference. So when we do LDAP search, we get this lump in the end. So if we do the same LDAP search here, this is what we did before. It is not actually, this will give us too much. Let's go hop to the notes and be a little smarter than that. Domain, yeah, so I've grabbed these details here. But let's try and be so close to this query as possible. Yeah, this is what empty. So I'm going actually for the next. So we have, this is the first place, and then it's mentioned here without creds, and then we have usernames for password spray. Yeah, this is getting all the users with the semi-account name description and member of only. So this is kind of what we want to do, but we want to add all those other things that we can get from a simple search. And if we learn what we want, we can also use LDAP search for this, of course. But we want a specific script just doing the right things and not using this, doing it ourselves. So third, we can modify this one. I just don't remember what X was. But that's easy to find from the first place it was. So here's LDAP search. That's what I was looking for now. So it will say what X is, I'm sure. SASL authorization identity. No. Simple authentication. Lowercase. Yeah, now I remember. That's probably similar to what we set. The default option we saw there in the LDAP query in packet. So let's hop there so you know what I mean. Was it here or in the login? It must be the login. Yeah. Come on. I'm thinking this might be authentication choice, so that this would be the same as a simple one, maybe. I could copy this, hopefully. We can Google it because knowing is better than guessing, right? It's a very odd term. And obviously, here, Microsoft. Combination of packet discovery mechanism and authentication. unlike Cecil, Cecily, in closed package discovery and the authentication mechanism itself. It sounds kind of like simply doing stuff. You don't have to bother, meaning they called it simple, right? I don't want to read all of it now, but there was also an 80s summarization here. And I like the reference to the concept of going. Yeah, strategic silence. So this might be the origin of it. Silence and pauses to encourage other to do. So we don't say much. We just do it as as simple as possible authentication. Uh, that was funny. And here we have nice learn. So we got the same page up from there too. Yeah, I like when I learn things. Maybe I should eat a bit more too. That's what it opened by itself. Mm-hmm. These were, I got an email with the today's jobs from. Let's move that out of the way a bit. Yeah, so it was off. Not much useful now then. So I want to read that one, but I don't want to read it aloud for everybody. We can see first, though, where in its tree of information it is. So we have Active Directory technical specifications, security, LDAP, authentication, supported authentication methods, and we have simple, SASL, and Sicily. So meaning that this is not the same as simple. Simple is something else. So we're not using the same as the X option in LDAP search. Proven wrong. And then it goes to other things. This is 15111 authentication method. So there's those three. Well, let's click simple then.
5.1.1.1.1 Simple Authentication. The support of simple bind in Active Directory is consistent with RFC 2251 Section 4.2 and RFC
It's a
2829.
bit low for me.
Active Directory does not require, but supports, the use of an SSL/TLS encrypted or otherwise protected connection when performing a simple bind. Also, while Section 6.2 of RFC 2829 specifies that an object possessing a user password attribute is a prerequisite to being able to perform a simple bind using that object's credentials, Active Directory does not use the user password attribute to store the user's password in most cases, and possession of such an attribute is not a prerequisite to performing a simple bind against an object. The password attributes used in Active Directory are discussed in more detail in LDAP password modify operations in Section 3.1.1.3.1.5.
So I was actually
The simple bind uses the password policy settings described in the group policy, Security Protocol MSGPSB section 2.2.1.2 and is applied using the policy described in
I'm in the wrong
MSGPSB section
place again.
3.2.5.2. When performing a simple bind,
This
Active
is where
Directory
we
accepts
can
several
set
forms of name in
stuff.
the name field of the bind request. Each name form is tried in turn. If the name field of the bind request maps to a single object
So
using the
domain
attempted
is
name form,
first.
the password on that object is checked, and the authentication succeeds or fails,
So
with the error invalid credentials / unrestricted,
authentication
depending
choice
on the result.
equals.
If the name field of the bind request maps to more than one object, the bind request fails with the
So
error
what
invalid
kind of
credentials /
it
error
expects a
invalid
string here?
parameter. If the name field of the bind request maps to no object, the next object name form is tried. If all forms have been tried, the bind request fails with the error invalid credentials / error invalid parameter. For ADDS, the name forms are tried in the order they are listed below.
So we need
For
the strings
ADLDS,
then.
the name forms are tried in the order below, except that forms marked only for ADDS are not tried, and the user principal name, UPN, mapping, the second form below, is tried last. The name forms are 1. The DN of the object. 2. The user principal name, UPN, of the object. The UPN of an object is either 1. A value of the user principal name attribute of the object, or 2. Only for ADDS, the value of the SAM account name attribute of the object, followed by @, followed
We
by
also
either
had the default
1.
value, right?
The DNS name of a domain in
So
the
we
same
can
forest as the
suddenly
object,
Google
or
on
2. A value in the UPN suffixes attribute of the partitions container in the
on
config
these
NC replica.
two.
When a name matches both the user principal name attribute of one object and the
Strings
UPN generated from
silently
the SAM account name of
negotiate.
another object, the simple bind processing
I
attempts to authenticate as the first object.
see
That is,
silly,
priority
not
is given to the value of the
silently.
user principal name attribute,
So
rather than
maybe
failing the bind due to duplicate
simple.
objects. 3. Only for ADDS, the NetBIOS domain name, followed by
This
a
calls
followed by the value
Sicily
of the SAM account name
authentication on
attribute
the
of the
list
object.
here.
4. The canonical name of the object. 5.
Hmm.
The value of the object GUID attribute of the object,
We could
expressed in hash
Google
string
this
form,
line,
RFC 4122 section 3, and surrounded by curly braces, for example, CA2E693F6280-4589-9376B37073
Yeah, that's not
D3
much
add.
useful
6.
anymore, right? It's just numbers. Yeah. Let's remove the we want the others too. Alt type, this is what we want. So what about when it uses two of the words? And it wants a string, not So it had both those words, 2 and 5. It's still on the same train there. So we're on TripAdvisor to Milan now. Yeah, I kind of want. So we kind of want to really impact. You can check the impact source for that because it's free, right? It's open. Impact deep dive. So yeah, my other kid called. So my hubby called and wanted to go biking. Mm, yeah, I'll be right back. I have to go. Okay. Have make it. Yeah, it was so warm tonight that I have like a spray water bottle. I wake up, spray some water to cool off, and then you can fall asleep a bit again. So I'm not. At first, I was a bit tired. Maybe that's part of why I got a headache from the warmth too. I usually never would. No, and I did get the headache just as soon as I went outside. So it was not like me lifting too heavy or something. Yeah, it can't have been. Though I did lift a heavy trash bag. Oh well. Hmm. So this is not really impact deep dive. It's just the scripts, the example scripts. but it had the words in it, right? What do I have in my paste? So it's not like not existent that it doesn't exist, but it's found. Yeah, so I don't know why. Where do you want to find this one? This might be fun to read anyway. Impact. Added simple authentication choice for scripts that can use LDAP connection. And it's LDAP connection that we're using from Impact here. This is the so now we found it. So we want the login, LDAP connection login. The types. Yeah, this is one we already have up, right? LDAP types. Funny thing. I should have just read it. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, not there. I did search in the full repo for this. Or was it for something else? And this is a file. I don't want to go to file. I want to search. And this repo, please. There it is. LDAP. Name the type. So here. Simple, SASL, simply package discovery, negotiate, and response. That's what I was looking for. I'm not going to read the whole code for Impact, though I'm very interested in the lower levels. Because Impact, what it is really easy ways to communicate with protocols that exist in Microsoft, and it's supposed to be getting the. I'm assuming it will. They analyze the protocols on a low level, I think, right? And understood how they work, and then they made this available for everybody. So cool. Yeah. Python classes for working with network protocols. And it's not just this, it's all the things. So many things. And this is what NetExec uses too. It's what all the things uses. I guess except PowerShell, because it's already Microsoft. Development version. This is almost finished now. How long time should it take to eat your dinner? I guess it's dinner now. Mm-hmm. The spirit of this open source initiative is to help security researcher and the community speed up research and educational activities related to implementation of network protocols and stacks. And Microsoft labeled it as virus. If you desire to use this code as part of your own uses. Bugs. Security policy. Yeah, Defender should say, hello there, what you doing? But when you're installing with pip, a library in Python, in temporary directories, that was a mess, right? Because if I didn't already know how to do that, like normal user, whatever, and it's not nice to have exclusions in temporary installation directories for Defender, is it? If that's the only way to install it? So it uses two other LDAP, for example, there, libraries, and Flask too and stuff. Oh, I learned something. I learned something. Yeah. Requirements.txt. Where was I here? Sys platform. And there's a semicolon. So I have this need. Tell me all about it. It fails to parse? Of course it's an error. Python org. Python version. For requirement txt, we have markers that can be added to the file, and if I understand correctly, those markers are used to express what environment I want to work on. For example, I neither depends on Windows, and the same for Python version and others. Yeah, so if you have old Python version, you need this file too. Mm-hmm. One marks the equivalent of compatibility tags. For example,
Pandatong says.
When wrought beautiful.
thanks, Pamela, for the bacon and for the cute. Yeah, Johannes has lots of nice emotes. Yeah, so this guy was more asking than actually knowing. Python packaging guideline dependency specifiers. This is where we want to go. And let's enter. We will learn so much on LDAP in this. No, I just stumbled on this. So semicolon and then this. This is the thing. And now we're in Python docs. Pack 508. Okay. Grammar. So I actually have two requirements txt files now. So the easiest way to get to my GitHub is to do this, right? And just click it. And then we have yeah, it is this. It's the RSS reader. So look here, requirements Linux and Windows. And if I learn this, I don't have to have two files. Well, 3 months ago, we need to move it here.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Junkow1. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow and welcome in. I should change the title, right? In packet, well, let's say like 80 hacking in packet, Python script. I can't even spell Python. There. Script.
Dylan Kaiser
Play.
says. Hi, fixed it.
Hi, welcome back. So just changing the title of on Twitch. YouTube has what it has. That's my backup too, right? So I want it to be for the whole stream. So after 9 hours streaming, it's playtime now. I did I did just apply to one job, but I'm gonna do another one. I know which later, probably. So, mm, mm, mm. Yeah. So this is not nice, right? Windows, and this is not finished, and Linux is not finished because this one won't say. Won't say Piper. Playwright will probably not play well with Linux. Yeah, they have GTTS in this version. Not good. We don't want to use cloud stuff in a local script. Windows has its own TTS, which is just enough and good and great, you know? And Linux kinda does, but it's very robotic and old. But Piper is kinda also. Yeah. The only thing, the commands that I tested are in the history of the Proxmox server that is crashed. But I have them on stream. So probably we can find the stream and I can see all the commands. My food is almost finished. I'm thinking let's do a last race for 100% focus. So Linux, we can do OS name, POSIX Java, sys platform, Windows. What about Windows? What header is this? We saw Win32 here. Someone mentioned Windows, so I want to know what they're supposed to be. Here we have platform system, Linux, Windows, Java. Good. This seems like. So I'm using for something else. I'm checking if it is. But that's in the code. Yeah. So if we go to speaker, this is os.name, you know, that is NT or POSIX. But in the syntax here of the requirements file, I had no idea we could do this. But this one will include different files depending on the operating system. That's kind of cool, isn't it? As the Windows one is just Windows. Almost nothing left. So the real goal of this is to make a simple script that when we get credentials to an AA user account, we can check what are all the permissions this one has. Oh, it happens to have DC sync. It's not a member of any groups, nothing we can see simply, but oh, it has DC sync, like we just saw now. No permissions for anything else, really. It's just one of these odd, I guess, CTF style things, right? What normal user in the real world has DC sync? I don't know. But instead of doing, you know, million steps to get Bloodhound started and waiting Now I need a spoon. There. I don't think they're going biking with your life. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna bike with a headache. Otherwise I might have. It's nice weather. But it is like evening now. You can feel it in the air that it's, yeah.
Junkow1 says, "You are making me
Sorry.
hungry, ha ha ha."
Sorry. That was my dinner, now I'm finished, now we can focus. And welcome to, we're welcome to chat. So, did it have examples at the top? Requests. So request is one of the libraries. Security tests. So, and then we have the version bit, which I knew about, but it kind of failed when I tried to use it. And then we have, in this case, Python version, right? But we now know that we can also use these others. Let's go to the lower one. And for me, as I'm differentiating between Linux and Windows, right? System platform or platform system. This is sys platform and this is platform system. It's not like unified in one way. This fits everything. Linux 2 is from Python 2. Linux 2. Why would one want Linux 2? So this search thing makes me not have any scroll possibilities. Would I anyway? No. We'll have to do this. And I'm not sold. It's still buggy. Yeah, semicolon. Let's just so of course I have this up, right? We can just do a quick edit and it's done. Because if I don't do it now, I might not do it. So it's quick. We had it up and actually listened to news to start the stream. There. So I can't see with the window. I tried to drag something that didn't exist. Where's the top of the window? Is it here? Yeah. So instead of requirement Linux and requirements Windows, so this one has PyWin32, and this one has, this is outdated, but this is what it was. So let's just make one requirements now instead. I'm kind of thinking we'll just add a new file here to do it. Yeah, let's just copy paste because where's paste? No paste. Okay, then I just Control B and see what happens. Yeah, and we want to grab from the Windows one this, and as that will be replaced. This is Google's TTS. It is not good. This is Windows. Is in here. So then we do semicolon, and we go try to remember what method was called. So this is POSIX Java, Linux one, no Windows in here, and yeah, this is clear Linux Windows, right? So platform system is what we want, and the platform, the equivalent here is, yeah, we could use OS name too, as that's what I'm using in this file. OS name NT, OS name POSIX. That would be actually better. It only just didn't have these in this POSIX Java. It doesn't have NT in here. But I know OS name has that, so let's try OS name. So let's do OS name, because then we have the same thing in both places, right? And then it's the POSIX and NT. And at the top here, we have the example. This is what it's supposed to look like. So this is the Python version. And in our case, I'm assuming we want an equals instead. So I found this is in Impacket, right? Here, double equals. Sys platform Win32. Also, Sys platform Win32 does not exist in the list over here. So I'll have to scroll for 5 years. Sys platform does not have Win32 here. So, but I'm ignoring that. We're doing the one we have. We know this list is not complete. It also says sample values, right? It's just some sample values. There might be others. So double equals, and let's put those here, and NT. And we have, they use Win32 in like that. So let's copy this and do POSIX here. So any Linux Unixy thingy that want to run this Python script, they will try to install these things. Yeah. I know the auto installation of Playwright doesn't work for Linux, but it works for Windows. Maybe I should just remove it for Linux. Maybe I did. So that was nice. That was nice. Just random chance discovery. To finish this off, let's just rename this file to requirements.txt. So, and these two, of course, needs to be deleted. Let's just do it. And there hasn't been any updates. Recycle bin. Don't ask me. I don't want it in recycle bin. I want it actually deleted, but that was not an option, so whatever. There. I guess if we don't have a question on deleting files here, it is nice. So if I undo this now, yeah, it just takes a second. Good. Always good. So let's close this project again, because we're going back to where we were doing. But learning things, that's a big plus. I'll have to add that, like this whole document is very interesting. I'll put this in the Python notes. So now we have programming. Boxes, labs, Linux, programming, Python. Let's just put it here. You can, requirements.txt files. There. I don't remember the exact syntax, so. Example. So let's do it. Sudo add from RSS script. There. So if I ever check for that, I will find it. So I should probably search for to-dos in my. Do we dare to, Nah, not today. Let's underail here. So close. And we use npm posix to select which file is run. And now we use the same to say what requirements are installed. That's nice. Using the same ones, it's no mess. Right. And this one didn't actually have what we wanted, but I think it might be worth reading anyway, but not now. So this code we already had up. We didn't find anything here. Actually, if we undo that, did I have... No, this is not where I found it. Where did I find the answer? It was in the file we already had up, right? Here. And then I opened it. There. Here are all the types of authentication. That's what I was looking for. So there will be more cool stuff in this file, but for now I'm gonna just use a simple notepad here. And that was just a previous temporary. Let's just, sorry for the bright light. So maybe we'll just put a line. That was supposed to be an and. We don't need it. It's just one of the options here. Before or after. So we can choose these, and the default is this one. Default. Let's actually do that, so it's obvious that it doesn't belong to the one after. So that we have to look in the source to see this, and that we couldn't. Also, one thing that annoys me a little bit here, not a lot, but slightly. Come on, pop the thing up that I always complain is too quick to pop up. There. Uh, yeah, this is not the one. This is search. It's a search. We can just see list. It's a list. It returns a list. What kind of list? We don't know what list. Tell me what list this is returning. So it's obviously not giving code enough information to tell us what it is. And we don't know. And this is what it suggested, ChatGPT, and this doesn't work, right? Because some of them don't have two. And we printed it. That's where we're actually at. So let's hop back here. And let's scroll up a little bit. Here is a full thing. So I'm actually going to copy this. Maybe this is cut off here. Administrator. Interesting. So let's just pop this up. Yeah, kind of want a new one there, right? It's a list. It's not any pretty JSON or anything. Let's make a new file. Results. Search results. Let's do .txt because why not? And let's just paste that. So we have two things here. So the first one is just this, meaning we can just skip it, I'm assuming. No, this is the other output. This has nothing to do with that object. It's our normal print. This is the list from there to there. Let's just find all of this character. So, yeah, let's actually... so, how many of this? There's 17. Payload. I'll just split it up a little. So first we have this. Look, that was pretty of it. Then we have a comma. Then we have a comma. It's not smart enough to not do that. Maybe now it will. Then this is within the same bracket thingy. Named types object types named object type object name, and then we have another and another. And two ends, one you start. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess I will do this. So we get some kind of order on these. And that actually ends here, right? Well, whatever. And then we have 2 ending here. So the start and the end, which is actually ending 2. So let's end it. Let's do that. There. End. That means this one would be on the same level. Attributes. And also I would do the commas as I started with to be logical now. Why be logical, right? Let's just sort these out first. I'm doing it on 2 characters and not all of them. So obviously this one and this one are on the same level, right? And these are not indented, so we don't have to mess. So undo a bit so I know. That's just a normal comma one. And this one is indented. At least I can read it like manually. That one ends type attributes. So I'm assuming I should really just count them, right? Let's just not care about the indentations really. I just want to see this one actually ends again. This one actually ends again. And these have the same syntaxes. Yeah, this is not Python. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just me trying to read. This and this, obviously very similar, right? And also up there. And thank you for making this readable by making the same ones show. But here we have this one starts 1, 2, 3, 4. Back 1, 2, 3. So we are still one step indented here, right? So this is inside this, but they have the same. This is Microsoft. I'm blaming them. So let's make a new line here instead. It's just for reading. I don't care about the details. I could do this with Python in a better way. Why don't I? Because. So all of these are in, again, not ending until this one, which ends 2 itself, and the one before. And yeah, this is just such a mess. And that one actually ends, but not that one. And this one ends. And that one also, no, it doesn't end. Yeah, it ends, but here. So really it would be that one is indented together with that one. And now we're going crazy on returns here. So how could I make this one understand this? Maybe just convert it to JSON and make it more readable for this and make it JSON friendly. I should have just done that, right? So now I'm like, oh, again. Someone is barbecuing. So this way we're not getting, these are just marking my own lines I've added. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is what we get. Comparing this to the LDAP search, having these at the end too. I'm sure I did one too. No. I did it here, right? No, this one doesn't have it because we have to make an actual search. And we didn't. So let's do that just for the comparison too. I'm sorry if I hop all over the place. Just please tell me if you want me to do something. So that's why we have this up. So here you can see them. I don't really have to run it, but at the end here we have search reference, 3 of them. That's, I've been saying like, I want to get rid of that. It's just annoying. Knock on the door. Hej gubben! Vad sa du? Vill du ha det nu kanske? Pappa håller på med mat nu. Jag fixar det när pappa är klar, okej? Du får röra på dig lite mer gubben. Så blir benen bättre. Skutta upp och ner på trappan några gånger. Inte bara sitta vid stolen på konstiga sätt. Yes, jag ser. Jumpa time. Mycket läcker. Jag stänger här för jag får in så mycket matos. So I think I might have had my door open and my hubby's making food for himself. So if we compare those to these last results there that are not really part of the results, these will just end up at the end of all queries we do with LLAP search. And I've checked for some way to get rid of them because that's not the response, right? This is what we wanted in this case. Yeah. We don't have to make a new query because we have an example. So, did I scare people away now with all this? I think so. This will be a nice result when it's done. We're gonna close this. That was just a comparison. Actually, let's give it up as this is 2 ways to search in LDAP. One is using in packets manually in Python, which will become automatic, and the other is just using the common command. Now I'm looking for LDAP search again, but I already have searched for it. There. That's what I did last time. So let's close that. We're not doing non-AD stuff. This is what we're doing now. This is just a base info on the box in case we need. Yeah, I was gonna put the hash there too. Where did I get the hash? On 13 then. Boxes 13, and then I put 14 in here. No. Where is it? Oh, it's in the wrong place. That's very odd. That I didn't notice. It doesn't really belong in the box notes though, I guess. I just wanted somewhere to type. Move file to boxes. Move file to. Yeah, you can just do one. Okay, so I can use arrows if I don't use a mouse. Uh, no, it's the same thing. So in boxes, we will have a 14, just alone, all alone over there. That's the only problem really with this. So if you want to move something for real, you just have to open it in the Explorer. So 13, that's where we're going now. I already opened it. So there, close, there. Obviously a hash, right? And there. So I just wanted to finish the main info nodes for that one, so it's done. Um, all right, that's what we just edited. And that one close. And that. And to do, to move to my notes, my current notes from my old. Yes, I use Google Docs. That was long ago now. But it still might be interesting stuff in there. So it is long. Yeah, it's long. So this is not really relevant now, unless we need anything more from there. These are input into there. This is definitely something to remember, right? That happens to be selected the line and everything, so that one is good. I'm thinking if I want anything else from this file for now. Let's actually do a in-packet tab group. So if we find great pages for that, we'll put them while we're doing it, then we'll just save them somewhere. So this is also just impact. We don't need several. I don't see how this helps us, and we Google for stuff when we need it. This helps me understand that, but we can just search, and this is the first hit we got when we searched. No, I'm gonna redo that and actually put it there, because this is a simple explanation of the different alternatives here in the, yeah. So, and we have found what we were looking for. Let's continue. This is also a search for the same thing. This is some old link that I'm gonna read later. Yeah. So let's go back to the script. With thing 1, thing 2, not enough values to unpack. Expected 2 got 1. So instead, if you just get one thing and print those. We won't get everything. That's what I just did here. And this is much less data than this. So I think the easiest way object name attributes. Yeah, we will rerun it. Oh, yeah.
Pandatong says.
Want to join this conference call with me? I'll send you the Zoom link. Sent you a pic of the state of my office. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. I am so pissed on ChatGPT right now. Sorry. Well, it doesn't matter. It's totally giving me the opposite of what I want. So I was like, this is a perfect example of why I don't use this for coding. Just asking for facts, short facts, but you can't really do stuff, right? And now I asked it for a quick example code to test this, that we had the right stuff, and it didn't work. So I asked it to fix it, and it told me that my code had this and this error, and it kind of fixed it the wrong way. So I had to fix it the right way. And then, yeah, it was an image on Discord. Yeah, and then it said, give me, like, I want to see all the output, not just one line, which it did here, right? Don't just give me this. I want to see all the data from this actual output. So I sent it this and told it, this is how the data looks. Tell me how to make this pretty, right? And I said, oh, it's this kind of object. I understand now. And then he said, updated the code. That's my try, by the way. We get actually more info there. This was the outfit. This is all the outfit there. So I shouldn't have spent any time on it. And also, I will have to stop streaming. Yeah, so Panda, was it on Discord? Now you can hear me. Yeah, I asked also about the what was that Zoom thing you mentioned? I need to get more water soon.
If you need any boxes, I gotcha.
Okay, I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm assuming this is intended for stream, right? Okay, you have boxes. But kind of nice and roomy office. Are these the computers that you were installing, right?
LOL boxes of PCs and phones.
Yeah. You can send me some. I don't mind.
Those are old PCs up front.
You can send me these too. This kind of looks like stuff I have over
Some are
here, but
ancient.
let's see. Let's look at one ancient thing here. Look here. Here's an ancient one. I'm trying to see. Windows 7. Windows 7. VGA. But that's not impossible to find, I guess. It doesn't have any PS2 ports, so it's modern. i3. Optiplex 3010. I have another one somewhere.
I have a Dell Windows XP laptop
Oh
somewhere
yeah.
in the back. It's massive.
Look at this one too. This is even older. Yeah. I still no. But this one only has. This one actually has serial too. So I'm looking for the Windows version. Windows 7. Pentium inside. So I don't remember. I think one of these is actually installed as a honeypot. So let's put this back. And this one. Yeah. So, mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I was talking about converting it to JSON, right? Because it's much easier to handle. And now that's what what I would have done. And I thought let's ask it to do it first instead. Yeah. For entry is instant entry to len equals 2. No. Else print entry. Well, it's a first test, right? It's a first test, and it will print all of the data. Okay. Okay. So I think these are interesting though, so we're going to keep all the versions. So the LDAP ASN1 that it thought it was, it seemed to work. We didn't receive errors. Well, we did on this one, because I don't think there's an URI in there. So now we will just print the entries it can't handle. Meaning it added the... This is what I got before when I just printed here. This is me. Editing its code. And this is too little data. So let's just ignore it and not get tummy ache because of horrible idiot LLMs. Yeah. So we have some, I believe, is good data, but I shouldn't ask it for more. I said that at the start. We use it as Google, right? That's what it can handle. It can't handle more complicated stuff than that. So let's see here. Here we have, yeah, here's the first funny thing, right? Oh, generic all don't have object type grade. And it says, oh, the GID is this. It's known. Let's actually read this now. So we want to save. We can copy this bit. Let's put it in the script. And I'm kind of assuming that Impact has this already. I don't think I mentioned Impact to it yet already there. So it didn't know that it existed. We'll see if it exists in there. I'm just putting that in there with a comma at the end so we can add stuff. ACE parsing with Impact. And here it actually uses this because now it's just grabbed a random example from the internet that actually works, probably didn't think, right? Security descriptor allowed object ACE. Let's try this line 2 then. That's our security descriptor. So it looks much bigger and nicer over there. And then we have connect, and here it has bugs because this is not supposed to be there. This is obviously wrong, right? Because this is supposed to be HTTP and this is supposed to be administrator.htp. It knows what the base is. It's just a mess. Uh, Actually, this one might be administrator.http, and this is the IP, what on the one we use now. But it said it also could be the full name, which would be ac.administrator.http actually. FQDN, not just skipping the last end, which it thinks is local here for some reason. Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna hit all. Try to hurt more ChatGPT more than it does itself. I'll forget all of its faults right now, right? Get the root domain object. Thus I told it. In an example. LDAP con search. Yeah. So what are we using? We're actually using LDAP.com2. And in this one, this wouldn't work either. But here it has more things. So I believe this one would still have to be search filter equals before for it to work. But let's copy this one because it has more data in it. So copy the line. And then it has the same problem with the result is not that format. Yeah, it can't extract that much from a result. So we're gonna add this one here too. Oh, so it wrapped the line. I guess it is obvious with this missed number there. Search base equals search base. Yeah, I thought why not add the full name for this one too, even though it is the first one, so it is okay not to use it. But the search filter is required because there's other things there really, right? It's not the next in the order. And attributes. So instead of domain here, we have star. And we just wanted to get a first result to see what it was. Attributes anti-security descriptor. So, and search controls DACL only. So let's actually run this now. Yeah, so we had search controls. Module input LDAP has no attribute as the flag request control. So there's no such thing. We imported both things that it said. So I'm kind of thinking we're gonna cut it off before this one and just put a parenthesis comment and see if this works. No, because oh, I made the wrong parenthesis. That's the only thing. Or did it do something itself? Sometimes it adds parentheses, you know. So now we got star, right? Attributes, partial attribute list. So obviously data is missing. We don't get the data. Yeah. And we get, let's see. So I'm thinking this will just be normal queries. But maybe convert this list. It says it's returning a list. Is it returning an object? But it looked also like a list when it was printed. So I'm thinking maybe I should go get an ice cream. It's still warm. They should be actually frozen now, like actually cold. I'll be right back. Okay, everything's just in the pile. Yeah. Oh, I almost wish I stopped streaming when we went shopping, because then it wouldn't be this long and messy. So I'm gonna fix it in here. So the
Panda
kid
wants
that
ice
didn't
cream.
kind of wants ice cream. Yeah, sure. I'll get one for you. I bought some funny little box ice cream too. By the way, I know why they look differently. The blueberry meat of yesterday, because I think we got another sort than the one we ordered. So if you wanted more meat this time here, more meat sauce, less spaghetti. So let's do that. Looks good. So it's food done. But there's 2 bags of chips. There's I don't know what's in the bag. Let's see if I can fix this. There's a pile of. Yeah, I know what happened. Someone unpacked the bag I left. Huh? The groceries just everywhere. That's what happened. And I guess that's, if it's a kid, it's a good thing. If it's not, so there's actually 2 bags. I have to think plans what to do with this. I was not going to do this. I'll it. There. Well, fridge. And let's get an ice cream. Yeah. Cola and sea salt. And the food. Tiny ice cream bottles. It's like half a liter only. We had like 2 for 25 Swedish, like a bit more than $1 each. Yeah. Let's get the ketchup. So let's see if I can carry that. So I think it's cooler outside now. Happiness. Laban menar jag ju. Sa jag fel? Yes, yes. Din glas. Till den botten. Okej. Jag ska göra. Du också? Jag trodde att pappa gav dig. Han gjorde bara till sig själv. Nej. Vänta en sekund, gubben. Jag ska bara ge honom vatten. Skulle inte du fixa pizza, gubben? Jag hör inte. Jag hör ingenting för jag får vatten, gubben. Du får vänta lite. Nej, jag håller på och försöker. Jag måste försöka jobba klart en sak, gubben. Okej? Vi kan göra det imorgon eller en annan dag. Så, varsågod. Chocolate Lego. Det ser nästan ut som choklad. Chocoladen. Det är vit choklad och brun choklad. Mhm. Lego. Puss. Går det bra, Linus? Puss. There. Here's your ice cream panna. Or she's mine. So it's like this. And the last time, the one I ate in the car, yeah, it's still soft. And also, this is not crunchy, you know, when it's been soft. And I think it must have been, like, not cold in the store. That's the only way. It's not supposed to be soft. It's supposed to be crunchy. So, let's look into this. So let's compare this to what we have now. Mm,
Hmm.
don't you love? Isn't it tasty? There's strawberry jam in there too, but it's soft like the other ice cream I bought. It's supposed to be crispy. This, so I guess maybe the store had some problems with their freezers. They kind of should not sell this because it's not good anymore. You know, it destroys most of the experience when it's not crispy. This time I knew it already, you know, from the one I ate in the car. But it's still, the ice cream is good. Just I would rather not even eat all of it. So this is annoying. I'll just put it here for now. And let's comment the working one. This will be slow. I wonder if there's a automatic one for, let's do this double. Yeah, kind of thought so. Of course we get the same. There's not enough values to unpack. So its first example also had the same bug. So, but we can combine it with the working one to see if this still has something that the other stuff didn't have. Because I'm thinking it stole this from someone more than it just messed up itself. Or stole parts. Yeah, this was mega simple. Let's actually make something in between this, all of this. I'm still thinking JSON would be a nicer way to handle it. For ACE and SD, DACL ACs. I think we'll just have to throw this away and find an actual example. Maybe we can ask it to Google for examples for us. Then it gave us a very nice list of qubits and links that were mostly 404. But there was the sort to impact it, even though the link was bad too. And I told it about the impact though, you know. Then this is what I hope is actually good. So I asked it more specifically, and then I asked it to double check this. Hmm. So now it has more things. So we can check these out. We did get an error in the include there, so I think these exist at least, so we can check these out. So I asked it to give examples for the different ways of getting data. Um, so this example is for getting information about generic all, generic write, write over, write back, slash. And I didn't even want to test these before because we had so little knowledge, and now I know at once this won't work, right? So if we could make it understand what actually is up and down, and working and not working, it might be able to actually be helpful, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't want to spend another hour fighting ChatGPT. So we did get all of this data here in the search. Let's change it to this one and actually read the full blob that we get, the res printed. But let's also get this bit. I know that the bit first. Oh, it has control surf there too that it uses. Yeah. A deep breath. Don't hit the computer. It's not my computer's fault. So this won't work, but maybe we can make it work. So controls here. There's a list of what? This is a funny kind of syntax. Yeah. This is a list of this, right? So this is a list of a function with this. Okay. So this is what it tried to do here too, but it failed. We had to comment that out. So now it's doing it differently. It doesn't have the L.dot first. It just does this. And this one is before that, right? So I think it might be less corrupted, to be honest. That's what I mean. So controls, we replace controls here with this there, and search space, bye bye, and we fix that bit there, so this one works. Why search for object class star? So we know better than this, right? So we're interested in users and maybe even a specific user. That's what we want. So I'm gonna hop to my own web page again and search for object class. Is it actually in here? Yeah, of course it is, because it is here, right? I just thought it would add the parentheses to the search, and it didn't. And here we have actually object class person, which is what I was wanting to confirm. And we also have computer group. So let's do person. There's also user, right? But I think person, I decided just to use person. And here's star. And this one is user. So instead of star here, we're going to do person. And we're just gonna print res. And we'll see if this different way of not using LDAP dot here, SD flag request control is now actually imported here, which wasn't before. So I tried to use it before it actually had anything. Didn't say LDAP controls or whatever, you know. And this will be impacted LDAP for this one. So it would be, it wouldn't at all be in that one because this is in controls. So maybe we just change this to controls. No, because we didn't import the full thing, so it wouldn't work. So now this is possibly and probably working, as long as it exists, because it's ChatGPT, so we never know. Alright, and then we just have to comment these, because I'm thinking of exiting instead, which means this. Instead of keeping commenting things, I'm just going to put an actual new end here. Exit. And before this, we do this. And then we can play with things in this section. We don't have to comment all the things. Unless it's syntax errors and you want to start. So, line 5. Yeah, there's no module called this. So let's see if we can find this thing here. So I should have asked it to give me some actual examples. So we should go to InPacket, which we still have up, right? InPacket, examples. Here's where the good stuff is, right? Where we can learn how it works. And we want LDAP stuff. This is the one that it failed to twice to copy to my computer, extract, whatever. Get 80 users. Get. This is a nice example of listing. So here we should have actually working InPacket imports. LDAP, ASN1. So this bit we could import, right? So in this, I want to search for this in this repo. So it seems to be hallucinating this. So we know I can run. Did it get this idea from somewhere? Four little things on the internet had this in it. But I failed to paste, but it's still there. So the four little things on the internet is quickly becoming no things on the internet. This was just too interesting a page too. So it's stuff called the request controller. And it has to do with LDAP. But we're in Java. Let's just close them. Yeah, that wasn't the best search, was it? This is where the examples were from. So I guess I'm gonna read example scripts instead and get actual working information and not look for stuff that doesn't exist. So get 80 users is part of what we want to do. So it's a class. We have username, password, domain, target. Element and it has AS key. Do Kerberos. DC IP, DC host, request user. All the arguments have, yeah, underscore underscore. Not supposed to be used. The main parts, it's messing with the base DN stuff here. Self header. Output format. Get time because it might get problems then. Process a record. Is instance item search result entry. So this is what we had in the ChatGPT thing that actually worked. I mean, it didn't work the full thing, but it didn't say this doesn't exist. So we have here a search result entry. So we can do check the items there and get this. So far it works. Well, the whole thing actually works except for this. This didn't work. But I'm not interested in the references. So, but I still want to know if stuff works or not. I want to brush my teeth, not chew chewing gum, and it's kind of not working. Got ice cream everywhere in my teeth now. So, if we go up here, and we can print the whole result, but there is no result because this does not exist, right? So let's do the same thing we did last time, meaning just end parenthesis and comment the rest of the line. Now we can print the result, and then we can start doing something with it. Yeah. So, as I said, syntax errors, it will still not do syntax errors even if it's after this. And we have an if with nothing after it. So I'm gonna have to so let's paste those, and then we just print item. Right? This is a good start. Yeah, it's still importing the thing that doesn't exist. We checked, we searched for this in name packets source, and it doesn't exist. And I forgot to save. Okay, moves a new error. Line 30. Oh, oh, look. I missed a character. There. Typo. So now we're getting data, but we're not getting the whole data. So it's not actually printing what I wanted to print. So let's also print it before. We're doing print res here, right? And then let's actually do a formatted one with bird wings. And let's do just res colon. And then we do would have been easier to just copy the full line. Item. Item. So now we can see that res is not actually printed. Oh, here it is. So we can see that the amount of data here is so much more, right? Print can't handle this. I'm kind of thinking we should do pretty print. Let's, I don't remember how the syntax is. I think we need to include it. Pretty print Python. Pprint, yeah. But I think we might have to include import pprint. So there. Yeah, it didn't look right with pretty. And I'm not really sure if we need to do that because, yeah. Did you mean print? So import print, but I think it might be pprint pp, yeah. Let's see, it might be pprint now. So it might still not exist. But that's not, no, yeah. Did you mean pprint? Right? So if we do from pprint import pprint, then we don't have to have this problem. And the other stuff will work. From pprint import pprint. So I know why that happens, but it's kind of ugly, right? So now we can see if there was more stuff here, we would see it. So let's pprint the first one too. So we're gonna pprint. Will this just give us all the data in a pretty way? We're gonna pprint res. So it is doing something with it. So we can see how much data it is in an easier way. So here we have res colon, which is my addition there. And then let's start. And it can't really do this. So let's do the JSON bits that I was thinking of before. So res, let's import JSON here. JSON. Import. res equals, and when did I last use that? Python JSON from list. Convert Python list to JSON. Dumps. It's a string. That's a stupid name for a JSON variable. No, it is a string. Open my data JSON right final JSON dump. Yeah, so we want to Python list JSON encoder. List of lists encoder. Yeah, so this is really simple if you just remember. Let's say JSON from like text instead. What would you say that? So when do I use it? It's in my streamer bot scripts. I'll just look in my own scripts instead. Yeah, this says dumps. Let's try dumps, and if it doesn't work, dump and dumps. Yeah, dump and dumps, because I don't want a string. That's the whole thing. Yeah, we don't want that. So now we have a better suggestion. So JSON.dump was. So we're trying to convert it here, and then we can print it. And let's see if this is better. Not dump, but duppen. This is why it's nice to have an IDE. Let's stop printing this first bit because it keeps annoying me. So that's the line where the interest is. Trace pipeline 33. Dump is missing one positional argument. Oh, it's supposed to be a file. So let's try dumps then and see what happens. So we don't want to make something from JSON. We want to make JSON from nothing, from an object. So object, encode object. Let's actually say what we mean here, right? We mean actually object. And say object to JSON. That's what we want. And then it says dumps. If you have a Python object, you convert it into JSON string by the JSON dumps method. And That is what we do. And we get an error because it's not a Python object. It's an LDAP object. So maybe Impact has some kind of conversion functionality. Let's see how its examples handles the results, right? So we are looking for search. And how are the results handled, right? So search filter. I feel like we're too late. Oh, LDAP_connection.search. We're actually where we want to be. So it isn't actually doing anything with the result. Search filter attributes, some account name, velocity, mail, last logon, size limit 0, search controls equals SC, per recorded callback self process record. But we don't have any result equals. So what is SC? Search controls. So we have an exception handling here, and we have closing of the connection. And run self. Self is because it's in a class, so it doesn't have any arguments. Here's the LDAP connection using all of the variables, all the parameters. Logging info. Querying. I should hop over to software. Let's actually do that. So, assuming the same syntax for all currencies of this thing, we now know that in this there's two queries, right? No, it's just this one. It's just one. So where is the result? We know there's data out here because we have read it. We have printed it to the screen. We have gotten bits of it. Not what we want. Not the format we want. But they're getting feedback. They're getting stuff. They're printing it. So let's start with what it's actually doing. It's parsing arguments. And it's printing help if there's none. And otherwise it's parsing them. And this is just adding in the help and stuff. Python's automatic variables. Is it? If domain is nothing, domain should be specified. We got the first error. And executor equals get 80 users. So executor run. So this class is initiated, instantiated more like, and then we call one of the functions, and then nothing more happens. And this is the end of the script. But if we have an exception, stuff happens. So we just do two things with get 80 users, right? So let's scroll up. That is run, where we were. Let's run. So that's executed. Process record. This instance. So it could have its own version of it. No, let's just, it has the constructor. Static method, get Unix time. And then process record. So where's this run? Yeah, it's over there. Okay, so we got the answer now. Per record callback. This is how they get the response. They're not using the response messy object. They're using per record callback. So let's do that. So I should have seen that earlier when I read that. So obviously that is trash. And we can also trash that one. That's only a star, that's the only difference. And then we have ChatGPT's invention. And instead here, we have the search base. We don't need all these variables for now, but they might be nice later. So if we ask people to give us data, we don't want to make them do it in several ways, right? So there's search base here. I'm thinking more like it will be an object in here too. And this will be in the constructor, then grabbing stuff and putting it in good places, more organized. And this is really not anything but text. So we're going to move this one up to the variables because that's where it belongs. So, and these we don't use yet. But this uses 389 is not really interesting. And that's not interesting. And then this crashes it. So let's just see what happens when we run it now. So I'm going to delete everything because this is not how their scripts work. And is there anything here I want? So these are, that's my work. Well, that's all just print. So it's all just gone. And we could really delete this too for now because we will see what they do and we will use their code. And we're going to add now. We have the search filter. Attributes. Let's add stuff here. Right. So I'm not going to use all of these. I don't care about last logon, do I? Maybe I do. So then it uses size limit. Actually, let's make this prettier, right? We're overflowing the line. We don't want a rest anymore. We don't want to rest. We don't want to rest. There. And we need a function. That needs to be before. So this is the first function one. So let's put it up here, somewhere here. Remember def. God data. Print. I guess we're gonna actually do stuff the good way, right? Like, first of all, of course, we need parentheses, but we also need something in here, right? What did they have? Nothing, nothing, and then they have nothing. Item. They have an item. So item if is instance. So we're gonna take their code here. If instance item search result entry, and we're gonna write these tests are messy, so we can return there, and then we can print the item, and that's all for the first step. But we need to put it over here. So I'm gonna go down to its call, and it has size limit 0, meaning probably unlimited, right? So size limit equals 0. Search controls equals and SC. And then I'm actually going to copy the line because why not? And for us, this will be got data. And actually, no parentheses here because that's how it is. And in theirs, it's self dot because they're in a class. And we could also try, but we can add stuff later. But for later, let's remember the name of the error, LDAP searcher. Right now, we just want all the errors. So 23. Yeah, I was thinking about SC. As I said here, what is SC? SC is LDAP simple paid results control, size 100. And LDAP we have everybody gave up. Sorry for if it says it's boring. It's fun. It's so fun. So we need a C also. And then we get data. So we asked for stuff they did not. Type last logon, val set of 0. Type password last set, vals of, and we have a funny dates format, some account name Emma. But we did not get the thing. I guess we can ask for any attribute, right? So let's actually see if we got this for anything else. Let's actually do star now instead of person, because this is not supposed to be on the user. This is supposed to be on the thing that it has permissions on. But that's not possible, is it? Because it would need more information. Let's just run it and test. So I guess we could also get all arguments. I'm guessing that 100 is so now we're getting somewhere here. So forget about ChatGPT, actually do use the examples. So I'm going to clear. I'm going to run it again, so we can see where the top is, because this is a lot of data. So partial attribute list. So I want to know the object class. Let's keep the same syntax. So without object class, it's not very easy to read what it is. Object class, top person, organizational user. So we're getting information here now, and it's quite easy to read this line, but it's not arriving from anyone else on the users. So these don't have that. So now I'm curious. So let's comment that, copy it, and see if we can get everything. So maybe like that. Let's see if it gives me an error. It worked. So now we can also see what they have. We have all the data, and it's not ugly print, and I didn't even pretty print it. So let's see how they parse it. Yes. Yes, love. Okej, jag kommer och hjälper dig. Jag håller på med coding. Därför att när jag packade upp så tog jag inte upp allt. Utan det här är någonting som de andra packade upp vissa saker tydligen. Utan att jag gjorde det. Så. Nu är de där inne istället. Man måste smaka på en chips. Vill du smaka på en chips? Mm. Tack för att du väljer bra mat från Lantmännen. Jag ska slänga den här gamla yoghurtpaketet.
How would you recreate this? You couldn't get it
Oh
to
god.
barely over the tip.
Det måste vara sån här hård yoghurt. Det finns yoghurt som inte är så lös. Som inte rinner.
So it's the hard tail with the high yoghurt?
Var det du som smakade på chipsen?
What?
Smakade du på chipsen?
Yes.
Var den goda?
Yeah, I took a bowl.
Oh, okay. Jag tror vi ska lägga det i frysen kanske, Linus. Brädet. Vad tycker du?
Ja.
Det gör vi det. Jag tror att det är... Här, jag tar en sax. Det finns ett klippsträck här, vet du. Det är ett streck, alltså det är lätt att klippa på det här stället. Så man kan inte klippa på fel ställe liksom. Låter det så mycket? Så gubben. Varsågod. Jag slänger den här också. Man måste göra en liten hjälphål här. Så, nu går det att stänga. Behöver du inte mer hjälp, va?
I need this thing out of here.
Okej. Vad sa du? Ja. Okej. Jag är så att min streamtime håller på att rinna ut. Så jag har lite saker jag vill göra innan den gör det. Men jag kan starta om det. Så. Varsågod. Vilket lättare. So let's see. So my kid tasted a little bit of my he said, I took a bowl. I didn't tell him I mentioned for some special. Well, I should have brought water. But we need to restart stream, right? So I don't think anyone is on YouTube anyway, but I want the backup. And we're just starting to actually get started with exploring this here. So I'm just going to stop streaming and start streaming in a few little bitty times. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna click the buttons. When I start stream though, I have to create the YouTube one, a new one. So it'll take the number of seconds it takes me to type something. So first I'm saving the Twitch before, and then I can just use this for other YouTube. So I'm gonna stop and start now.